Okay, I think we're all settled in, so we'll go ahead and get started. That's our first reminder, let's silence our cell phone. Okay, welcome everybody. This is RAC number 11. We are moving on through, so thanks for joining us and being here this morning. As we did last month, and now this month, these are longer meetings, right? We have a lot to get through, so we appreciate everyone taking this time out of their day, because this is a big commitment. But obviously a very important topic to all of us, so thank you for being here. We'll try to keep you fed so that we can get through this agenda without having to disperse or use up any additional time out of your day. So we have breakfast here today. Mark, help us get some burritos. So grab one of those. We'll have lunch brought in. So we'll take a little bit of a break for everybody to enjoy their lunch, but then we'll pick it up and keep going so we can hopefully get out of here before we're aiming for 4. We give ourselves a little bit of extra room. If we get done early, that's great, but hopefully we have enough time allotted to get through all these agenda items. So let's go ahead and we'll go over let's do our introductions, and then we'll go over the ground rules and look at the agenda. So again, I'm Brian Eakley with the Langdon Group. I'm a third-party neutral facilitator. Kelly?
Hi, all. Good morning. Thanks for joining us so early. Kelly Mines, the rule coordinator, so she follows the areas for the OWRD.
I'm Angela Singleton. I'm also with Brian as a third-party facilitator, helping out with family.
I'm Dark Loshman. I'm a hydrogeologist in the groundwater section of OWRD.
Mark Owens, sorry, multitasking. Farmer, politician and leading member. Andy Root. John Short, water right guy.
Marissa Singhas, irrigator. Michael RAC. Barbara Howard, irrigator.
Travis Singhos, RAC member, irrigator.
Aaron Moon with the Watershed Council.
Jess Winnick with Maui Refuge.
Brianna O'Connor, Sonic Program Manager.
Jason Spreet, East Region Manager for Water Resources Department. Tim Seymour, I'm the assistant manager for the groundwater section at the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm based out of Hamilton.
I'm Ben Scandella. I'm the senior groundwater data developer for the groundwater section of the Water Resource Department.
Great, and then let's do our RAC members online. Kelly, if you can help us through that.
Sure. Lisa, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Lisa Brown, RAC member with Water Watch.
Okay, that's it. Any department members online?
Yes, Laura, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Laura Hart, Water Policy Analyst.
Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so ground rules, you're here to express your viewpoint, treat each other respectfully. We've talked about this every time. I think we're all doing a good job with it, but we all come with different perspectives and values, and that's what makes this conversation productive. So as long as we respect those other positions and opinions, that's gonna keep us moving forward. If you're online, remain muted when you're not speaking. If you're online, use the raise hand feature to indicate that you'd like to speak. Kelly will help me indicate, and Angela will help me let me know if somebody there has a question or comment, and we'll bring you in. And for those of you in the room as well, if you put your hand up, I'll track that and keep an eye on it. Kind of give an order for folks as they have their questions and comments and get those integrated. This is for RAC only to participate in during the RAC meeting. We have specific time set aside for public comment. I think we have 2 of them today. Our first one is at noon, and then we have one at the end of the day scheduled for 3:40. We really need a hold of those. So the RAC members, early in this process, a solicitation went out for people to join the RAC. We had people that expressed interest, and that's how this RAC was formed. And we're gonna keep that group moving forward as members of the RAC. We know there's a lot of interest. This is a huge community issue, and we know there's a lot of interest from the public and that wants to express those viewpoints and ask questions, because there's a lot of information that's coming out of these. But we we respectfully ask that you just hold those questions to the public comment time and we keep the discussion in the RAC. During that public comment time, I'm gonna be a little harder line on posing questions, posing comments, but not the department or RAC members not providing responses to those questions, because we just have a narrow time to have those public comments so that we can get back to our agenda. And if we get into a dialogue during public comment, it tends to kind of hijack our agenda a little bit. So again, not to devalue any of the questions or comments that the public has, but we need to stick hard with that agenda. And we'll make sure and have opportunity to get those questions answered after the RAC, within the meeting minutes, and then if during breaks, during lunch, feel free to engage and we can have some more conversation, or even after the meeting. So
I think, Brian, this would be an excellent time, because I'm seeing a lot of like new faces in the back to maybe kind of just bring them up to speed of where we have been and where we are going. So throw it to Jason, kind of just talk about why we're here, and what we've done so far.
I think you want to do that now, or you want to look at the agenda? We can go either way, but Jason, you want to make a few comments and we'll come back to you?
Sure. So, morning, everybody. As Kelly said, a few new faces in the room, so I'd like to go over just a real quick background. We started this process back in April 2023, the RAC process. This is as Brian said, our 11th RAC meeting so far. We've come a long way here in this room to discuss a number of very important topics to the community with regard to, long-term groundwater sustainability. This group has discussed a lot of groundwater issues in the basin and how we might better manage for the future. So that's really why we're all here. It's been some really great discussions. They're obviously very important to the community. They're very important to Water Resources Department as well. And some of the things this group has done is recently has been working on some management scenarios that we have run through a model in the department, and we're still iterating on those. Some of the feedback we'd like to get from the group today is, we want to know where your values are. We'll go through an exercise about community values, and we'll use that information to inform how we adjust the model for future iterations and future management in the basin. So what we'd like to hear from folks as we go through these exercises today is just, what are your values for the community? What do you see, where do you see us going in the future? And we want to work with folks on how we adjust our management scenarios into the future on that. So we understand it's a really important conversation. So I know it's a long day, but we want to hopefully keep everybody engaged throughout the process. I'll throw it back to you, Brian.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a look at our agenda, RAC operating guidelines. So this is just kind of restating some of the things that we said, but again, the role of the RAC: attend and participate in meetings at the Horseshoe or online, provide input and advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The public's role: listen only during the presentation and RAC discussion from the audience or online, and provide input and advice during the designated comment time, as I mentioned previously. The department's role: foster meaningful dialogue and conversation, consider the RAC and the public feedback, and then ultimately the department's role is to draft the final rules. And then my role as a facilitator: foster the meaningful dialogue and conversation by all RAC participants, and help to ensure that all parties have a safe space to express their viewpoints in a respectful environment. Okay, so our agenda. So after we get through these welcoming remarks, we're going to get into a criteria conversation. Jason kind of alluded to what that'll look like, but when we get into that, we'll share what the potential criteria could be based on what we've heard so far, and then introduce a way of creating value to those criteria, getting each of your individual inputs. So I'll share a proposed idea, get your feedback, and we'll land on a way that we can kind of create some value and some weight to the criteria individually and use that moving forward as we optimize the scenarios. Take a break. We'll have a discussion about comparison of the model results. So, as you know from our last meeting, we came away with our scenarios and the department's been churning on, running those results or running those scenarios and creating results. And so we're gonna see what came out of that. I have a presentation about that. We'll have lunch. We're not gonna go anywhere. Lunch will be brought in. High Desert Partnership is providing lunch for us, so thank you to them. Then in the afternoon, we'll get into that optimization of the RAC identified management scenarios. So this will be a time where we'll talk about how the dials could potentially turn to stay within what we want to develop here, and then how the criteria would influence that. And then we'll likely at that point go through an exercise for you to value that criteria and add weight to it. We'll take another break. We'll talk about the SWAMPA, Serious Water Management Problem Area. This is another key thing that we need to get your input on today to keep things moving forward. We'll take our break. We'll get an update on the status of the fiscal impact. Some of you were able to join the online meeting that occurred a few weeks ago. That was a quick update to let everyone know that that Eco Northwest has been hired to help generate some fiscal data, and they're hard at work doing that right now. We'll get an update on what's happening on that front. We'll get an update on voluntary agreements. We'll take another public comment, and then we'll wrap up. So, packed day. So again, thank you all for being here. Okay, let's get into it. So some goals for today. Again, I think you kind of restated a lot of these when we reviewed the agenda, but we want to gather feedback around that criteria for management scenario selection. Build a shared understanding around the model results. So we need to make sure everyone kind of understands what we're looking at. Build a shared understanding of different management element trade-offs, what it takes, when you turn those dials, what happens to one versus the other. What do you gain? What do you lose? Feedback on how to balance the trade-offs in future scenarios. Gather feedback around outstanding SWAMPA questions. So again, like I mentioned, this is a piece that we need to come away with today, and answer any questions around the voluntary agreements guidance document. Any questions before we keep going just on what we're trying to accomplish today? Okay. All right, so this is our current future RAC schedule. We have one scheduled for December and in January. Jason, if you want to say anything about the schedule.
Yeah, we have a ton of information to present today. So, it's gonna be a lot of information, really important to the future of the basin. So, Water Resources is willing to add a February RAC, not looking for necessarily decisions on that right at this moment, but today, as we're going through the presentation, thinking about that, we'd like to have that conversation with the RAC and, before we leave today and decide on together whether we need a February meeting, but, Water Resources is certainly willing to add that if there's value there to the RAC.
Okay. All right, so our first agenda item. Criteria to evaluate management scenario. That, I'll kick it off, but so our goal here, as I mentioned earlier, we want to gather feedback around what criteria should be used for management scenario selection, and then gather feedback on how OWRD assesses and or weights that criteria. So we'll kick it off with Tim. He'll bring it back to me to talk about how we might go about this process. This is an involved to consult level. We really want your feedback on what's going to be effective.
So as Jason mentioned, we're really, like, the intent of this conversation is really to start teasing out how we prioritize or maybe value different impacts as we look at model results. And the intent of this slide is to try to help us frame like where we're going with model results and with these management scenario, the management scenario development. And so the hope is today that we can establish some criteria, and we can talk through how adjusting the different dials in management, right, affects the final outcome. And I think what we're gonna see by the end of the day is that there are trade-offs to adjusting dials. So as you adjust one up, that is gonna cause different results than if you adjust another one up or down, right? And so our hope here is to have a conversation around like, what do we actually want to optimize for if we're going to try to minimize financial impact by maximizing the amount of pumpage that can happen in the basin. You know, what other things are we going to look at as we go through that process? So today we're hoping to establish that criteria, talk that through. We're going to discuss methods for how we would like capture that feedback from each of you. And then we're going to go through all of the model results. We're going to go through our optimization results. And then the hope would be at the end of that, as you're all informed on what these different dials do and what those trade-offs are, we then go through that methodology or that exercise for capturing your individual feedback on what criteria are most important, right? And the ranking of that criteria. The department will then take that individual input, we'll go through and we'll review what you all said in that exercise. And we're going to start dialing in on a final management scenario to run through the model and present results of that and potentially, you know, try to answer other questions that might get asked today with the model for December. And then we can discuss how in December, we'll discuss how the criteria were used for, you know, trying to hone in on a final management scenario, as well as, you know, present results and show what's going to happen. And then at that meeting, we're also going to start to present some framework rule language, right? So we're going to start talking about the structure of rules and how we take this management scenario that we've talked about and put it into actual rule language. And then at the January meeting, we will transition from having these conversations that are heavy on model results and start having conversations that are very heavy on rule language. And as we get rule language drafted, then we will evaluate, we'll be able to provide model results that show the outcomes from that rule language, right? So we're trying to tie the two together. And the reason Jason brought up a February meeting is that if we end in January, we won't have really any time for you to process feedback, for us to make any changes to the rules and review it again as a group. And so that would be the benefit of a February meeting. It's either that or we have to accelerate our timeline a little. And I don't think that's the most effective way to do it. So just keep that in your mind that we can add a February meeting here where we would take draft rule language and outcomes, results in January. We'd get feedback on that and we'd come back with a final set of rules in February to discuss. So that's the intent of this slide, is to lay out like what our thought process is here for this conversation. If we go to the next slide, here are some criteria we have outlined based on what we have heard over the last 10 meetings. These are the things that we're thinking about when we're thinking about impacts to the community and how to consider trade-offs, if you will, of different management choices. So the goal, remember, is a target water level trend of no decline, right? We want to stabilize groundwater levels in the basin. But provided that's done, there will be potentially other impacts that are going to occur. And we want to figure out how to prioritize those. So here we've got listed impacts to domestic wells. We know that as water levels decline, there's a likelihood of more domestic wells going dry. How do we value that as compared to all these other items? So we've got impact to natural groundwater discharge. That's, you know, our springs, our streams, thinking around the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. That's an area that's, heavily reliant on groundwater discharge. We've got impacts to small businesses and the economy, right? So, that is an important part of this conversation, and understanding how we balance that with these other potential outcomes is really important. Timelines to achieving groundwater level trends, right? So this is something we've talked about a lot. How long are we gonna, how long do we want to take to achieve the goal? We got some feedback in the last meeting, but here we're trying to understand, how do you value the timeline? Is a longer timeline more important than, say, being able to pump more at the end of the time period? Or is a shorter timeline acceptable if it means that you get to pump more basin wide, over the course of time? We've got strictly following prior appropriation. We've heard a lot of feedback on that around, more sub areas means that there are more chances for a senior user to be curtailed while a junior user gets to pump in another sub area that's nearby. And then creating room for voluntary agreements. And we've heard a lot of feedback on this going both ways. Larger sub areas could be a good thing, smaller sub areas could be a good thing. So we're really trying to figure out how to balance that, supporting the voluntary agreement process, as we consider the size of sub areas, as we consider our timelines. And so trying to figure out how to balance all these together is what we're looking at doing here. So these are the criteria we've laid out. And now I want to ask the question is, are there any other criteria that we should be considering? And if so, what are they?
Can you go back a slide so we can keep looking at that list?
Another question to be asking yourself, did we capture these correctly? Is there something that's, maybe not represented accurately with the words we use? Yes.
Probably adaptive management.
That what, I guess, now I just want to, that seems to make sense. I want to just kind of, when we go through these, kind of check with the department and say, all right, is that something that fits within this, or is it captured within something else?
Yeah, so I think adaptive management, in my mind, is tied closely with timeline. Because obviously the longer the timeline for phasing in curtailment, the more opportunity you have to adapt to changes without curtailing people. And so, yeah, I think that is a valid thing to add in here. That's a really good one. Yeah.
Okay, so combining it with timelines or adding it as an addition?
I would probably add it as an additional one. That's my initial take on that.
Okay.
Adding it as an additional criteria.
So maybe like creating space for adaptive management, something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Online too, Lisa wants to.
Okay. Okay, Lisa, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I heard you say, Tim, that the kind of the overarching goal, right, is arresting declines. Essentially, I don't know, I can't remember exactly the words you said, but I think that is a really important criteria. So I think it would be, if that is sort of an overarching one that's just unstated on this slide, I think it should be stated above or something to make sure that, we're all tracking that that's one. Because, when I think about the criteria, I'm looking at the 537, 525 policy, which is what lays out, the public health, welfare, and safety criteria that we have to consider in try and meet in establishing a critical groundwater area. So, reasonably stable groundwater levels are in there. As well as you look at number 5, it kind of lays out how you balance, how you sort of prioritize groundwater for human consumption ahead of agricultural use. So I think it's just important to keep those factors in mind as we go through this exercise. So
Thank you for that.
you could just put
I-
criteria, you could add a bullet. 537, 525 on here. Because those are, I think, criteria. I mean, impact to small businesses and the economy is actually not one of those criteria. So I think it's fine for us to talk about it, but I think we have to keep in mind what the sort of statutory requirements are here.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Lisa. I guess what I would say is our goal has not changed, and I agree that we probably could have put the goal above criteria here. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah, no,
the goal does-
I know your goal hasn't changed. I just, when I first saw the slide, I was like, where is that goal? So maybe it's good just to always state it here as well. That's all.
Yeah, good point. I think, yeah, so just kind of defining what our definition of criteria is and where that's rooted in. Go ahead, Mark.
Following up on the adaptive management, if we're going to put that as a criteria or goal. I'm still at the point where trying to hit PTW, to hit zero rate of decline is not going to allow you to have adaptive management until you hit zero rate of decline, then you can start adapting. I do feel that a goal, a criteria for goal would be reducing the rate of decline by X amount in 10 years, X amount in 10 years, to reaching reasonably stable at a period of time. That way, during those decadal checkpoints, you can see whether your reductions are going quicker than what the stated goal was from the RAC or not fast enough. That would give the department the time to work through those scenarios. If you list a PTW with a goal of zero rate of decline as a goal, you're never going to be adaptive until you get zero rate of decline. That's my first comment.
Would it be helpful, you think, Tim, to look at what we put in that slider graphic? Because that's kind of another way of looking at it that might meet some of Mark's comments.
Yeah, like I really appreciate your comment, Mark. I guess that's a different conversation, right? Like, because what
Conversation I've been bringing up for 16 months.
right. And what you're saying is that our goal is not correct.
It's not a judgment, but if you're actually going to try to work at adaptive management like our discussion groups are having, I don't think your goal allows you to have the flexibility to do adaptive management until you hit your stated goal, which a year ago was whatever, your stated goal. So, I just don't think you have the flexibility to do it.
Right, okay, that's fair. All right, I'll have to think about that.
And it also would break into one of your criteria on talking about time. Talking about timing. Like,
Yeah.
You could work it into that criteria but my second comment would be, if we're going to think of using 537 as a criteria, there's also some water level criteria in that, 50 foot. So I don't believe that in areas, sub areas, surface water sub areas that have not triggered some of those, that they shouldn't try to hit zero rate of decline if they're less than 25 foot. I mean, if we're gonna have 537, then we need to add more than just the prioritization of domestic wells. We have to add in some of those, in my opinion, some of those statutory triggers. Because once again, you're going to hold parts of this basin to a level that has never been held in the state of Oregon before. When you look at down at the Blitzen area, most of that is only drop 10 to 12 foot. So you're gonna try to have that hit zero rate of decline in an area in the rest of the state where you still be allocating groundwater.
Thanks for your feedback, Mark.
What do you think of it? Is it something that you could work into the criteria? I mean, let's put the question, let's put this to react yes or no. I mean, we do this, I bring it up every time, you say, appreciate your comment, great question mark, thanks for your comment, and then I'm gonna bring it up again. I mean, it's just, we've been doing this for a long
So,
time.
yeah, so I think to talk that through, one, I don't think it's fair to say that we would be allocating in the Blitzen under our current rules. Because what we're seeing is that allocation in the Blitzen is causing surface water impacts to springs and like natural discharge down there. We also, it's part of a larger groundwater system that we've identified as over allocated. And so I don't believe that under the current, like under the new rules, we would be allocating. And we stopped allocation by rule in that area in 2016, right? It was 2016, we created the give back. Yeah. So I don't think it's fair to say that we would still be allocating down there. And that would be my first comment. My second comment is, I do understand how, if the goal is not achieved, we can't adaptively manage. That I'm thinking through that point on the fly here, so give me a second. But I think what we've been talking about is identifying a trend line that would allow us to understand whether we're on track or not. And if we're on track to achieve the goal, and water levels are responding the way we expected them to through our modeling efforts, that we're going to continue with our trajectory as needed. If we're lagging behind where we should be, then perhaps we're not achieving our goal, and we're going to have to consider coming back into this process and figuring out how to adjust our PTW. If we're ahead of schedule, right, and water levels are recovering faster than we expected, then we could slow down our process for implementing the curtailment. And that would give us an off-ramp by which we would say, like, we're seeing better than expected recovery of water levels, or better than expected water level trends. And so we're going to take a pause for a year or two or however many, and we won't implement the additional curtailment that is outlined to be phased in. And instead, we will continue to track water level trends and see if we continue to stay ahead of schedule. And maybe we stabilize with that amount. Maybe we don't. Maybe we have to resume curtailment, a year or 2 or 3 later to continue moving those trends towards zero. But that to me is adaptive management, is that we have identified a trend line or a path to get to success. And if we deviate from that path, we'll make corrections to get us back on that path.
So appreciate that. What I would like to see that in the rules is not we could, that if we were, so far off the trend line, we would. We talked about having the potential annual meetings. We could have that discussion. But in order for, my last probably comment on this one, in order for that truly to be adaptive management, you're gonna have to phase in those reductions then over quite a period of time. We already talked about the response. The first draft rules that we saw, in Weaver Springs, it was phasing them in 3 to 5 years. I'm not talking about Weaver Springs because I asked you guys not to leave that. Let's talk about someplace else. But I mean, we've talked about, phasing them in within an 8-year period of time. 8 years is tough to do adaptive management. It means you probably won't see the response.
Right.
I'd like to see something in rules that would actually say, we will sit back with the community and adjust or have that conversation in a long enough period of time actually to be able to do that.
Right. So what we're asking for in this conversation is for that feedback in the form of, I think adaptive management is one of the most important criteria. And so I'm going to put it at the top of our list for ways in which we evaluate or decide to turn dials to optimize our scenarios, right? So if you say adaptive management is the most important, then yeah, longer timeline, and you say longer timelines or timelines to achieving groundwater level trends need to be long enough to allow for adaptive management, then that's something we can work with as we build and get to a final management scenario, right?
I try not to start sentences, but I think I like to try to make them a fact instead of my opinion.
Fair enough.
Bad joke, yeah.
So does that help people understand like how we're, like the conversation we're trying to have here?
These are values. We need to know what you value and not necessarily, in some ways, it may be easier to look at these without attaching them to anything on the ground or some of the conversations we've had in the past. Just where are your values? And this is kind of a two-part piece. We want to identify the values for criteria, and we'll come back later after Ben's able to say, this is how optimization works. And then ask you to kind of help us get your feedback, individual feedback about, then you can say, okay, now I understand what you're gonna do with all this. This is what I think is most important, which is least. So sorry, we have one online that was hand was up first, and then we'll go here. Yep, go ahead, Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, Mark, I don't think that the statute says we don't consider the factors for public health, welfare, and safety until we've dropped the groundwater 50 feet in all areas. I just don't think it says that. The 50-foot excessive decline is not one of the criteria for public health, welfare, and safety. So I think that's kind of apples to oranges. I don't think that 50-foot excessive decline marker sort of overrides the policy of the state on groundwater management or allocation. That's the first thing. The next thing is, I'm a little confused what we're doing here. Are we just trying to get the list correct here? Or are we trying to have everybody say their opinion on what's on the list? So I'm a little confused where we are in the agenda.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Lisa. So, and I'll kind of take us through the next steps, so you sort of see where we're going. We're trying to get the list right, just identify right. We're not adding value. We don't want to know what, we're not looking for a group preference. We need to know, just kind of get the list, not assigning, not ranking, not assigning anything to these yet. Then I'm gonna share a process by which you individually will be able to add value and say, this one's most important to me. And this is, and this is least important to me. And get your feedback on if you think that process, if you like it, if that's a good way to do it. Then each individual will then provide that feedback. We won't be looking for an average or, this is what most people think, because we know that there's a lot of different interests in the RAC. The interests aren't necessarily equally balanced, so we don't want to aggregate this in a way that indicates that this is the RAC's preference, right? That's not the role of a rules advisory committee. But right now, it's kind of a multi-step process. We just want to know if we're missing anything.
Okay, because I would say that's helpful. Thank you. I would say like on adaptive management, like I would need a lot more information about what people think that means. I mean, I think before I would be able to give it any ranking, off ramps and things like that. I mean, without knowing more, I would just not support it. But if it was done in the right way, it might be a good thing. So, some of those, I think it's going to be hard to rank without knowing what intentions are for the different criteria. So I just throw out that caution, I guess.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that makes sense. And we weren't anticipating that we're going to put a hard definition on each one of these, certainly not right now. It's really just for kind of a broader value judgment, but that's good feedback. Okay, one over here.
Forgive me if this is a somewhat redundant question that you all have dealt with when I wasn't in the room, but I've never seen the slide that indicates that. The phrase adaptive management means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So unless there's a common understanding about what that means, then we have to work at that before we dare stick it in the criteria. And in other contexts, and I'll even mention where my experience comes from, that public lands grazing, the concept of adaptive management can be diametrically opposed things in a row. And I'm afraid of that phrase.
Yes.
I agree with Julie and I agree with Mark, that a definition for adaptive management needs to be agreed on. But I think in this group, it's become very apparent that adaptive management is very important. And I think putting it somewhere like within the timelines to achieving groundwater level trends to include adaptive management, it's important to include it in the criteria because it's very important to this group. And at this point in time, I think if we just include it here, we can define it as we move through the rest of the process.
Here's a thought I just had as we're looking through this. So a lot of these criteria are, we're talking about the impact to X. Our fourth one there, where we say timeline to achieve groundwater level trends, isn't implying a short timeline or a long timeline. So maybe that's a tough one to really call, let's say that's important to me, because there's always gonna be a timeline, right? So maybe we didn't think through exactly how we wrote that. If that was something to the effect of flexible timelines to achieve groundwater level trends, would that capture the kind of, I guess, the spirit of adaptive management for folks without, kind of pinning ourselves on some verbiage?
It's gonna be tough, Brian. It's gonna be tough to try to make sure that the community feels that adaptive management could go either way. People set rules. It's also gonna be tough to balance that with certainty for planning. It's just, it'd be a very tough conversation.
Yeah.
And then when you wave over regulatory with a contested case or with PTW, I don't know how you get there. I don't. So no matter you say flexibility or longer or shorter timelines, I don't know if the process through the regulatory process is set up to do it. Like Tim said, if you're not achieving quick enough with what was done in a contested case, you gotta go back through a contested case in order to ratchet up those things. And that's a 7-year process, maybe less, maybe it's a 4-year process, but it's another legal process that the state has to do. I don't know how you get there.
Yep, and that, I think it's an excellent point, and I think we, in some sense, we could probably have some of those conversations about each one of these. But if we have an indication that that's really important, then maybe, maybe that kind of pushes us to figure that out. And that's what we're trying to achieve. Lisa, hand up.
Yeah, I would just strongly disagree that adaptive management means like lengthening timelines to arresting declines or something like that, or creating flexibility in how you meet standards. To me, adaptive management means we've got the standards and we're going to see how we're doing in meeting them. And then we're going to have some specified, way to make sure we meet them. It's not about like not meeting the standards or lengthening the time to meet the standards. So, if anything at this point, because I don't think we want to eat up the whole agenda on this, where maybe we could put adaptive management as a criteria, but then put in brackets, no agreement yet on definition or something like that, or needs to, something like that. Because I think we do, like from this conversation, I think we do have really different ideas of what that would mean in action. And so that, that should just be recorded, I guess.
Mark,
Last comment for me, on this one. We went back and forth multiple RAC sessions on whether triggers or if-then statements could be put in rules. The department at one time said they could, another time said they couldn't. Do we have an idea whether we can put if-thens or triggers in rules? Because If not, I don't. It's tough to adapt to the hamburger.
So our understanding of what's allowed has not changed in that we do not believe we can do it. And if this happens, then the PTW will be X, right? Because we have to have substantial evidence in the rulemaking, in the record of the department, which is the rulemaking record, for the imposition of restrictions on groundwater use. So in order for a rule to have an if-then statement, we would have to have the information in the record from the rulemaking that says that this thing is going to happen and we have substantial evidence that it's going to happen and therefore the PTW should increase or decrease, right? That's the problem that we see with an if-then statement related to PTW. Can we have if-thens for other items? I think so. And can we have if-thens that allow us to back off of the PTW number? Yes, I think so. But it's the imposition, the way in which the statute is written that says we must have, in order to impose restrictions on use, we must have substantial evidence in the rulemaking record or in the record of the department for that imposition. And that is the challenge there that we have identified. And that's our interpretation of it.
Be nice to understand those ones you said, maybe we think. If when we present rules that we have determination that, no, we couldn't, that's not why they're here. Sure, yes, we could, that's why they're here.
Yep, absolutely. But we can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna propose something and then I want to go to show you how we would go about adding weight to these, because I think we're gonna capture the timelines issue on the next slide. So I'm gonna propose we replace timelines with adaptive management. And then when we look at it and just kind of stick hold with that thought, and then I want to show you something else and then show you how I think we'll capture your feedback on timelines in another way. Yeah, you could share it. Well, or this one, no, this one. Yeah. Okay, so.
Make sure, online, can you guys see that?
In the room, can we see that?
It's gonna be kind of hard. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and pass these out now.
Okay.
You'll see what we're talking about. So we'll pass something out here, but let's go to the slider first. So I can show those items.
Can you guys online see the Excel table?
You can center this and blow it up, and then everyone here can see it.
Yeah, one second, I'm gonna check to see. Okay.
Can you explain the last name? BOS. Oh.
You got me this time.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you have in front of you here in a minute. We looked at those criteria, and I'll talk about a way that we can add value to those criteria in a second, and that's what's in front of you. You'll also see in front of you this table here. So some of these timeline issues, this timeline conversation we talked about, I feel like is captured in this table. And so this would be another way that you're gonna be able to provide feedback to OWRD to understand what your preferences are, so that we can understand that when we start looking at the optimization and turning dials. So the way you would participate in this is you got these boxes in the middle. If you were to shade the box in the center, you're indicating that you're neutral, you don't, it doesn't matter to you. Which one is, if you don't have a preference one way or the other to what's on the left or the right. Or you shade all the way to the left, that means this is one I'm all the way in on, or. The one that's 2/3 of the way there says I got a medium preference towards this, but not a strong preference. So here's where we're maybe trying to get at some of these. So we have 6 areas versus 15 sub areas. And then we have 20-year phase of reductions versus immediate phase in reduction. Start in 10 years, start next year. 30-year timeline to achieve stabilization, 10-year timeline to achieve stabilization. So it's trying to put bookends on these and get your feedback as to where you are on it. So some of this timeline stuff, I think we're capturing here. But initial thoughts, reaction to
We have
this.
Lisa has her hand up.
Okay, Lisa had her hand up and Mark. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, I was just about to type in the chat. I can't wait till he finishes this graph or this table. But I thought you said right before you took the criteria slide down that we would replace the timeline criteria with adaptive management. Did I hear that right?
Correct, yeah.
I would not support that at all. I mean, I think the timelines are super important criteria. And if people want to add, if we want to add sort of a place marker for adaptive management, I think that's fine. But I would just strongly oppose removing the timelines from our criteria. So that was just trying to get my hand up there fast enough, but I guess I didn't, so.
Okay, well, no, so that's. Let's let's come back to that in a second. I think that's a good comment and I want to dig into that a little bit so that we're defining the timeline the same way. But I'm gonna put a pin in that, and because when I show you the other process, I think that'll help. So, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
2 things. One, I thought we voted down ranked choice voting. Secondly, what is it? I mean, to me, it'd be good to go through the model results. Because we modeled a lot of these before I ranked them, because it's all a balance.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, sorry, all right. Let me go back to the agenda real quick.
All right, sorry.
What we want to dial in is a process right now.
Okay.
And then this afternoon, we're gonna ask you to do this.
Okay.
And we may have to modify this document over lunch so that we can then have it for you to review after lunch.
I can get something set up for you, Tim. I'll get it to you at lunch.
I think we've got somebody in the back that can do it. We have people too.
Yep, so yeah, we want to know if we have a process in place and these defined the way you like it without knowing necessarily yet, because we really just want to know, these are our measurement tools and then we'll look at it later. Anybody, I guess, and I'll come back to Lisa's comment because there's 2 different ways we want to do this. Looking at that though, does that?
Let me explain what this is. We'll put this one more time.
Yeah, did everyone understand what I explained and how we utilize these? How you would indicate, if your preference is a 30-year timeline over a 10-year, and you strongly feel that way, you put a check or a shade in this box. If 10-year, or if you kind of feel like that, yeah, that's my preference, but I'm not it's not that important, put it here. If you're neutral on it, if you don't think it's important, you'd shade the box in the middle. And then the same go in the other direction. And these would all just be individual results so that we can look at those and say, okay, this is what different people think about this, and this is how we're gonna consider, and then have that conversation about how you turn the dials in December. And I'll come back to the criteria in a minute. Ben?
Might just suggest on the first of those, the spectrum on the number of sub areas. The left side says right now 6 sub areas. Really, we've also considered the 1 sub area, the entire give GAC as an option. So I might say that lower extreme is really just 1 sub area, and you'd be interested in knowing where do your preferences land on that spectrum between 1 and 15.
Yeah, and then if you hit in the middle
Could be 6.
could be 6.
Yeah.
One more comment, Frank.
Yep.
So I hope it's relayed to the commission by the department that the site workers set. We had the range to pick from 30 to 10. We had the range from pick from 1 to 10. Not saying that we wanted it faster or slower, but you set the box that we had to fit.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding part of it here, but I thought in looking at the modeling, the, all those scenarios took out, went to 60 years to, be achieving what we're after, and that just doesn't seem like an option here. So it looks like stabilization is either 10 or 30, and
It limits it in, to my thing, to like 3 mile roads. But
okay, I mean, so I guess the proposal there is you put 60 at the end, and then 30 would be in the middle. Yeah. Any,
is it 30 year to keep stabilization was only brought up in 2 model runs then? 30 years for stabilization was only brought up in 2 model runs?
We did not ever set a time period to achieve stabilization.
No, but the results show that stabilization only occurred in 30 years within a small
It'll-
subset of model runs.
It only occurs within one.
So what you're doing is, that's a tough choice for you. Sideboards are tough. The sideboard's focusing on one model run, no matter what perspective you put into it. At this point, I won't fill it out.
Okay.
I mean, I know that's probably counterintuitive, because those that want to 10 to 30 year will fill it out, but the sideboard's here for 30 to 10, focuses on one model run.
is there any issue if we put 60 on there? What is that? Knowing that 30 is the middle.
I don't see an issue with putting that on there. The goal here is to capture feedback. That's what we're, yeah. Yeah, I think we should probably go ahead and throw it on there. That's the feedback we're getting.
Okay. So we'll put one sub area and 60-year timeline. Lisa,
Yeah, I think you should just add the 60 as its own new line, 60 versus 10 or something, and people can weigh in on whether they think 60 years is appropriate, but I wouldn't muddle the 10 versus 30 with that. I think you might need some headers on the 5 columns so people understand what those are. I mean, it's not, yeah.
are you suggesting we have a 30 and a 10 and then another line with a 60 and a 10?
Yeah, I don't think you want to muddle up the 10 versus 30 with a 60. I think think that's an important data point on its own. What do people think about 60 years?
Okay, I guess we could do that. It wouldn't hurt anything. I'm just guessing we won't get input on that, on the 30 to 10 from some folks.
Correct.
We'll skip it.
It'll look different, the results won't be, but I disagree.
Yeah, I guess what we're trying to do is just give the bookends, the range, right? And then you can indicate, if a 30 is a preference, that would land in the middle. Is that acceptable, Lisa? In your mind?
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I don't know why you have 20 versus immediate. Then you have 10 versus start next year, which sounds immediate, I guess. But is that what immediate means? Or is that different?
Now, try.
Yeah, Ben's got it. Okay, go ahead.
Lisa, this is Ben. There are 3 time frames that we're talking about here. One is, when should curtailments begin? And that's this one that says start in 10 years versus start next year.
Yeah.
The second time frame we're talking about is, how long should the curtailments be phased in over? So once you begin, do you reduce that pumpage over, just that? Do you immediately go to the full implementation of PTW, or do you phase it in over 5, 10, up to 20 years? That's the first one we're asking here. 20-year phase-in of reductions to immediate phase-in of reductions. The third time frame that we're asking about is, when are we seeking to achieve stability, water level rates hitting 0 feet per year, year on year. And that's the third one here that we proposed in this trade-off list based on what we heard so far as something between 30 years and 10 years. And we're hearing from some RAC members a preference to extend the longest timeline for accepting achievement of stability out from 30 years to 60 years.
So that's a great explanation. I do understand all that. I'm just, you use different language in lines or cells 2 and 3 on the far right, which I think mean the same thing, and I'm just trying to verify.
Should start next year, just stay.
Is an immediate phase in of reductions, is that the same as start next year?
No, that's once you begin, fully implement them in the same year that you begin implementing them.
Oh, okay, so it's immediate.
I see why that is.
Immediate full phase in. It's not
Yeah.
starting the phase in, it's an immediate full phase in of reductions. Versus
Yeah.
starting to gradually phase in the next year.
Yeah, we shouldn't have
Okay.
used the term phase in there. We should have said immediate implementation of reductions.
Okay, that's, I understand now, thank you. This is why you don't want a lawyer on your rack.
No, this is good. This is why we want to have this conversation. We want to make these changes.
I guess the option there you would say is the same 20-year phase in, but remodeling is done with the 30-year phase in.
We've modeled two different timelines, immediate and 30-year.
Right.
And we will present results that show other timelines as well, and the impact of timeline on, right?
Yeah.
The impact of timeline on water levels. So when we get to results, we're gonna talk more about this and how the different dials affect outcomes.
Okay.
Is your question, why do we have 20 in there then?
Instead of 30, they've been modeled.
Yeah, I guess I feel like, gosh, I've looked over these models and now you're asking me to prioritize something that wasn't modeled.
So sure, we can expand that out to 30 years to match with what we have. That's fine. The goal here is to capture feedback.
Not an option.
All right, thank you for settling down one, Brian.
No, I'm not an auctioneer, we're not doing. Okay, so we're gonna make some changes. One sub area, so looking down the left column, one sub area, 30-year phase in. And 60-year timeline to achieve stabilization, and then we'll change immediate phase in reductions to immediate implementation of reduction. Mark.
Sorry, so you got a 1 to 15, what does the middle mean? I mean, if you had a 1 sub area to a 15 sub area, what does P mean? What does O mean?
What is P, what is O?
Those are columns, yeah.
Oh,
So I think we should add a line that is 1 versus 15. We have a 6 versus 15, and then we have a 1 versus 6 and a 6 versus 15.
And then we only model 2 or 3 different.
We only modeled 3 different sub-area boundaries. So.
Wisdom and rankum.
So you say, so we had multiple rows of 1 to 15,
I-
a 6 to 15.
I think we should simply split this one off onto its own and have 1, 6, and 15, and you pick which one, like you circle which one you want.
Okay, I see what
1
you
to 3.
Yeah,
we got a multiple choice on that.
Otherwise, I'm gonna pick Q and ask Dark to do a 13 sub area approach and have that model.
Got it. All right, that makes sense. So we'll change that to three choices, multiple choice. 1, 6, or 15. Okay. Let's go back now. Let's scroll up on our screen and now go. Yeah, go up to the description here. I want to go to this example. So if you can, let me be able to snap right there. Okay. So I want to describe what I'm proposing here on how we evaluate the criteria.
This one more complex or less complex?
It's more complex.
More complex, but I know you can do this. It is not that hard. All right, so you guys just, if you zero in with it for a second, you'll get this. Okay. What we will have is this chart. You'll see it there, and it lists the criteria that we proposed at the beginning, but we'll change this based on any conversation we have here today. And what this does is it's a process that's called the pairwise comparison, but don't worry about what it's called. It's a way of adding value to these criteria, all right? For you to tell us, this one's the most important to me, this one's the least important to me. Now, I know you might say, well, why don't we just rank them one through six then? Well, because we could do that, but what that doesn't tell us is how much more important one is. We don't know that one is far and away your favorite and the rest just don't matter. As far as we know, one is the most important and two is a close second. This allows you to actually say, this is truly the most important, this one is truly the least important. And the way the process works is you'll have the criteria listed down the left, and at the angle where it says A, B, and C with the arrows, and then across the top. And you ask yourself the question, is criteria A more important to me than criteria B, or is B more important to me than criteria A? Say, okay, I think to me A is. Great, put an A in. And then you ask yourself a second question. Is it a lot more important? Is it a little bit more important, or a medium amount important, or is it a little bit more important? And you rank that 3, 2, or 1. That's as difficult as it is. And the way this little chart is created, you compare each criteria against another criteria once each time. And what that does is then what we do is we then total up. I have the number 8, we total up the numbers after that letter. And it tells us that if that was a major, like if you got 20 points all on criteria A and criteria B has 2, we know that's really more important to you than the rest.
You're gonna have to start again.
Me too, I don't get it at all.
Okay, is anybody else confused?
Does anybody else understand?
You get it?
Help us?
So I don't get it, so do an example.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's go down to, take a look at the sheet in front of you. And let's scroll down on the screen. All right, here's the criteria. These are the original criteria we looked at. We'll adjust this based on what we talked about. If I'm taking this, if I have this in front of me, I'm gonna ask myself, okay, impact to domestic wells or impact to natural groundwater discharge? What's more important to me? Well, in my opinion, impact to natural groundwater discharge is more important. Okay, then I'm gonna put a B in the box. B is more important to me.
I'm trying to help, but then I'm not helping.
All right. Yeah, don't worry about it. So you're right at B. Now I ask myself a second question. Is that a lot more important to me? Do I have a major preference for the impact of natural groundwater discharge over domestic wells? Do I have a medium preference over that? Or is it just a little bit? If it's a major preference for that one, you put a 3. If it's a medium preference, you put a 2. If it's just a little bit, you put a 1. And that's it. It's just your gut reaction. Move on. Next one. Is impact of domestic wells compared to impact of small business and the economy? Which one's more important to me? Well, in my opinion, the impact of small business economy is way more important than impact of domestic wells. So I'm gonna put a C. That's what this corresponds with. And I'm gonna put a 3 because it is way more important to me. And then let's say as you go through this, impact of small business economy is far away to you, the most important one here. Well, you're gonna put a C3 every time you compare that to the other options. We're gonna total those numbers up, and instead of it just saying, I ranked that number 1, it's gonna show that as number 1 has most of the points, and therefore it's really important. Make sense?
Yeah, right. I got it now. I was a little slow, but I got it now.
So you need a letter and a number in each box.
Letter number in each box.
Right.
If this whole thing shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Really, you just kind of, all right, what do I think? Write it down. You know, you don't need to put a lot of time in it. What we'll do is we'll give you this worksheet. We'll update this worksheet. We'll take all these back, give you a new one. And we'll ask you to fill that out and fill out on the back, the slider scale that we looked at earlier. And we'll do all that after we've looked at the optimization, how scenarios get optimized and the results.
Are the department employees gonna fill this out also for?
We could, but we by ourselves do not make the department, like, we don't.
That's why I said the department employees that are here, would they fill it out?
We can if you'd like us to. Right?
Yeah, sure we can.
But this advisory committee is representative of the interest of the community. That's what we want, or the broader interest of the officer. That's what we want to know. That's the input we need. All right, so all that being said, the reason why at this point, after our conversation, I struggle with timelines to achieve groundwater level trends is because that's not indicating if I have a preference for a long timeline or a short timeline. It's just saying a timeline. So that it's really hard then, I feel like, for you to say, well, timeline's more important to me than, creating a room for voluntary agreements, because what kind of a time, right? I mean, I'm calling ourselves out here. We kind of didn't write that very well. If we sub in adaptive management without a definite, just saying.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help?
Here says timeliness too, not timelines. So
Right, the timeliness to me would be quicker.
Okay, all right, you're right. I didn't even look at it correctly. Okay, so I guess it does have an input, it implied quicker.
Pretty big.
But it's
So-
big.
Can we just add an extra row or column, row and column, that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
We can have shorter timelines to achieve the goal and longer timeline to achieve the goal.
Yes, or I guess when we now scroll down, Kelly. And look at the table. See, the table is designed to get at some of the input that we aren't able to get at in the criteria. So that's where I'm thinking, we are getting a lot of timeline input right here.
Sure.
That's why I'm saying maybe we can take that out of up there. And replace it with adaptive management as a value criteria. Because we don't have that captured here. Timelines, timeliness, fast or slow, we're getting that down here. Everybody tracking with me?
Yeah, I'm tracking with you.
So Lisa, just come back to your question, your comment about that. I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to, that's what I don't want to be duplicative, right? I don't want to hammer on timelines in multiple places. I feel like we're doing that, we're answering the timeline, we're getting that timeline input on this chart. Therefore, we could remove it from above.
I guess, I mean,
We're still-
I don't know, sorry, I didn't put my hand up. I don't know how you're gonna use this, but it wouldn't then give you the ranking of it. It would give you a sense of where people feel comfortable on the timeline, but it doesn't give you, that kind of ranking thing that you're trying to do. So I don't know whether that solves your issue or not. I mean, timeliness to achieving stable groundwater levels seems pretty clear, actually, to me.
As long as we read it as timeliness as
Yeah.
opposed to timelines.
Yeah, I guess that's also my mistake again. Thinking that one's tripping me up. Go ahead.
So just an honest question, don't take it wrong. So is this Rubik's designed to be used to support the department's positions? Or is this Rubik's designed to have the department figure out what management scenario they want to do?
This is to help us get your individual feedback on the importance of each one of these in a way that isn't a 5-hour conversation where we go around the room and each person says what they think. So and then it's gonna be used to inform our decision-making as we move forward, yes.
And it's a way to capture it, quantify it in a way that we have numbers to attach to it, and that gets moved on to the commission.
For instance, if you also, if everybody says strictly following prior appropriation is the absolute most important thing here,
that's gonna have an impact on how we, like, which sub-area boundaries we pick, right? Like,
So if you pick the sub boundaries, why are we picking them? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that we're working at this a little backwards. I feel like, you know, some of those things have to be decided before you could ever fill out a questionnaire like this. You know, where are the sub boundaries?
so we've got 3 maps that have been proposed, right? The
Right.
Gib-Gak, the 6.
Right? And
And
don't you
so,
think as a group, we should determine which one, you know, based on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like,
I think what we need to do, Andy, is we need to talk through the results, and that will help you better understand the scenario, like the results and how these things are actually trade-offs in designing management scenarios. That's honestly what I think at this point. Like, I think we can go round and round and round on this, but what we need to do is talk through results, and I think it'll all start to like become clear.
because I think what's gonna happen is if we don't use a prior appropriation, it's all gonna turn into litigation anyway, nothing's gonna get done. Would you agree? You've been at this a lot longer than me.
So
I mean, I think
The
it's the number
department's-
one factor.
we'll just say the department's history with critical groundwater areas has always ended in litigation. No critical area has gone through without litigation. It's a very contentious subject.
Right.
We're talking about curtailing groundwater use. So I don't,
Well, and I understand that, but if you took the prior appropriation out of the equation. I mean.
so we're never taking prior appropriation out of the equation. It's simply how much are we willing to accept? Like, by drawing smaller sub-area boundaries, you're creating more opportunities for situations where a senior gets shut off and a junior gets to pump because they're in different sub-areas. And so,
And then that turns into litigation, then nobody accomplishes what we've all said in here for 13 meetings to accomplish. I mean, that's how I see it.
and that's fair feedback, and I would say that I don't think that should limit us from moving forward with this process. Because it's likely litigation is gonna happen no matter what we do. And we have to go through a contested case process no matter what, so it has to go to an administrative law judge. So I think we should move on to results, that's what I think. Like,
No, I think we're right on time. I just wanted, so scrolling back up to, or looking at your worksheet, what I'm hearing is we keep timeliness on there and we add adaptive management. Okay. All right, so you can pass these in. We want to throw them away so we don't get them mixed up with the final. So. Okay, moving on to modeling results. Okay, so we're gonna turn over to Dark here in a moment. Oh, okay, Jim, goal here is build a shared understanding of the results from the 5 modeled scenarios. Reminder, we came away from our last meeting with our 5 scenarios. Now the modeling has occurred. We're gonna explore how management elements impact the results. So this is just an inform phase. We're just sharing the results. We'll have more discussion later about how they get optimized.
so you've all got a giant packet of slides in front of you. This is so, like last time, we can look through each of the figures, the slides, you can have it close up in front of you, and hopefully that helps with reviewing the modeling results. I want to call out that we did add a slide, and it is printed out in black and white, and it should be at the bottom of your packet. And this is the B, C, and D scenario reductions by sub-area, so that you can see what the actual reductions were for each of those scenarios. So I want to lay out an agenda here, just so we're all on the same page. We've got a summary of model inputs. That's gonna be 4 slides. It's pretty straightforward. Actually, it's 5 slides now. Results from the scenarios A through E is gonna be 20 slides. That's what I'm gonna talk through. Then I'm gonna turn it over to Dark, and he's gonna talk about the comparison of scenario results. That's another 20 slides. And we're gonna go through a lot of different pieces of information like we did last time. So talking about inputs, we've got our management scenarios. So, you know, it might be worth it to tear this slide out or tear this out of your deck, because you can, so that you can easily reference it as we go through, because we're gonna refer to the management scenarios by their letter going forward. So scenario A, B, C, D, and E. As a reminder, scenario A and E were proposed by the department, and we received a bunch of feedback from you all on those scenarios. Scenario A uses 15 subareas. Scenarios B, C, and D uses 6 subareas, and scenario E uses 1 subarea. That is the entire give gap. And then how much pumping reductions are done? Scenario A, we had released those in a previous RAC meeting. I don't have the specifics here for you to look at, but we'll have what the basin-wide cut is in a later slide. B, C, and D, we've got the separate handout that shows you exactly what the curtailment was by subarea. And then E was reductions to 1990 pumpage levels. So we went back to the groundwater study where pumpage was estimated for 1990. We grabbed that number, and that's what we used to implement PTW across the entirety of the give GAC. As a reminder, the give GAC is the Greater Harding Valley groundwater area of concern, and there's a map of it on the next slide. And then for a start time, to simplify things, we started curtailment in 2030 in the model across the board, all scenarios. Scenarios B and C had a phased timeline over 30 years. So curtailment is implemented linearly across 30 years, starting in 2030. So that means the first curtailment happens in the model in 2030, and the last curtailment happens essentially in 2059 or 2060. So 30 years later, we get done with curtailment, and now we're at the maximum amount of curtailment that's going to happen in the basin. So those were the management scenarios we talked through at last RAC and came up with. So if you go to the next slide, we've got model inputs, the where, well, we've got this handout. And then if we go to the next slide, we're on maps. So we'll talk through the maps really quickly. Here's on the left, scenario A is the 15 subareas. Each subarea is highlighted in a different color. If we go to the next map on the right, to the right, it's the 6 subareas that was used for B, C, and D. The boundaries of the 6 subareas are in dark black. And the 15 subareas is overlain or is underlain so that you can see how the 6 subareas compare to the 15. And then the map on the farthest right is the give GAC boundary. And that is essentially the same boundary that exists around the outside of the subareas for A and B, C, and D. So that's the where. That's where we're actually implementing reductions in use. So if we go to the next slide, we'll jump into the how much and the when. So on the right here, we have a table of how much. So this is a percentage reduction from 2018 basin-wide pumpage. And you can see that there's different percentages there for each of the different scenarios. So this is aggregated at the basin scale. And when I say the basin, I really mean that outer give GAC boundary that we talked about. And these numbers are, as I said, normalized to the basin-wide scale. So you can see that scenario A implements less curtailment than scenario B. Scenario B implements less curtailment than scenario C. D is less than C, and E is the most at 59% total basin-wide curtailment. Yeah, Mark.
Scenario A went from 22 to 23% previously to 19%. Why is that?
I think I miscalculated the numbers at last presentation.
Okay, and that all those, yeah, never mind. That's my question.
So the scenario run didn't change for A, other than we changed the start date to 2030 instead of 2026. but the total curtailments didn't change.
Right, just the percentage.
The percentage was messed up by me.
Oh, it's okay. And then, does this take into account any of the permit conditions that we talked about previously?
We were not able to include permit condition regulation in this.
So one would assume that all those numbers are a couple points higher once you've implemented permit conditions.
So remember that this is the permissible total withdrawal. So this is the amount of pumpage that can be allowed. So in A, we're talking about, this is a 19% reduction from 2018. But at the end of the day, it's a value that can be pumped in that area, right? So I would have to go back and look at the numbers. But on the left-hand side of this graph here, we have allocated pumpage in acre feet per year. So to simplify things, if we look at the purple line, E, the curtailment goes down to, that's like 58,000 acre feet per year, right? So that's how much can be pumped. That 58,000 number doesn't change with the implementation of permit decline condition enforcement. 58,000 stays the same. That's the amount that can be pumped across the basin. It's just who can pump it changes based on permit condition regulation, right? So if a permit condition has been tripped and that right is no longer able to pump, then they wouldn't get to pump any of the 58,000. That would be available for other permits to
So
use.
you're not changing the total bucket of water that's available even when you implement permit conditions.
Correct. Because the total
I
amount of water is what's gonna achieve the goal, right? So we've got on the right, the table that shows you how the scenarios compare in total reduction from 2018 pumpage. On the left, we've got a graph of how that pumpage reduction is implemented. And you can see scenarios A, D, and E, the blue, the red, and the purple all implement that reduction immediately and fully in 2030. And you can see that B and C, the yellow and the green lines, while they have different amounts of total curtailment, they follow the same 30-year timeline for reduction. So we see the line decline at a steady rate until it reaches just before 2060. And that's when we've achieved the maximum amount of reduction. And then reductions are held at that level all the way through the end of the model scenario. And just shy of 2100 is the end of our model scenario. So that's the how much and the when. If we go to the next slide, the model layers, just want to remind everybody that there's many model layers here. We talked about this last time, and today we're going to be reviewing information from a variety of different layers. Although a lot of it is going to be layer 2 again, and we're going to show how layer 2 is very representative of conditions across the basin and changes how water level trends change across the basin. So, Kelly, we got a question online about the slides being available in a PDF format. Can we post the link to that? Yeah, great, thank you. So let's jump into results. So next slide is
Can we pause real quick so I can post it online before we keep going?
sure.
Yeah.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
Okay, it is now on chat for everyone online.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah.
So we jump to the next slide. Here's the scenario A summary. It's 15 sub areas, 19% basin-wide reduction from 2018 pumpage. That is wrong. It's focused in 15 sub areas. Allocation, it's allocated by priority date, and then the reductions are fully implemented in 2030. Yeah.
One, I don't think it's wrong because you're only doing the reduction in the 6 others, not the 15.
Yeah, you're right. Smart. Thank you.
Allocated by priority date. So let me make sure I'm understanding this. You would take every water right that was out there, regardless of priority date, and their maximum duty they could use is what they were using in 2018.
No,
Okay, so you're gonna give them the full 3 acre feet?
no.
Okay, and I'm confused, or tell me how you're doing.
Yep, so we, in the model, in the building of the model, pumpage was estimated for each well. And that pumpage estimation comes from the work done in the groundwater study to estimate total basin water use. So each well then has a pumpage value, for 2018, for how much was being pumped. So what we did was we took the lesser of 2018 model pumpage or the water right. So if the total amount of water being pumped out of a well was greater than the total sum of water rights associated with that, then we would reduce that well's pumpage to the actual water right duties. If 2018 was less than the water rights, we use the 2018 value for that.
So, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go down a rabbit trail.
Okay.
That's hard for me.
I would disagree. It's not a rabbit hole, it's a gopher hole.
Okay, fair enough.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if the farmer has a pivot off the 1 year, not year that his well data was used, how does that come into play? He had no pumpage.
Sure, that is a confounding factor here. As we saw, the 2018 pumpage was very close to the maximum amount of pumpage that had ever been pumped in the basin. And so while it would spatially mess up the numbers a little bit, we believe the impact of that is minimal on the whole.
Minimum impact of total PTW, but if you're gonna reduce to that actual well to that usage, and it wasn't on, it's 100% reduction for that well. For that water right.
Correct.
Miles the guy with 1 pivot.
There was an area in 2018 because the pump went down, it's not gonna be done.
No, this isn't how we're allocated. So let's decouple like what's actually happening to a user versus what we're trying to model here, right? So we're not talking about like how we're gonna actually allocate water at the end of the day, right? That hasn't been discussed. What we're talking about is how we allocated pumpage in the model so that we can start to understand what happens to water levels, right? So if you didn't pump in 2018, I'm not saying you're gonna get shut off today. That's not what I'm saying. We haven't talked about how that allocation method actually works in the rules. We haven't gotten there. For the sake of this, though, if you weren't pumping in 2018 and that was captured in the model that you weren't pumping in 2018, that well isn't gonna pump in the model. And so we won't be able to assess the impacts of that well actually pumping in these scenarios. But we'll get close because the total amount of pumpage is still distributed across these same spatial extents.
So that's good. Yeah, that was going completely different path. So I mean, instead of allocated by priority date, PTW was figured by 2018 pumpage.
Sure, we can say that.
But for the results of the map, you actually went to priority date to see what the map would do.
Correct. So the goal was to understand how priority. The goal was to help us understand the distribution of water rights by seniority as well, right?
Yeah.
So as we shut off juniors, does it have a disproportionate impact on one area or another?
So I'm going to make an argument now that I made in the past with a spreadsheet about a year ago. If you don't tell us how you're going to allocate that 19% is not a true and accurate number. Because if you give the most senior water right for 3 acre feet, and we know they're not using the full 3 acre feet, there's gonna be a lot more shut off. Bottom. So in order for us to fill out the rubric at the end, kind of need to know that. Because I mean, the difference in the whole basin with what PTW was to paper water right was like a 60% reduction, not a 19.
Right.
So unless I understand that, I'm gonna have a real hard time filling out that Rubin.
So what we have said is that our intent is to allocate based on priority date and historical beneficial use. So we're gonna take both into account. And when we look at historical beneficial use, Jason, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, we are not gonna look at 2018 alone. Historical beneficial use is going to be multiple years.
Let's have a rolling average. there.
And I assume that we would not even use 2018 and older, we would use historical beneficial use based on a more recent time frame.
Maybe you think for us to discuss it and move forward. Okay.
Absolutely, and I think next RAC, we can have a more in-depth conversation on it.
Say to penalize those that have been trying to be more efficient in the last 4 years.
For sure. All right, so let's go to the next slide, and let's dive into some actual maps and results. So here we got scenario A, we're talking about layer 2 rate of change. So we've seen a lot of these results previously, we looked at them last time. Here we've got 3 maps, we've got layer 2 after 0 years, so this is basically like, what is the rate of decline before we start doing anything? The middle map is layer 2 after 10 years, so this is, we fully implemented the reductions in 2030, 10 years later is 2040. What are water level trends doing there? And then the map on the right is after 20 years. We've got a color gradiated scale that goes from blue, darkest blue at the top, which is recovery or an increase in water levels of 3 feet per year. White is in the middle, and that's 0. That basically means there's no change in water level year over year. And then darkest red is -3 feet per year, so that is declining. And as we can see, as we go from left to from 0 years to 10 years, as we saw previously, that cone of depression in the Weaver Springs area starts to fill back in. So we have recovering water levels in that specific area. But on the basin as a whole, we have continued declines. And as we've talked about in previous discussions around these results, the exterior borders of the GIVGAC are blue because those are recharge areas, and that's where new water is coming into the system. And so we don't want to spend any time really focusing on that. We want to look more at the core area of, of the basin. So after 20 years, we see that rates of decline, the red goes from a slightly darker red to a slightly less dark red, right? So we're moving towards a rate of decline that is closer to 0 in most of the basin. And the same thing happens with that Weaver Springs cone of depression. Whereas the center of it was extremely blue in the 10 years, now at 20 years, it is much less blue. So that cone of depression spilling back in is getting closer to filled in. So the rate of change is slowing down because the hydraulic gradient is lower as that cone fills back in. So if we go to the next slide, we then have 30, 40, and 60 years. And so we can see what happens. We can see what happens over that time frame. There you go. And so we see that same trend continue where the blues become closer to white and the reds become closer to white. And so we have equilibration happening in the basin. But under this scenario, after 60 years, we still don't see all areas of the basin achieving a white status or 0 decline across the basin.
So white means if it's 0 decline in any of the.
I believe that white is 0 in all of our maps, yep. So we go on to the next slide. We're now gonna look at the difference in layers, and the goal here is to compare layers in the model and what trend is happening. So you saw what the trend was at, at 30 years in layer 2, and that's what this map on the right is. And we've got layer 1 after 30 years. on the left. And you can see that they're basically identical. So as we talk about the different layers in the model, what we're trying to demonstrate here is that layer 2 is extremely representative of model results. If we flip to the next slide, you'll see we've got layer 3 and layer 4 rates of change after 30 years. And those maps, again, look extremely similar to layer 2. And if we go to the next slide, we look at layers 5 and layer 6, we start to see the areas of red expand a little and blur, and the area of blue expand a little and blur. But for the most part, layer 2 is still extremely representative of what's going on in the 6 layers of in the top 6 layers of the model. If we go on to layer 7 and layer 8, again, we see the same sort of trends. And then layer 9 and layer 10, we start to get away from, we get away from pumpage, because we're now talking about being, 1,000+ feet below land surface or more in some areas. And we see the trends become more muted, but still, for the most part, the areas of red match up with layer 2 and the areas of blue match up with layer 2. And so we saw this in all of our scenarios, that layer 2 is really representative of results. And rather than have a slide deck that was an additional 50 or 60 slides long, we decided to focus on layer 2 so that we could simplify how much we have to look at as we go through this process. So next slide, let's start comparing scenario A with the USGS full pump scenario.
So how, I guess for context for the group, when we're talking layer 2, how deep are we going into the ground?
So layer 2, remember, layers 1 through 5 are each 100 feet thick. So layer 2 starts at 100 feet below land surface and goes to 200 feet below land surface. So that's where we're talking as we go across the basin. So this map, we're comparing scenario A with the USGS full pump scenario. And the USGS full pump scenario, as a reminder, was where USGS simulated pumpage in the basin at 2018 levels through 2100 with no changes. So recharge stays the same and pumpage stays the same, and we see what happens to water levels. So these two maps are comparing how different scenario A's water levels are from that USGS, I like to often refer to it as the do nothing scenario, because there's no changes in pumpage. And we can see that the color scale here again is blue is recovered water levels, or higher water levels in this case. It's not actually recovered. These are just higher than they would be in the USGS scenario. White is no change, and dark red would be lower water levels. And so, as we can see, by doing curtailment in scenario A, we have much higher water levels in the Weaver Springs area and a little bit of Dog Mountain, and we've got higher water levels in that northeast section of the basin around Crane and up towards like the North Harney, like Rock Creek area that we've talked about previously. And so that holds true after 30 years, and it holds true, even more true after 60 years. And so the implementation of reductions has impacts in those areas, but for much of the basin, it doesn't really result in higher water levels than if we essentially did nothing. And so it turns out if you focus pumpage reductions in 6 relatively small sub areas, you get response in those areas, but nowhere else. And that's what we've learned.
The hydrological term for that is?
Sorry?
And it's not nowhere else necessarily.
Yeah.
There's broad areas that do see that. benefit.
Right. Yeah. And also, it's a little bit challenging and misleading because the scale has to go from 0 to 100 to capture the big change in the Weaver Springs area because of how deep that cone of depression is. We're not able to see like a couple of feet of higher water level isn't visible in this map in the same way. And so we'll get to, as we get to comparisons, we'll start talking about some of that more granular detail. So if we go to the next slide, let's dive into scenario B. So this one was 6 sub areas, it's 22% basin-wide reduction from 2018. It's focused in the 3 sub areas if you want to see which 3 sub areas, you can pull out your separate cheat sheet. In this case, it's the Weaver Springs / Dog Mountain sub area, it's the Northeast / Crane sub area, and it's the Silver Creek sub area. And then we phase in reductions linearly. That means an equal amount of reduction each year over 30 years. And we start in 2030, just like all the other scenarios.
I'm gonna pause real quick. So Larissa asked some questions around scenario B. So one of your questions was the 3 sub areas. Is there anything else you need to clarify on B?
No, I was just asking what the percentages was, because it didn't say in what 3 areas, so this shows it, yeah,
Okay, all right,
thank you.
sure.
So if we go to the next slide, we'll look at the same set of maps as we did for scenario A. So we've got, the only difference is we've taken out 0, so we're just gonna focus on the years after reductions have been implemented. We're gonna look at 10, 30, and 60 years. Because we think those are representative, and we're trying to reduce the number of maps we have to look at and compare. So layer 2, after 10 years, we see that, remember, we're phasing in curtailment, so only 1/3 of the total curtailment has been implemented here. So that after 10 years, we see a little bit of recovering water level in the Weaver Springs area. We still see some pretty severe decline in the Weaver Springs area. We've got darker red there. And then across the basin, we see broad ongoing declines in the pink regions. And then up in the top right, up in that North Harney area, we've still got a pretty sharp cone of depression up there as we see ongoing rates of decline in that dot. When we move ahead to 30 years now, remember, we will have implemented the full amount of curtailment in this year. And so we see that Weaver Springs cone of depression continuing to fill in, and that those effects spreading out across that area. And we see the effects start to show up in the north east portion of the basin, but we still have, some pinkish areas there and some ongoing declines. And then when we get out to 60 years, it's really hard to see in print, but we've got, some areas of pink, some areas of, light blue. But for the most part, we're getting fairly close to 0. And again, as we get into the comparison, we'll get more into what the actual calculated trends are for each of these areas.
Questions?
Yeah.
So we talked about what levers, as we get to that, what levers, a lever that we could change in this scenario, Ben, would it be that we could, fully implement in 20 years? Would that be an easy lever to change to see what the mapping would do?
Sure. Yep. So next slide, we'll compare scenario B against scenario A. So what we're doing here is we set water levels in scenario A as the base, and then we evaluated the difference in water levels with scenario B. So here we see red means that water levels in scenario B are lower than water levels in scenario A, and blue means that water levels are higher in scenario B than in scenario A. So for the most part, water levels are lower in scenario B than in scenario A. However, after 60 years, and that's at 30 years, after 60 years, we see water levels being slightly higher in the Northeast in some areas than in scenario A. But we also have a couple of key points where water levels are lower in scenario B than in scenario A, right? So red means that water levels are deeper in this scenario than in the past one. And on the whole, across the basin, they're fairly close to the same. Because we see white for a good chunk of the basin at both 30 and 60 years. So if we jump on to the next slide, let's talk about results for scenario C. So scenario C is essentially an iteration of scenario B. It's very similar, but the key difference here is that the total percentage of reduction basin-wide is 37%, which is more than in scenario B. So if we go to the layer 2 rate of change slides. So we can see after 10, 30, and 60 years here in these maps, that we have a lot more blue than we had in scenario B. And remember that that is gonna be because our final target number is more total curtailment in the basin than in scenario B. And so for scenario C, we're talking about 37% as opposed to 22% in scenario B, right? So if I could do math in my head quickly, that's a 15%, like that's 15% more total curtailment. And so we see Weaver Springs Cone of Depression starts to rapidly fill in. We see after 30 years that we've changed from, and even at 10 years, we've changed from broad ongoing declines to about, I don't know, a half and half decline versus more stable water level trend. And after 60 years, we've gotten to a place where it looks like on the whole, water levels are zero or positive. And so again, we'll drill into the actual statistics later. But that's what it looks like spatially distributed. If we go to the next slide, we compare scenario C with B.
Pause real quickly to see if there's any questions. Going through this pretty quickly. Any questions? Are we at the point where we don't know what we don't know? That we're at, okay.
Well, I guess I have one, but it's more general to all of these. So this is all with the assumption that 2018 was a maximum use of water. And so in a sub area that's seeing more use since 2018, the reduction might actually be higher than what we see in these examples.
So remember that we're setting the total amount of pumpage that's allowed or that occurs, right? So if more use is happening in, say, 2023, more use happened than what was modeled in 2018. The percentage curtailment, yes, for that area would be bigger than what we're talking about here. That's the impact on the irrigators using water. Yes. Okay. Is that what you were asking, Jess?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm glad I understood the question. So the percentages will change if we change the baseline by which we calculate the percentage reduction. Yes. But currently we don't, we're still working on the pumpage estimates for 2019 through 2022. I'm waiting for the final data set. As soon as we have it, we will make it public. So if we now jump to the next slide and we compare C with B, we can see that as it turns out, if you implement more curtailment, you end up with higher water levels. I think that's the key takeaway of this slide. Yeah, I know, John, it's like right. Yes. Yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised by that. And what we see though is that the difference at 30 years is nowhere near as substantial as after 60 years. And remember, that's because we're phasing in that curtailment over time in both scenarios. And so we really don't get to the full impact of that curtailment until after 30 years. So if we go to scenario D, remember, is the same 6 sub areas that we talked about in B and C. The key difference here is that there's an intermediate amount of reduction. So it's 31%, which is about halfway between 22 and 37. However, as I said, the key difference is that we reduce that usage completely in 2030. So in 2030, we go from 2018 pumpage to 31% curtailment in a single year. And so on that model input slide, you can see what those, what those trends, like what that implementation might be like. So when I say basin-wide, I mean inside that give-gack boundary.
You see me what?
I say inside the give-gack boundary, right? Okay. When I say basin-wide.
But I assume that's all to the upper Blitzen.
It includes the upper Blitzen. But if you're saying reductions are spread across all but one sub area, the one sub area that wasn't reduced was the upper Blitzen.
Okay, that's all.
Yep. Sorry, there's a lot of questions going on.
This is great. This
so
is great.
yeah, so again, you can see the reductions for B, C, and D here on this chart. Yep, and you'll see that Upper Blitzen receives no reduction in any of the scenarios B, C, or D.
Gotcha, thank you.
And for the folks online, the chart that, Tim was referring to would be slide number. Slide,
It wasn't in that slide deck.
okay.
Oh, the secret slide again.
Because some of us asked.
If I didn't get such a reaction, I probably wouldn't go there.
One of these days, Mark, I'm gonna get a stone face, so I'm gonna use it. But then all the fun would be gone, wouldn't it?
True, we wouldn't get a laugh. So.
Yeah. So scenario D,
Let's just take a pause so I can get the table to the people online, the ones that we're talking about, reductions.
sure.
Yeah, give me one sec.
You all seen Minority Report? Movie, like all of that, like holographic, like display of data. Like I wish I had that for this, right? Like we don't stand in front of a giant, like,
Got things.
yeah, and I could just grab stuff, move it and pull it back in. It'd be so easy for looking at this kind of complicated stuff.
Right, you just zoom in on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Only the technology existed and was cheap. Kelly is posting this into the chat or online for people to look at. The secret slide.
Secret slide. The one I just asked for, the lawyer.
Yep. That Larissa asked for and I went, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah.
I was a little confused.
So just, yeah, thank you for putting this information out for when you have it, so appreciate that.
Yes.
Great. I need to just please.
Do you want me to drop it in?
Yeah, can you drop it into my computer, please? Yeah, online, can you guys still hear us? Yep, okay, Lisa gave us up, all right. Yeah, if you can drop it in, then that'd be cool.
I don't believe I have the ability to, because I'm
I'll
on
make you
post.
host, I'll make you host for a second.
Oh, no, I do.
Okay, you're a co-host, you go.
All right. All right, so scenario D, rate of change. Let's look at layer 2. Next slide. So as we can see here, implementing curtailment quickly. And by quickly, I mean all in 1 year at the start, has an immediate impact on water levels across the basin. We see that Weaver Springs Cone of Depression start to fill in fairly rapidly. So we've got, higher rates of change there to the positive. And then we've got, again, about sort of a balanced amount of, water level rate of change between red and blue across much of the rest of the basin after 10 years. When we get out to 30 years, now we're looking at substantially more areas of blue or white, and the areas of red have decreased to a much lighter pink color. And by 60 years, we're looking at mostly white across the basin, areas of light blue as well. So what we see is implementing curtailment immediately has more rapid effects on water level rates change, which again, probably shouldn't be a surprise to us.
So Tim, immediate is 2030.
It's fully implemented in 2030. So you're taking that 31% and curtailing that in 2030. So if we go to comparing, D versus A, the goal here again is A is sort of like a baseline for us. What does how do water levels differ? And what we see is that water levels in scenario D in the Weaver Springs area are lower in scenario D than scenario A. And in that North Harney area are lower than they would be in scenario A as well. But across much of the rest of the basin, they're higher. That's going to be because in scenario A, remember, we focused reductions into those 6 smaller sub areas, and Weaver Springs was receiving a very strict curtailment or substantial curtailment, and that North Harney area was also seeing a substantial curtailment. So we were targeting curtailments at those cones of depression, and so that's why water levels are higher in scenario A than in D there. In D, we're spreading out that curtailment across larger areas of the basin with the 6 sub areas. And so we see broadly higher water levels, but those cone depression still stand out there. So that's where we are with scenario D. And then if we jump to scenario E, this was to give us sort of like the far end of the spectrum when it comes to sub area boundaries, right? Instead of using sub areas to try to focus curtailment in any one specific area, we're talking what happens if we just take the curtailment and spread it across the basin as a whole. And so with scenario E, we chose 59% because that was 1990's pumpage. And 1990, remember, as we've talked about across many of these RACs, we show the hydrograph from Weaver Springs, and that's sort of the inflection point, because in 1990 is where Weaver Springs goes from relatively stable to decline. And so that's why we chose the 1990, is it gives us a bookend, if you will, to compare against. And then we implemented the reductions fully in 2030. So that 59% reduction happens immediately in 2030.
Sort of leads to scenario.
I wouldn't attribute it to anybody other than the department. If we go to the next slide, the layer 2 rate of change maps, we see that implementing that amount of curtailment that quickly results in that Weaver Springs cone of depression filling in, the North Harney cones of depression filling in, and we see broad areas of water level rate of change being positive. So we see blue mostly across the map. There are a few areas that are red, but for the most part, we're blue. After 30 years, the colors begin to move towards white. They become less dark. And after 60 years, we've gotten to substantially less dark blue, and we're much closer to white, but there are still areas that are essentially with positive water levels. And so what we see is this amount of curtailment, this steep of curtailment spread across the basin has really rapid impacts on water levels, and results in, as we'll see in the next slide, results in much higher water levels than other scenarios. Yeah, Mark?
Maybe for Ben, but then another one of these levers, would it be, how difficult or how time consuming would it to be around scenario E with the rate of reductions from the other scenarios, you know, the 36% to 21% stuff like that?
Why is that number so big?
Why is which number so big?
59%.
Because we chose 1990 pumpage. That was the estimated pumpage in 1990.
Okay, so what happens if you do 2000? Or is that a project?
That's what they're trying to figure out now.
Your question, Mark, is easy to implement particular specific percentage reductions over the whole give GAC. Your question, Andy, going to a particular year like 2000 is just a little bit harder because we'd have to figure out exactly what was the pumpage that the model used, or I guess the pumpage that we would rely on as that target for year 2000, but still reasonably easy to do.
So my question to Mark was, what happens to this when you take 20% out of the basin?
Yeah, So I think,
instead of 59.
sure, so while that's an interesting question, I think the question we're really wanting to ask is, how do we optimize and achieve the maximum amount of pumpage and meet our goal, right?
Right.
So that we're gonna talk about after lunch, and Ben is gonna talk all about it.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, thanks for the foreshadowing, Andy. It's a really good question, right? Like that is
It
important.
just seems like a lot. 59 is a big number.
I don't disagree with you. It is a very big number.
And it doesn't, mathematically, it doesn't equate in my mind that you can take a 20% cut over here and a 40% there, but you gotta take a 59 in the whole basin to accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, so what I would say is these these scenarios were designed to get us some
Right.
comparisons and allow us to start to hone in on the right number. Because remember, we didn't know Ben was gonna come up with 6,000 lines of code to optimize the scenario, right? Like that
Well,
like,
it does tell you that it's hydraulically connected. You know, I mean, this does show you that.
yeah, absolutely.
It's
So
all one swim.
And I think as what you said, as we get a little bit further, the comparisons become a little more obvious too. You've got some great charts.
Yeah.
You do?
As far as.
yeah, so yep.
Very helpful.
Is it making a difference in Australia?
Pacific Ocean is big, Mark. That's all I'm gonna say. So if we go to the next slide, let's compare E with D. And again, no surprise, if you do a huge curtail, like, I shouldn't use words like that. If you use a 59% curtailment as opposed to a 31% curtailment,
No, you're right the first time.
you have higher water levels after 30 years and after 60 years. And in some cases, those are substantially higher water levels. So that's the basic run through of the scenarios we ran. Now, let's get into some like heavy comparison.
Let's take a break. Yeah, we got a 10-minute break. That was a lot of information.
This one you gotta go. It's about to be done talking.
We got a lot of good food to eat. We don't want to let it go to waste.
Great,
So,
excellent.
10-minute break. So let's just come back at 10:20. 12-minute break.
It's a Jeff Huntington call. What's this emergency dock declaration? What do you brought him? Because I didn't read it. You should know everything about it. I said, let me check with Christian and I'll talk to you. So.
It's the same currents, right? They're just-
We get the threat.
So we should get. As individuals. Yeah, there's no way.
And they just did that.
Not even small. Because they're all rated.
That's why.
35,000.
Less water.
Yeah, well, this slide is gonna look great.
It was, until we designed it like that. The slider of your preference. It was. So I just took them all.
Okay.
And did it exactly. So. Is that a? It has everything I saw. I'm saying about my. 135. Right, that's like 70. Minus 15. So 100. Alright, so this is. Check, okay, yeah. There. Yeah, should be up to you. Even if I'm going to, maybe after the start, yes, sir, it's got that, I gave you a nod. Just. So you have flexibility. I would, if it was, 1:30, I know, is that what you, it's gonna be in touch with what? I would just give it to them. So it's gonna model the structure. Well. That's the theory, right? If those are, again, your increments to achieve the base of reduction should be about 10 years. Yeah, I'll do it. So we've got this 1:30.
Yeah. There's just some. Yeah, like I said,
Yeah, there's not enough words here. I said.
And that's the one I have to build. I mean. So. You let someone go by your. 2 million and they're going to.
Tonight, no. Oh, you guys drive today?
Well, yeah, right, right.
Right. Drive today.
Waste their time.
Yeah, I tried to like that.
We try to stay, I mean, especially time of year, driving on the path, it's the best.
Because I just, do you see what I'm saying? Like, why did you?
We also have a meeting today on the morning, so, yeah, stop over there. Ben's actually.
You guys are in charge.
Really good to live there. I love it there. I think living there is different.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was the fresh and. No, I.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, Kennewick's a little further tall. It's like a similar.
You're like the week long.
Yeah.
Sit outside. It's not like people walk by.
At least there must be already. Like the best season I've seen. Yeah.
Super.
Yes. Well, in June, maybe late August, I was start possibly with the coast. And then, I mean, by September. It's just. You have to step. Yeah. It's fun to keep out.
That's fair.
That's my prospect.
I've been quiet all day. Just waiting for you to build up to your.
Yeah.
I like scenario.
Spend a fair bit of time in the broader. Triangle. See that? Hunters seem to love around. Must be something to it. The severity of accident. It slows down. Yeah, yeah. Plants and, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Go left turn. And it just slows everybody down.
Okay, let's grab our seats and get started. Grab a burrito, there's a lot of burritos, still hot. Okay, so let's get back. Yeah,
Oh, no, really, okay.
Okay, have a seat, everybody.
Well, I think this week. Yeah, I'm sorry about, I'm super happy with the teacher that already. Yeah, I will let, believe it. Where they go. Is it worth my time? No. That's a Costco special.
Right, yeah, it's real disappointing.
Okay, Tim, whenever you're ready.
Oh, it starts.
Oh, it's dark now. All right, dark.
Okay, everybody have their copy? So we're gonna stick with our scenarios A through E for just a little while longer here, and dig into some more specific ways to compare them to each other. So we're gonna look at, it's gonna be a little variety of new plots that you maybe haven't put in front of the rack before, so we'll take our time, orient people to the figures, make sure everybody's tracking. But we're interested in comparing specifically how the different scenarios impact groundwater level trends. We'll look at some hydrographs, natural groundwater discharge, so this is the spring and stream base flow discharge. And then how the different scenarios impact the overall groundwater storage in the aquifer system. We're also going to be starting to think about these different management elements and how the trade-offs work. When you turn one dial up, what happens to some of the other dials as a result of that? So we'll talk a little bit about some of the statistical thresholds for how we evaluate water level trends amongst wells across a sub area. Things like, do we use the median? Do we use an 80th or 90th percentile? We'll talk about the impacts of that allocation method. So in the scenarios we've discussed so far, we've been allocating that PTW by, like we mentioned, by priority date with that consideration of beneficial use as well. And then we'll look specifically at the results, how the reduction timeline impacts the results across the different scenarios. So what are the impacts of phasing in over, say, 10 years versus phasing in over 30 years? And what are the ultimate impacts of those types of decisions? So we're going to start with some example hydrographs. So we picked a handful of wells with model hydrographs modeled for each of the scenarios. We picked just a few representative hydrographs, really just to show kind of a range of responses to the inputs and outputs of the different management scenarios, and to give us that time series look at how water levels are responding to those different inputs. So we'll step through, I think it's 7 hydrographs. We'll spend a little more time on the first one to get into specifics, and we may kind of just highlight some of the more important points on the subsequent ones. So here's a hydrograph for a well in the crane area, and I'll point out here, the header on the top of each hydrograph has the log ID, and then it says the sub area that it's in. And for the purposes of these, it's the sub area in the 15 sub area arrangement, and this because it's more geographically specific to think about it that way. But of course, our different scenarios have different sub area configurations. So this is a well in the crane area, and like all hydrographs, on the bottom axis, on the x-axis there, we have date, the time series across from left to right. And then on the y-axis, the vertical axis, we have water level elevation. So that's different. Sometimes we'll see the depth below ground surface. This is comparing the elevation above sea level. And then each of our 5 scenarios is represented by a different line on the graph. So same well represented in each of the 5 different scenarios. So let's start with our scenario A. That's our 15 sub area scenario with targeted curtailments. And again, we're here in the crane area. So these are immediately implemented targeted curtailments. And you see in that A, which is the line composed of the little purple X's, that you immediately see some recovery at this well. for a handful of years, maybe 5-10 years or less. And then ultimately that well then turns over and begins declining and continues declining all the way to the end of the model run. And so we see that immediate response of turning up some wells in the vicinity of this well, but then ultimately over time, the continued pumping in that sub area and in surrounding sub areas kind of overwhelm that recovery response and cause that well to continue declining. So that's scenario A. Scenario B is our first scenario with a 30-year phased in curtailment. There is so B and C are 30-year phased in curtailments, B being somewhat smaller curtailment than C. And you can see the response in B there is that you see continued declines up until 20 years or so into that curtailment phase in period, and things begin to stabilize and flatline. In scenario C, you see a similar response as we continue to phase in over that 30-year period. And because scenario C is a somewhat more higher overall curtailment, we not only stabilize, we begin to see recovery in that well once we've reached the full implementation of that PTW at 2060, and the well continues to recover towards the end of the model period. Looking then at scenario D, which is our immediate implementation of a moderate curtailment. In scenario D, this well pretty much stabilizes right away and continues to be more or less stable with maybe a slight recovery over the entire model run. And then again is scenario E, which is that 59% immediate curtailment. We see an immediate and abrupt recovery in that well, and that recovery continues throughout the model run and does begin to kind of level out towards the end of the model period. So we're going to look at 6 more of these hydrographs. I probably won't step through each of the scenarios in each one. We'll just highlight some of the important points and some of these important things that we need to consider as we think about the different management elements. Yes.
We have a question.
But yeah, I can talk to you about it later, Gark. It was just interesting in A, in the Crane sub area, and your modeling proposed there was like a 60% reduction in that area. And that A only had a small bump in straight line. But when you look at a 59% reduction in the whole area, which is actually less reduction than what's going to occur in the Crane sub area, you get an immediate response. It was just fascinating to me.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come down to the overall distribution of where that curtailment's happening, both in Crane in both scenarios and in the areas around Crane and around this well in particular in both of those scenarios. Good point, though. Okay, so let's move over to a well that is just south of Wrights Point in the Dog Mountain sub area. In all of our scenarios, A through E, we see immediate recovery at this well. Let's go to one of the extremes. Let's look at E, which is the most an immediate curtailment. We see the most immediate water level recovery in that scenario. It's kind of hard to see on this scale, but the scenarios B and C are phased in scenarios where we're phased in over 30 years. First, let's look at B, and you can see that we do see some immediate recovery. Things begin to stabilize, and then about halfway through that phasing period, we're pretty well flatlined, and then once we reach our full implementation of PTW, things continue to be pretty much stable all the way through. In that scenario C, where we have a similar phasing period, but a higher amount of curtailment, we not only flatline, but once we reach that full implementation of PTW, or not even quite reach full implementation, but about 5 years before that, we start to see even recovery at this well, which continues all the way through. And again, I don't think we'll look at every single aspect of every single scenario on each of these hydrographs. We'll just kind of highlight some of these main features. So let's hop over to a well. We're now down in the lower Blitzen voltage. We're at a well that's adjacent to diamond craters there. And what we see is in all but scenario E, these wells, once curtailment either begins or is fully implemented, in each of the scenarios except for E, water levels continue to decline for a period of years. And then in two of the scenarios, D and E, we reach a condition which is fairly well stable. And then in B and E, water levels do continue to decline. Now let's jump to a well in the Lawn area. Let's see what I want to highlight here. Probably the most interesting thing to this hydrograph is our phased in scenarios B and C. And the behavior is I guess, fairly predictable. As we're phasing in over those first handful of years. In scenario B, we phase in and we phase in. And this interesting phenomenon happens where we're still phasing in, we're only 2040, and we should be phasing in all the way to 2060. And we hit a point somewhere around 2040 where some well or some set of wells in direct proximity to this well hits the curtailment list and is turned off somewhere in the immediate vicinity of this well. And because of that, we see an immediate response in this exact well to that localized curtailment that's occurred. And we see that in both C and B and C. In C, because our overall curtailment is higher, that well in proximity to this one hits that curtailment point at an earlier point in time. And so we see that response some number of years sooner. So it's important to think about the timing of the implementation of curtailments, but also the proximity to the wells that we're monitoring or measuring, or in this case, modeling, and how those responses are going to manifest. It can be a very localized response. But if you look at B and continue on, you see that that curtailment happens, that recovery occurs at this location, and then things begin to flatline, things begin to equilibrate, and it pretty well stays stable. Whereas in C, we're cutting more and more pumps off, and we actually continue to see some recovery. So I think the main takeaway from this one, and we'll look at another similar example, is that those local impacts, shutting off individual wells, will have immediate and local responses to the aquifer system.
Anybody have any questions? I mean, maybe about what you're seeing, but also just kind of how to understand the data.
And of course, we picked these 7 wells to kind of show this range of responses, but these types of hydrographs can be generated not only for any well that's in the model domain, but any cell really that's in the model domain.
It's good to see hydrographs that we don't have to flip upside down.
Lisa has a hand up online.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so that is really interesting. I was wondering why this one looked this way. But if you go back to the crane one, you know, I was just wondering why does C show this decline out till 2055 or 2050? On this well, when on a lot of the wells, C doesn't show that decline. I mean, what's going on there? Is it house? Is it the overall parameters of C for the crane area, or is this like a well specific thing that's happening?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to point out. My gut is telling me that that's likely a result of what's happening locally in that list of curtailments as we step through that phasing period. So what's the distribution of wells and priority dates around this particular well? And at what time through that phasing period are the ones proximal to this actually shut off? And it would seem likely that, you know, within the first 10 years, the wells that are being shut off probably aren't in the immediate vicinity of this well. And then we, you know, kind of 2040 or just near thereafter, we start to curtail off pumping in a closer proximity to this location.
Okay, and then one more question, which maybe you said this and I missed it, but the wells that are shown here, the well that is shown here for each area, is there any assumption that the curtailment operation of the scenario is operating in that well, or is that well just assumed to sort of reflect what's going on around it?
I know in some of these wells that they are livestock and domestic wells, so that won't be a factor. Some of these are irrigation wells and may be in that curtailment list as well. I'd have to look specifically to see which ones are. But it's definitely possible that some of these that we're showing are themselves subject to curtailment over the course of this record that we're showing.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that right here handy, but that's a good call out as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
And it could be an example like this one here in Long, that is what we're seeing, that it could be pumpage actually at this well. I just don't have that in front of me. It could be this well or some wells very nearby, because it's a fairly immediate response at that particular time. So here's another example that obviously something strange is going on. And it's again, another example of these localized effects. So if we look at B and C again, it's really in these phased in reduction scenarios that we see this type of kind of localized result or impact of nearby curtailment occurring. So let's look at, let's just look at B and C. So up until 2040, they behaved, up until 2050, they behaved pretty much the same. Around 2025, in scenario C, there's going to be some localized curtailment that happens. You see that immediate response in that well. It begins to kind of flatline, and more slowly, that recovery continues till the end of the model period.
Sorry, you meant 2055, right?
I meant 2055, sorry.
Okay.
Whereas in scenario B, where the overall curtailment is less, we never get down to the point in the priority list where that well that was shut off in scenario C is actually shut off in scenario B. So that trend just continues down to the end of the model run. And I failed to mention, this is a well up in North Harney as shown on the map there. And if there are, I'm really just focusing on a few features of each of these hydrographs. So if anybody, has questions about some of the other scenarios in each of these, I wasn't planning to systematically step through and take the time to describe each of these. Now I will carry on to next one. Here's a well located in Poison Creek Rattlesnake, just near the Burns Airport. And this is another example where it's really just scenario E, where we see that large and immediate implementation of curtailment, that we see any sort of meaningful recovery, and quite a large magnitude in this case. The other scenarios either remain fairly stable or do continue to decline for the most part. This will be our final hydrograph to look at, and I'd say it shows a similar thing. We're now over here in Silver Creek, southeast of O'Reilly. And again, that scenario E is where we see the most recovery. We do see in scenario C, as we continue to implement that 30-year phase in, we do achieve some recovery, albeit slow in that scenario. And for the most part, the other scenarios are on a downward and somewhat flattening decline trend as we get towards the end of the model run. That is the end of the hydrographs. I'll pause there one more time to solicit questions. Anything folks would like to dig into more on those? And if not, we can move on to some other figures. Okay.
We got Larissa.
Oh, Larissa, sorry.
It's fine, it's probably something we'll cover later, so. It's probably something we'll cover later, it's fine, it's
Okay.
an observation.
So moving away from hydrographs, let's now think about our scenarios in terms of components of the water budget. So here's a chart that deals with our groundwater discharge to surface water bodies. So We have a similar timeline on the x-axis, 2020 to 2100, that's our model run. And then on the axis, we have mean annual discharge in acre feet per year. So this is an annual rate of discharge to springs and streams across the basin. So this one is the full pump scenario. So let's start there, and that's the black line. You can see with the full pump scenario, our groundwater discharge to surface water bodies is basically in a declining trend all the way through from the beginning to the end. Flipping over to the other end of the spectrum, it's scenario E, where we have the full implementation of a large curtailment. This is the only scenario to achieve a significant amount of recovery to that discharge rate to springs and streams. In the other scenarios, if you look at scenario D is the blue line. We achieved a small amount of recovery and kind of flat line. Probably the more interesting one here to look at is scenario C. That's our 30-year phase-in period with an intermediate reduction. And we do see over that 30-year phase-in period that things are trending downward. And then once PTW is fully implemented, we do begin to see that curve turnover, and some recovery does begin to occur from that lowest point that we see. One other way we can think about the water budget components is in terms of groundwater storage. So playing this plot a little bit, we on the x-axis have our same time series range. On the y-axis, what we're looking at is the mean annual rate of change. And so if you're below that zero line, that dashed gray line, you're in a condition where you're losing storage. Position vertically below that line is an indication of at what rate annually are we losing storage. Obviously, if you're above the zero line, we're in a condition where we're gaining storage to the groundwater flow system. And the lower you are towards that zero is a lower rate of gain. So stepping through and beginning with the full pump scenario, throughout the model run, we're in that condition of losing storage, but you do see that that rate of storage loss does decrease through time, kind of converging towards at least that zero line. Flipping to the other extreme with scenario E, our immediate implementation at 59% curtailment, we see an immediate jump from a condition of storage loss to a condition of storage gain. And over time, that rate of storage gain diminishes down towards neutral as the system equilibrates. So that's that's the result of more groundwater discharging to surface water as that storage has bumped up from those initial conditions. You can see scenarios B and C are 30-year phased in curtailments. You can see those curves rising. High rates of storage loss towards either neutral conditions or moderate rates of storage gain over that 30-year period. Of course, scenario C, which has a somewhat overall larger curtailment, does bump up higher into that storage gain realm before again kind of diminishing down towards that neutral line. Questions on the water budget component pieces before we move to a different type of plot?
Groundwater storage, the mean annual rate acre feet, is that just not between 0 and 200 feet acre feet gain per year, or is that 200 or 100 0? What do those represent?
So this was the annual rate of change to the groundwater storage component of the water budget. So if you're below that zero line, it's a rate of loss to storage, and if you're above that, it's a rate of gain to storage.
The scale actually, that means 100 acre feet. If you're above the zero at 100 feet.
The units are acre feet per year. Yep.
Though we've been
just noting internally that we think there might be an issue with the units on this plot in particular. The plus and minus is correct, but the magnitudes might not
The
be,
magnitude's not, I mean,
not comparable.
yeah, 100 acre feet's not much.
Yeah.
Honestly, with, I mean, that's 70 acres.
So is this 1,000 acre feet per year?
See, that's what we're talking about internally.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot of spread there if you look at the,
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to an entirely new type of figure. I'm gonna take some time here from the get-go on this first one to try to make sure we're all oriented around what we're looking at here.
it's like a graph figure.
We're looking at a lot all at once here, admittedly. So we call these our checkerboard plots. And on the bottom, so in the columns, in the vertical columns, A, B, C, D, and E, those are our 5 scenarios. And then on the horizontal rows, we've got our 6 sub areas. So this is showing for each of the sub areas, for each of the 5 scenarios, what is the rate of change in water levels at feet per year? And that's what the color scale is showing. So if it's white, that means things are stable. If it's dark red, that means things are declining 1 foot a year. And conversely, if it's dark blue, things are recovering at 1 foot a year. And so importantly, these are aggregated over each of these sub areas as the median rate of change for all well cells in that sub area. So this is looking at that median or 50th percentile statistic to summarize what's occurring as far as groundwater level trends across those sub areas. So this is at a time step of 10 years into the model. And our goal, if you'll remember, is for things to be stable, right? So our goal would be for all the cells to be white at some time step through this model scenario. The most obvious thing here at 10 years is that scenario E is the only scenario where all sub areas at the median statistical threshold are either stable or recovering. In all the other scenarios at 10 years, there's a mix or things are generally in decline still. I guess before I get too much more into the details of what this is showing, I want to make sure everybody's oriented around what the checkerboard plot is showing us. If there are any questions or I can clarify anything on these, because we haven't shown these to folks before.
But I mean, this interpretation at 10 years, just 10 years from 2030, so that would be representing 2040.
Yeah, that's right. That's 2040. So in scenarios B and C, we've only
implemented
a third of the curtailment, right? So it's no surprise that in B and C, that we still have primarily red and pink. And we're only 10 years in. So even in scenario A, which is an immediate curtailment, we're really only seeing recovering groundwater levels in one sub area.
So one thing I want to point out here is this is a way for us to run success metrics on the scenarios and display and compare how successful we are at a time step in a way that we can't see on the map, right? Like we talked about how on the map, large areas of the map would look or appear white. But actually, when we calculate the water level trends in that area, we can see that they're not actually white, right? The rates are just much closer to 0 than can be depicted when your scale goes from 0 to 100, from white to dark red. And so this is another way of putting in perspective what's actually going on in that area. And for us to evaluate how the success metric, right, whether we use a median or an 80th percentile or something like that, impacts the overall results of the scenario.
Is there a question online? Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, apologies if you explained this, but by 50th percentile, are we talking about like the 50th percentile of all of the wells? Or what is it the 50th percentile of?
this is the median rate of change for well cells in the model in that sub area.
Okay, okay, well cells, got it, thank you.
Well cells. Yep, so we could calculate it for all cells, but we chose for these purposes to use well cells. And I'll show here in a couple of slides what this looks like, these exact same results using the 80th percentile instead of the median.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And so, remember, 50th percentile or the median means that half the wells are declining.
In this case, it's that half the wells are above this value and half the wells are below this value.
Right. So if it's dark blue, which is 1, that means that half the cells are recovering at a rate greater than 1.
Yep.
And half the well cells are at some value less than 1.
Either recovering more slowly or declining.
Right.
So part of what we need to be thinking about when I show these and we're thinking about, well, what do we use? Do we think about a median? Do we think about an 80th percentile? We need to be thinking about what those trade-offs are, what that means. If we're asking ourselves, is a median decline rate of stable acceptable? Is that something we can call success if we know that half of the wells in the sub area may be declining, given that condition? So that's 10 years. I think we're all oriented to what this plot is showing at this point. Let's jump ahead in time. Still looking at the 50th percentile or the median value for each of these sub areas, but let's jump ahead to 30 years. And even at 30 years, only our scenario E has all sub areas either stable or recovering. All the other scenarios, A through D, have at least one or more sub areas that are still in that red end of the spectrum, somewhere in the light pink, and this is at the median. So what this is telling us is that at 30 years, in scenarios A through D, none of those scenarios have met that metric of success if the median is our standard.
Or just comment. So I agree that's the correct interpretation, but if we look at C, the only one that is not is just barely a pink would be lower Plimpton voltage. So a lever that we could trigger on that is lower Plimpton voltage is only a 9% reduction. If you only change that from a 9 to maybe a 12, it might hit it.
That's right.
Okay, so it's, I mean, the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 of those areas are performing very well if your desired goal is increasing.
Right, either performing well or overperforming.
Yeah,
If
depending on what
stability
your goal
is the goal. Yeah, absolutely. So let's move on from median and take a moment to think about what it means to use a more strict statistical threshold for defining what success is in terms of decline rates across sub areas. So again, median means that half of the wells have a decline rate, or half of the wells have values of change above, and half of the wells have values of change below that median value. The 80th percentile means that 20% have rates of change above.
Other way around.
Sorry, other way around. 80% have rates of change above and 20% have rates of change below. Thank you. And so obviously what this is going to mean is that if that's our statistic, our threshold for success, we're going to be in even worse shape, I guess, is one way to think about it. We're going to be looking less successful under these same scenarios if we're aggregating the sub area rates of change using the 80th percentile. So that being said, similar trends are here. We can see even at the 80th percentile, scenario E is already successful at 10 years. And again, scenario E is this very substantial reduction on an immediate timeline. So let's jump ahead now, same 80th percentile at 30 years, and you can see enough time has gone by. The reds have gotten lighter red. Some of them have switched to either white or light shades of blue. But again, at 30 years, using the 80th percentile threshold, it's just scenario E that has met that metric for success. And you can see again, like you said, Mark, scenario C similarly is looking pretty good, except for there in the lower Blitzen voltage.
Right. 80% down, and 10% down, my way there. Because then you, so let's go back, sorry.
Sure, that's
So
fine.
80% percentile, where you have one that's shaded pink, only 20% of those wells are performing worse than that.
That's right. That's right. So the question when we're thinking about which percentile threshold we want to use is what's a condition that we consider acceptable, right? If our goal is to stabilize water levels, using the median would mean really that our goal is to stabilize the water levels at half the wells.
Or in my framing, the 50%, you know, percentile is stabilizing on the average across the list. The median across the basin.
The average would do something a little bit different.
Right, that's across the basin. I mean, it's all on how you want to phrase that, whether you want to phrase it as success, or you want to phrase it as a derogatory, or phrase it as a positive. I'm gonna say the median 50% percentile, we've done great. Over half the wells are actually recovering. Or half minus one. In the areas that are shaded wider for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's is the glass half empty or is the glass half full framing, right? And you can pull, and you.
Right, 3/4.
Or is it 80% full?
And that's a fair critique, right? We can frame it either way. But it doesn't make it any less true, right? Whether you frame it as half the wells are better than zero or half the wells are worse than zero, you're saying the same thing, right?
Yeah, it is
So
once percent.
it is absolute perception. Yep. I think what's more interesting is what's coming on the next slide.
And the next slide is yet another type of figure that I don't think we've put before the RAC, but it is broadly similar to the box and whisker plots that we've shown you before. Showing a lot of the same things. This is called a violin plot, and it just shows a little bit more granular information than the box and whisker plot. So in the violin plot, the thickness of each of the bars, or the violins in this case, the vertical thickness is proportional to the number of data points that fall at that value there on the x-axis. So here on the x-axis is rates of change. So these are water level rates. And this is at a time step of 20 years in to scenario C specifically. So we're showing here one scenario C, 20 years into the model run. And each of the violin bars, it represents each of the 6 sub areas. And the main thing that I think I want to point out about this plot is, again, sticking with that. Do we think about a median or do we think about an 80th percentile? Is let's look at Dog Mountain, for example. So we're 20 years into the run. The blue lines on each of these in the middle represents the median. And the red line represents the 80th percentile. So 80% of the 80% of the data is, help me out, Ben. I got it.
Exactly right. 80% of the points are to the right of that red dashed line.
80% are performing better than that red dashed line.
Yes.
So this is a situation where you can have a median that's above this 0 stable rate of change. And that 80% mark can be below that rate of change. So it's just another way to think about, I mean, here's your whole glass, and here's how empty it is and here's how full it is.
40%, we're far more deep to the right.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's right, but it becomes an important decision point that will have to be decided, I think,
especially once you get into Ben's part of the presentation where you think about optimization.
And the other thing this shows, right, is the range of values within the data set, right? So in Dog Mountain here, we have a well that is declining at a little bit faster than 1 foot per year. We also have a well that is gaining at basically 3 feet per year, right? So that's the range of variability within the sub area in responses within wells. And so it's the median and the 80th percentile are ways of placing a threshold on the data that we have to achieve. But that doesn't mean that all of the wells are gonna look successful in that space. And it's possible that you could have some relatively extreme rates within that space. And that's why we had talked about, as a success metric previously, some sort of median plus, right? So a median with no individual well exceeding some threshold. We haven't talked about what that threshold is, but this helps us understand what the range of values are, and we could then, it helps us decide, like, what is a reasonable threshold for a median plus, if we were gonna talk about that success metric.
Yeah, so one thing I failed to point out here is we have just that one strip of the checkerboard plot here. And so, you look at this one value, the median value here at 20 years, and it's somewhere in this kind of lightish blue range. But what this shows is that you can't just think about that one value. You have to recognize what that means relative to that broader distribution of values across the sub area.
And it just so happens in Dog Mountain that the median is positive, but the bulk of, like, the value with the most data points is actually 0, right? Because that's the point at which the violin is the widest.
That's the median.
Now, the median is to the right of that, it's the blue line, yeah.
Mode, you're thinking of.
That might be average.
You said it's the mode, right?
The widest point on the violin plot is the mode, the most common value.
Most common value.
Yeah. Okay, let's switch gears and go back to the red-blue maps again.
So to be clear, that was talking specifically about, like, how the success metric affects our, or how the metric success, I'm gonna say it right this third time. How the metric we choose affects how we view success and how much curtailment is necessary to achieve success.
So we're gonna move away from those rate maps and distributions and talk specifically about this allocation method question. So the RAC raised this question, what happens if we allocate our PTW based on priority and beneficial use versus what happens if we allocate just evenly across all water rights? So an equal proportional reduction to all water rights in a sub area. So here we're looking at a map of the difference between equal curtailment versus the priority curtailment. So in this map, blue indicates that equal curtailment provides higher groundwater elevation. So we're looking at 30 and 60 years. Areas that are blue indicate that equal curtailment, so that equal distribution of reductions results in higher end point elevations in groundwater level at 30 and 60 years, and red indicates that equal curtailment provides lower groundwater elevations, so less benefit at the end of things to the elevation of groundwater levels. And you can see that it kind of varies spatially. It's going to depend on the distribution of priority dates across the basin, because in the priority date distribution method, you may end up focusing that curtailment if juniors, say, are focused in a specific area, or vice versa if seniors are focused in a specific area. So it's not an even across the board. This prior appropriation allocation results in one type of result. It varies spatially across the basin. So there's one other way we can think about that, and that's again with this checkerboard plot. So here we're looking at the rows, again, our 6 sub areas.
And we have two columns, one for a priority date allocation, one for equal allocation. And we've got these two bars, which represent two time steps at 10 and 30 years. Again, aggregated using the median decline rate value. And let's look starting here at 10 years. You can see that you kind of have to look sub area by sub area. But you can see that from across these two time steps, that equal curtailment in a lot of cases can achieve a slightly lower decline rate or a faster recovery than if we allocate by priority date. So you can see that here in Craig Buchanan, the red here, using a priority allocation is somewhat darker red than if we were to use the equal distribution. And similarly, Dog Mountain is somewhat pink, and here we're basically neutral, we're basically stable. And across the board here, lower Blitzen voltage, as we move down into these other ones, Silver Creek, it seems, I mean, I can't see a difference in those shades. In Sylvie's, that trend flips a little bit. So it's actually a little higher rate of decline using the equal allocation. And then in Upper Blitzen, it's basically the same. So a bit of a mix, but more sub areas seem to respond better using equal allocation than priority date allocation. And similarly at 30 years. So now we're looking in the blue end of the spectrum. So darker blue means higher rates of recovery. So here in Crane Buchanan, a little darker blue under equal allocation. Dog Mountain, same thing. Lower Blitzen, we're actually switching over to a very light blue from a very light pink. And we're kind of a toss up here in Silver Creek. In Sylvie's, just the next shade darker blue. And then in Upper Blitzen, things are pretty much stable regardless. So we do see that by, if we could allocate by an equal or proportional reduction, regardless of priority date, that there may be some benefit there.
Dark, sorry, jumping back to the spatial variability with Silver Violet plot. Why didn't we use a 20-year when everything else has been based on 10 and 30? The reason I went back there, because Crane was different in that one that you just did compared to this one. Is there a reason why we used a different time frame?
I don't know the reason, if there was one. Ben, do you recall how we landed on the 20-year time step here?
Just an illustrative example that shows the possibility of having a median that is greater than zero while the 80th percentile is less than zero.
It is, the colors are different, the 30-year scenario, it was just confusing me, because I see different colors when you're still using C, so I just went back.
Yeah. Sorry, just see at a different time step.
There was a day when this slideshow had about 50% more slides in it, and we decided to cut back for everyone's attention span.
Oh, okay. Better that time.
Yeah. One more time, I'll get it.
Okay, one more slide here on the allocation method. Again, here, switching from the median threshold for aggregation to that 80th percentile. And looking at this, we see basically the same thing. The equal allocation does have the potential to have improved conditions over the priority date allocation, both at 10 years and at the 30-year time step, with some mixed results in some sub areas. So same story, regardless of the threshold there. That trend, or that pattern is consistent.
Is it fair to say, Dark, that it matters more if you use a more strict success measure?
Interesting.
Like I was just thinking about that and looking at like Dog Mountain, for instance, it looks like it's more impactful, and maybe it's more impactful across more sub areas, but.
Yeah, that comes down to how big of a difference between the shades of red and blue.
Yeah.
Visually, maybe there's, in some sub areas, that's the case. I think Dog Mountain, you're right. I mean, here, these two shades are fairly similar. At 10 years, well, and at 30 years as well. And then there seems to be, especially here at 10 years in Dog Mountain, kind of a bigger spread across those shades of red.
But also, like, our scale there goes from 0 to 1. So we're talking about fairly small changes in trend.
That's right.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to call out there is like, if you're using the median, priority date versus equal curtailment has very little impact, right?
That's what he said.
Very mild.
There's an impact there, but that's not a drastic impact, yeah.
You guys got a question?
We do.
Okay.
So when you're saying equal cut, but you're using scenario C is broke up into 6 sub areas with different cuts in each sub area. So it's not equal across, but it'd be equal in that sub area compared to what sub area C said.
So it's not the whole,
It's not the whole basin, but you take a sub area like Sylvie's and you would allocate the whatever percentage curtailment to Sylvie's equally across all
In that sub area.
rights
I
within Sylvie's.
misunderstood it.
Yeah.
What's a question on?
Go ahead, Lisa.
I don't agree with you, I misunderstood.
Yeah, can you explain why you think this is the case? I mean, is it just because if you do an equal cutback, is it just the spatial spread of where the cutback's happening that results in this change in this different rate of change? Or is it something else?
In my mind, that's really the only thing that's changing.
Yeah.
Is the spatial distribution of where pumpage reductions are occurring across a sub area. So that's likely what's controlling this difference here.
Okay, so it's just like Okay, that's helpful. That's what I thought, but I was just wanting to make sure I wasn't missing something.
Ben has something to add. Yeah, please, Ben.
When you curtail by priority date, so that you might curtail, for example, just potentially even one well. That well might be the one that's declining the fastest. That one might be the 100th percentile decline rate. And if you slow down just that very worst well, so that it's declining less quickly, that improvement, that reduction in declines from that curtailment focused by priority date wouldn't be captured by even the 80th percentile rate of decline. Because it's beyond that 80% cutoff, it's the 100%. Now, most of these sub areas are small enough that even if you just curtail one well, you're gonna influence other wells. You're probably gonna get captured by the 80th percentile at least. But I think that effect, the ability to do spatial concentration of recovery by spatially concentrating the curtailment, creates the possibility that priority date curtailment doesn't get reflected in broad statistics about the rates across a sub area. Whereas if you do equal curtailment over a sub area, you're guaranteed to distribute that recovery among all the well cells, and you're guaranteed to capture that recovery with both the 50th and 80% percentile recovery, rate metrics.
Well, like if you did this across scenario A that had smaller sub areas, we'd see a different.
What? Likely, yeah, I think.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Is it fair also to say, Ben, that at the center of every cone of depression is a pumping well? And pumping wells are the ones that would get shut off by prior appropriation. And if you're using prior appropriation, you're shutting off, like that well is either on or it's off. And so if it's on, it's going to have a deeper cone of depression than if it were to be reduced in its pumpage, right? And so you end up with more extreme values in the priority date. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Good discussion. Let's move on to a completely different management tool or metric. The impact of the phase-in duration. So we've shown scenarios B and C which both have that 30-year phase-in to reach the full implementation of PTW. Here, we're looking at scenario C, and we're comparing what a 10-year phase-in might look like compared to that 30-year phase-in. So on these maps, the blue color here is going to indicate that the 10-year phase-in results in higher groundwater elevations than the 30-year phase-in. And as you might expect, as we implement reductions on a faster timeline more aggressively, at the end of whatever time step you look at, we're looking at your 30 years and then you get in 60 years. The effects of implementing those reductions on a shorter timeline is, at the end of the day, higher groundwater elevation. So less overall magnitude of decline has occurred because we've reached that full implementation sooner. So no big surprise here, but this is something that you have to think about when we're considering what's the appropriate timeline to phase these reductions in, because there are impacts to the duration of that timeline in terms of overall groundwater level elevations at any point in time. That is the last slide in this section.
And just to put it in perspective, Doug,
Yeah,
groundwater level elevation is going to impact which wells go, like the number of wells that are potentially or at risk to go dry, and it's going to affect that natural discharge as well.
that's right. It's not just the elevation, that's a proxy for these other factors as well.
So a faster implementation means less risk to dry wells.
Thank you.
And more natural discharge.
Yeah.
A longer phase-in period means more risk to dry wells and less natural discharge because of lower water levels at the end of the day.
That's right. Thanks, Tim.
And I would point out, we've been seeing a lot of bars that are like minus 100 to 100, and this one is changed at 40 to minus 40. So that the color was actually visible in more places, so.
That's the last slide here, Brian. I think we're a little ahead of time.
Yeah, definitely ahead of time. Any questions, any additional questions or clarifications on this? So
Can I say one more thing on that? It's a lot. For all of us to digest, and we're still digesting it. I want to be clear, right? Like, if I'm a cow, I'm in like stomach 2, and I've got a lot more cud to chew before I'm gonna be able to know what the right.
The room enjoyed that.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah,
We'll work on that one.
yeah, that's the next RAC meeting. We can't solve all the questions.
So there's a lot more there, and I think the next step, if we're going to talk about optimization, as we talk about optimization when we get there, is to really, like, we talked about the different metrics and how they work inside the scenarios. Now we're going to talk about how optimization makes them trade-offs, right? So we've talked about there's trade-offs to 10 years versus 30-year phase-in. We're gonna actually see, like, as we go into optimization, what those trade-offs mean in terms of pumpage reductions.
Pumpage reductions, not socioeconomic. That's like, always in the back of my mind as we're talking about 10 versus 30 and all that. Dry wells versus having the ability to still have power distributed throughout the county is the bigger picture. You guys are only tasked with worrying about water. The rest of us in this community are tasked with looking at all the other things that it triggers.
Yeah, I think.
Not even a good comment on that one? Sorry.
It is a good comment. And we're getting there. And
It's on the agenda.
And pumpage reduction is a proxy for fiscal impact as well, right? Because taking away the water is what causes the fiscal impact. And so the amount of reduction is going to be a proxy for the amount of fiscal impact that has in that one. And so I think we can consider it, like, by looking at how much pump reduction we're talking about, more or less, there's a fiscal impact there. What the downstream impacts of that are, we don't have yet. And we're hoping Eco Northwest can help us get there. But total reduction is in my opinion, a proxy for fiscal impact.
And then when we get that feedback criteria, which we'll catch up to speed on this morning, that'll help determine how much denial from what feedback is, about how important that is compared to some of the other. Okay, so we're ahead of schedule. It's 11:20. We have a public comment at noon, and I'll stick to that because if people wanted to provide public comment that are either planning on joining in person or online, we want to hold on that on the agenda, but we can be flexible with other agenda items. What I would propose, and just to get reaction on, is we can continue going. If you want to take a short break, we can. Moving into the optimization conversation. And then we'll pause at noon-ish or near there to public comment. And we'll have lunch just a little bit later after optimization. We've had there's a hearty breakfast for us all back there. So I don't know if people are going to be ready for lunch in half an hour. But that'll allow us to maybe kind of push a little bit further and keep the ball rolling and use the time we have right now.
Sounds good. Let's move on.
Okay. Any dissent? Anybody need a break? Okay. Well, trucking. So we'll get into optimization and then, I may just kind of, if we're pushing far past noon, and we're still, in the middle of that, we'll pause and do public comment. Actually, before we start, is there anybody here in the audience who wants to provide public comment? We have our time today, now and later. Okay. Anybody online, you can raise your hand and you're a member of the public online and you want to provide public comment, let us know. And this is just for this public comment time. We have a second one at the conclusion. Matt, is anybody, any hands?
I have not seen a hand yet.
Okay. Okay, all right, so Chris Hall will provide a comment. Chris, we will bring to you soon or shortly after.
Travis Hatley also raised his hand.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I'll take over on the optimization portion of the discussion this morning. As Tim and Darek just presented, the 5 scenarios, A through E, did a really good job kicking the tires on this model. They explored some of the knobs that we can turn in terms of how much pumpage reduction occurs in each sub-area, which sub-area boundaries to use, how long or how to phase in the reductions, and to look at what are the relative impacts on water levels from each of those different scenarios. They also did a good job of sort of exploring independent things. None of them was just a near adjacent neighbor of the others. So none of them are really able to be compared apples to apples perfectly. The only one that fully met the department's objective of even 50 stability, that is 50 stability among half of the well cells after 30 years, was the scenario E, the one that had curtailment back to 1990s pumpage over the entire sub-area. So what I'm gonna present now, and also I'm not saying that that is the final objective that the department is going, that's sort of in the realm of what's being discussed. there's an opportunity that I'm gonna present about now, which is to maximize the pumpage in each sub area, or potentially over the whole give gap, to minimize the curtailment such that you still achieve some goal such as water levels becoming stable at some time in the future. So let's look at the next slide.
So this is just sort of our check-in as we started here. So today, build a shared understanding of optimization methods and results and explore how management elements impact results. So this is consult, we want feedback on this. Yeah, but really accurate, Ben, that we're trying to build an understanding of how this is done. Then we go to the criteria. You'll be able to add value to that criteria, then we come back in December and turn the dials based on that criteria. That's really kind of understanding what happens when the dials turn. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
And we'll probably not have time to do the full discussion on prioritizing the criteria before lunch. So it might be that we'll talk about optimization, and we are interested, the department wants to hear how this approach lands with the RAC as a way to begin to address some of the concerns. But we may get our lunchtime to also digest these results before diving into that prioritization exercise. So let's look at the next slide. The main takeaways, conclusions that I hope to persuade you of over the next hour or less are: optimization allows us to maximize PTW, that is permissible total withdrawal, to minimize curtailments while stabilizing water level. That said, there are at least a couple of trade-offs to make. There are others, but we won't talk about all of them. A couple that we will look at are the percentage of wells that you require to be stable. That is, do we look at the 50th percentile rate of change within each sub area, or the 80th percentile rate of decline? And depending on what you choose there, that will have an impact on both the resulting pumpage, the final PTW, and the resulting water levels. If you require a larger percent of wells to be stable at 30 years, what that means is that that the final PTW that achieves that stability will be lower. You're gonna have more curtailment in order to get that broader stability. But at the same time, by doing that, you are going to make water levels be higher than they if you only sought stability for half of the well. So that's one of the trade-offs. The other one we'll talk about is looking at the role of sub-area boundaries. We have these three sets: one sub-area with the give gap, 6 put together by the RAC in October, 15 initially proposed by WD now long ago in a galaxy far, far away. And if you use more sub-areas like the initial WRD proposal, what that allows you to do is actually increase the final PTW or decrease the curtailment. At the same time, having those smaller sub-areas, as folks have pointed out, creates the potential for conflicts over priority date, because you might have a senior user being curtailed nearby a junior user who's not. So let's look at how we got there. Next slide. How we might get there. The method that I used to find optimal or maximum PTW values is described in this slide. First, you pick an initial set, one PTW for each sub area. So I guess unsaid here is you have to specify which set of sub areas you're going to use. So you're only going to be looking, for example, at the 6 sub areas proposed by the RAC in October at a time, and some PTWs areas. And then you iterate, you cycle, and each cycle you go through the following steps. For each of those sub areas independently, you check what is that rate averaged over the sub area using either 50th, 80th, 90th percentile at at some time period. And all of the results we're gonna look at today, what we're looking at is the rate of change 30 years after the onset of reductions. And I should also say that all the scenarios we're looking at here have a 10-year phase in for curtailment. So it's not as long as the longest 30-year proposal. It's not as short as the immediate one, it's sort of an immediate example. Still within this iteration for each subarea, once you've got those rates of change in each of the subareas, you ask, well, is that subarea stable yet? If it is, call that subarea potentially done. If it's not, then look at all of the rates that you've evaluated and all the PTWs that you've evaluated so far. And based on those, pick a new best guess PTW that's most likely to get you to stable. So we'll see how that looks graphically in the next slide. But first, the final step of this is once you cycle through all those subareas, checking for stability and potentially proposing a new PTW, ask, are you stable in all the subareas? If you are, then call yourself done. If not, you have to go through another cycle of generating new PTWs and do a model run. Questions on that?
I'm gonna perfectly different. So if you missed it, long, and you changed long, you have to run the whole scenario for all of the rates.
Yeah, so it's not especially fast. Each model run takes about an hour, but because the system, at least in the range of PTWs that we're looking at, and for the sub areas that we've proposed, and I think it speaks well to the proposed sub areas, the fact that the results show very clear linear relationship between PTW and rate, at least for the medians. And 80th percentile, 90th percentile gets more interesting, but for the median rates, that relationship is pretty linear, so that you don't need very many iterations to get to stability. A bunch of them because I did a bunch of different versions of this optimization, and you might as well show the results for everything you can. But this is a very simple optimization technique, and I kept it as it worked. It was good enough for this application. We might need to get a little more sophisticated depending on the outcome of the discussion of priority of the criteria or the elements of this model going forward. But I'm hoping that this tool will be sufficient going forward because it's relatively fast to try new ideas and ask new questions. So let's look at the next slide. This is an example of that relationship between pumpage in one subarea, the rate in that subarea. So this graph shows the x-axis is the PTW in the Crane Buchanan subarea. I guess it's actually the northeast / Crane subarea. This is using the 6 RAC subareas version, so the larger definition of that northeast Crane area. The y-axis is that rate aggregated over that subarea in feet per year from -0.5 to +0.5 about. And it's evaluated at 30 years and at the 50th percentile. So this is the median rate of change in that Crane Buchanan subarea after 30 years for a given PTW value in that subarea. So each of the dots on this plot is an entire model run. The results of one model run. So the left dot says that for a PTW of 20,000 acre feet per year, you get a rate of about 0.4 feet per year rising water levels. Whereas at the other extreme, the bottom right, if you increase the PTW to 50,000 acre feet per year, then the median is a little faster decline than 0.4 feet per year. And you can go back and forth, narrowing in toward the middle value. And in fact, you wouldn't need to do as many iterations as there are dots on this plot to get to a zero value, those extra ones show up because they happened to be run for other optimization attempts. And you can still use those results to establish this really clear linear relationship between the thing you can control, the PTW, and the thing that we measure, which is the rate. So this is an approach to optimize, find the maximum PTW, in this case, about 35,000 acre feet per year, that achieves a particular metric for success, in case stabilizing the rate 30 years in the median among the well cells in a sub-area.
Phased in or not phased in?
Phased in over 10 years in this case. So you would have one of these plots every separate sub-area in order to achieve an optimal PTW for that sub-area, and then combine that for the whole set of sub-areas. Still hanging on?
We have a question from Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa.
Well, just so you used 30 years here, but did you, I mean, use their time frame? I mean, because nobody's agreed to 30 years yet, right?
Agreed, and thank you, that's a really good point. The results of this optimization that I'm demonstrating here are not intended to indicate a preference of the department or anything final. What I'm hoping to show here is a proof of concept that we can use optimization to get maximum PTW subject to a constraint like this. We could definitely use a different constraint requiring stability after 20 years or 60 years. And we could add in other constraints saying you must achieve stability after some time frame among some percent of wells, and you must, limit to some percent of wells going dry, and you must achieve some recovery in groundwater discharge in natural groundwater discharge. I haven't implemented all of those potential metrics to show here. But those are things that I'm planning to incorporate as part of the modeling between this RAC meeting and the next. And I'm looking for guidance from the RAC about how to define success.
Yeah.
For going forward.
So why was maximum chosen, I guess is one question. And then maybe we're going to get into this, but I haven't seen any analysis of impacts to domestic wells, right? Or something like that, which I think you could do. And it may run counter to this goal, maximum thing. So yeah, I'm just interested in how we're gonna fold those things in here. I guess that's TBD to the rest of this discussion probably. But yeah, I mean, why are we running maximize pumping as our first, goal for iteration, I guess is a question.
I think it was in large part in response to the discussion from the workshop discussion group back in September, the point that it's some members of the RAC, not all, would like to minimize economic impacts, and as Tim mentioned, at this point, our best proxy for that is minimizing curtailment. And we could go, and so some members of the RAC are going to want to know what would be the maximum PTW values that are associated with a given objective, like stabilizing water levels after some time frame. And we could go back and forth with individual human iteration to answer that question, and this just gets us there faster. It's a good point that there's nothing magical about maximizing PTW. We could develop a different objective function is what it's called, a thing that you want to maximize that incorporates a mix of things like PTW and recovery of natural discharge, that's a more complicated exercise than I'm sure, I don't know that we'll have capacity to develop that with the RAC. But it might be the sort of thing that we could develop in response to the feedback we're hoping to get this afternoon.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to be clear, this is not RAC driven. So it came out of a discussion group to run this, to maximize the pumping. But the RAC has not, that's not direction from the RAC as far as how we prioritize those criteria, which we haven't done yet. So I just want to make that point. I just want to be clear on that point, and I appreciate the description for how this came to be kind of the driver of the iterations. Appreciate that.
And I would say that it's also been driven by the department as well. Because we want to see what the maximum pumpage is. Without having to do manual runs of the wall to get to that number. Mark, you had your hand up.
So I do appreciate understanding what the maximum PTW to get to the goal of decline. Within the last 15 months, we went from, most of us thought with our groundwater study, that success was not going to go through. That was praised from all a year ago. That was the aspirational goal. Now the department has moved from the aspirational goal to that is the goal. We've had that discussion here many times. So if that is the goal of the department, and that's what this RAC is going to be looking at to, knowing what maximum economic benefit we can get from that is very important. So thank you.
Lisa has another question. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, I just go back to the criteria in the statute for maintaining public health, welfare, and safety that does talk about human consumption and reasonably stable groundwater levels and capacity of the resource and those things. And so I do think this is really interesting and important, but I don't think we can just, it's not okay to just say like, and we can't get to the other factors that are actually statutory. So I think we do need to look at what does this do and what do the different timeframes do to, you know, the other criteria. Like, I don't think we can, if this one is the first one out of the chute, you know, I think that's fine, but we can't just sort of ignore the other ones, which is what I'm afraid is going to happen here.
Thank you, definitely not.
So I will say what I think too now. So I think getting reasonably stable at a zero rate of decline will take in the health and safety, domestic wells, and the ecological effects. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Other questions and comments? All right, let's move on. Next slide. So here's what happens if you optimize the 15 subareas proposed by the department. This is a new slide. Not it looks like ranked voting. Literally hot off the press. But we recognize that many folks are interested in how this optimization would play out in different parts of the basin. So this is a comparison of the PTW or the percentage of curtailment. So now the percentage here is the difference in the change in PTW, the reduction in pumpage divided by 2018 levels. For each of those 15 subareas and the whole giveback, comparing scenario A, the first column of colors, against the optimized results, and then the third column shows the difference between those. So scenario A focused the ailments on places like Crane, Lawn, North Harney, Rock Creek, and Weaver Springs. A little bit in Dog Mountain. The optimized results for each of those sub areas showed that in general, the curtailment had to increase to this particular metric for stability. The amount of increase varied substantially, so that in Crane, you only had to have increase 5% from 60 to 66%. You know, some rounding errors and issues in there, but in others like lawn, the increase was only 3%, versus in some areas, you had to increase the curtailment substantially, like lower blitz and voltage, you had to increase by 35% to get to that metric for stability. In Weaver Springs, as we talked about previously, the 74% curtailment led to, you know, essentially water levels becoming stable or even recovering that very first year. So if you lower the bar to say, we only need stability after 30 years, you can increase the PTW and decrease the amount of, that's that blue minus 38%, showing that we can basically cut in half the amount of curtailment required in Weaver Springs by optimizing. And overall, considering the whole give gap in the bottom line here, the scenario A proposed 20% curtailment, the optimized scenario has 28% curtailment for an 8% increase. So that's for the 15 sub areas proposed initially by WRD. We can look at the same results for the 6 sub areas proposed by the RAC in October in the next slide. And for this one, I'm not going to show that difference column, but I am showing scenarios B, C, and D compared with the optimized percent curtailment in the final column. And in this scenario, you see that Crane Buchanan, the optimized curtailment is towards the low end of what was suggested between scenarios B, C, and D. Also much lower than any of the proposals in Dog Mountain. It was higher again in lower blitz and voltage, somewhat higher in Silver Creek, equivalent to D for in Silvies, and same with no change in upper Blitzen. Overall, the optimized scenario is kind of intermediate between the prescribed scenarios B, C, and D, with a total curtailment of 29% compared with 22, 37, 31% respectively. So this optimized scenario is able to achieve an example of what could be considered a success metric, while redistributing the curtailments between the different sub areas such that the overall curtailment is not as extreme as even a couple of the ones proposed by the RAC in October.
So that is every water right holder taking a 34, 38, or 36, right? Is that what you're saying, percent?
So these scenarios also allocate the PTW by priority date, just like the scenarios B, C, and D.
Okay.
Lisa has her hand up.
Yeah, Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that again, am I understanding this correct, that this is a 30-year goal? This was done at 30 years, is that, I mean, is that right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And, you know, furthermore, you know, B, C, and D were not created with the 30-year goal in mind. And also they have different phase-in periods than the optimized scenario. B and C have a 30-year phase-in, D has a 1-year phase-in. So it's not exactly fair to plot them apples to apples like this, but I think that the overall message is still valid, that by optimizing, you can achieve a particular goal that is not achieved by some other scenarios that have been proposed so far, with lower impacts to pumpage, smaller amounts of curtailment.
Lisa again.
Yeah, Lisa.
Yeah, I just think it's important to capture the timeframes because, you know, on this, D might look less effective than C. But in fact, you're getting a much better response faster, which could have big implications for GDEs, domestic wells, things like that, right? Who are gonna suffer for 30 years versus having a quicker response under D. So I think it paints an incomplete picture to not have the timeframes on here. So I just would urge that
Fair
be.
point.
Right, I mean, that's why D looks. Yeah, so I'll just leave it at that.
I would also point out, Lisa, that our success metric matters here a lot. In that the 50th percentile for scenarios B, C, and D after 30 years resulted in us not achieving the goal. So none of those three scenarios, as ran and as presented earlier, achieved the goal of stabilization, whereas optimization does after 30 years. And we can see that in the checkerboard plots on slide. It's probably changed, but it was 56.
Louis, good.
So Tim and Ben, so with this scenario, kind of touching on what Andy said, using the optimized, you're doing that by priority date, and you're gonna reduce, let's take Sylvie's, because that's me. You're gonna take a 5% reduction throughout the course of the years. And you're gonna do that strictly by priority date. So if you have a PTW of X, you're gonna go to the junior water rights until you get that 5% reduction. Is that correct?
That's what's modeled here, yes.
That's what's modeled.
That's not what, the department has made no decisions about what will be done.
But by applying priority date, that's what would be implied.
And the only difference I would make there, Louis, is we would start at the most senior, allocating water down through the seniors until we run out of PTW.
Correct.
And then everybody below that is shut off.
So, okay, correct. Got it.
So they're actually shut off,
When we allocate by priority date,
right?
your water right, we take the PTW and we take the list of water rights and we start with the most senior. And we look at that senior water right and what we have said we intend to do is look at the duty, so the total amount they're allowed to pump. And then we look at their historical beneficial use. And then we'll give them the historical beneficial use. And then we subtract that number from the overall PTW. So now the PTW is smaller than it was when we started. And we go to the next water right, and we do the same thing, and we do that over and over again until the PTW, we've run out of PTW. And when we've run out of PTW, there's likely one water right that will get partially filled, right? They'll get a partial amount of water. And then every water right junior to that would be shut off completely.
And is that by paper rate?
As we have said, it's the paper right, plus we are gonna consider historical beneficial use. So if you had a paper water right for 100 acre feet, but you've only been using 80 acre feet historically, you're gonna get 80 acre feet.
Okay. And that'll be like from, as far as historic.
We haven't talked about it yet, John, so I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
How we would get to historical beneficial use. Right.
Thanks.
Mark? No, never mind. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. These are excellent questions. This is the discussion we were hoping for.
Lisa, is your hand up again? Okay.
Yeah, just one quick question. So, and maybe this was on a prior slide, but so it's optimized, are you using 80 or 50?
This is 50th percentile we're using in this particular example I'm showing. But stay tuned.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's next slide. Unless, Brian, the next few are kind of maybe
A good break point.
maybe tied together, so this might be an okay place to transition if you wanted to do public comment.
Yeah, no, we're there at public comment, so, 5 minutes early, but I think that's good. Okay, so we're gonna do public comment, just check the room one more time. Anybody here want to provide public comment that's in the room? We got two, okay? We got two in the room, two online, Chris and Travis. If there's anybody else online that wants to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, so just kind of reiterate the public comment process for everyone. Again, this is the opportunity for non-RAC members to share feedback. You can pose questions, but to be considerate of time, we're not going to answer questions during the public comment.
Stop looking at me when you say that.
I wasn't, you felt it. I actually intentionally didn't look at you, but you could feel it. So just know that if you're providing public comment, we will capture it. We'll provide responses in the meeting notes or online, but we won't get them here, and you always have the opportunity to talk to some folks with the OWRD between breaks. So let's do, if as much as possible, limit it to 2 to 3 people, please.
2, 3 people?
Sorry, 2 to 3 minutes. Getting my words mixed up. Let's see. Were you indicating you want online first? Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and go online first. So Chris, I know you had your hand up first. If you want to go ahead and get started.
Still good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Yes.
Fabulous. I had an opportunity to dig pretty deep into the voluntary agreements and the way that's shaping up. There was an important meeting on October 1st among a number of people who were discussing informally about how these voluntary agreements might shape. And based on my research and the study of that topic, voluntary agreements could throw these scenarios into disarray, especially with regard to the spatial distribution of who is getting curtailed and who isn't. That was discussed in the variation of whether it's done by priority or whether it's just done, equally across the board. And the way VAs are being envisioned is that they can swap the places of appropriation and the places of use so that water can be pumped from various wells within the geographic boundaries of what a voluntary agreement might be. That flexibility is what really sweetens these voluntary agreements and makes them preferable over the irrigators who would otherwise be left out, alienated, or estranged from those voluntary agreements. The voluntary agreement, it's really a privilege, in fact, and I think actually it creates a 2-tiered class system where some irrigators who enter into voluntary agreements have a certain kind of flexibility that others don't, and that 2-tiered system may be an unequal protection of how these corrective control orders, how the PTWs, how the statutory laws and the administrative rules are applied. And so I think what's going to happen is that these models that you're looking at are going to be impossible to actually use, because if the voluntary agreements come into play, all of these numbers are going to change in ways that are just entirely unpredictable. And the flexibility of the voluntary agreements will necessarily make it impossible to predict pretty much anything about what we were talking about today. I mean, how much will the changes be? We don't know. How different will the shades of red and blue be? It's unknowable. So I just want to point that out. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we have another one online, Travis, and I should have mentioned this already. If you can state your name and if you're representing an organization, please state that as well. And Travis, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and begin your comment.
He had mentioned that his mic was having some issues, and so he did type that.
Okay.
I don't know if he was asked that comment.
Yeah, so Travis, understanding you have microphone issues and we've captured the comment you provided. in the chat, so we can include that as your comment in the meeting summary.
Is it gonna be red?
We can do that. Somebody, yeah. You want to, Kelly or Angela want to read it?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if you curtail water rights based on priority date, has it been modeled to show how far back junior rights would be cut in each sub-basin? Will that be done, or maybe has it been done already? Depending on what model and reduction rate is chosen, I'm guessing that would change that date. Just curious if that has been done or will be done before any direction will be solidified. It may help choose a direction if that was something to look at while considering options.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we got two in the back, so we'll kind of go front to back. If you can stand up, state your name and who, if you're representing an organization, if you can speak up from there, should be able to capture it on the owl or come forward.
Just a suggestion, if you guys do the priority thing where you're doing the usage, there's such a huge variation between years, drought years and wet years, and it should be whatever the maximum use that I think of that well, whatever it maxed out at, up to whatever the acre feet that is in the permit, right? But it should be up to the maximum, because it varies year to year so much. So whatever the highest usage or reported usage that well did, in my mind, should be the maximum use if you're gonna take it off with 3 acre feet or whatever, adjust it down. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Okay, one more, go right ahead.
My name is Rob Frank. I'm the commissioner-elect for Harney County, but I realize the RAC members are appointed by OWRB, but I wanted to ask that after I take off this January 6th, if you consider either appointing me to take over Commissioner Shellman's seat so that our local government has representation, or if you want to keep her on because she has experience with it, if you would allow me to be added to the RAC. My first comment. My second question was on the optimization. It seems like the rate versus PTW has only been optimized with the parameters of curtailment and time. And I was wondering if you have, or if you would consider adding a parameter for a margin of error, depending on the recharge rate, to account for grouty times or super wet cycles, because that may dramatically change the amount of curtailment required. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it is noon, and lunch is here, so we could use this time, keep us right on schedule as far as when we get our lunch, but then, we'll be able to pick this back up and probably stay ahead of schedule when we come back. So we allotted 40 minutes for everybody to kind of spend a little bit of time stretching, grabbing your lunch, taking care of any other business you have, but certainly you don't have to finish your lunch. We can continue eating once we reconvene. So let's take that 40 minutes, 12:40. We'll pick back up and keep going. 12:40, so that'll still, we're still ahead of schedule once we pick back up. Thank you. Okay. I think we're just about there. Everybody grab your seats, and we'll get started. 12:39.
Okay, this is perfect. Yeah, this is great.
Okay, go ahead and get started.
Welcome back. So when we left off before public comment, we were looking at the results by sub area for the optimization of PTW for a stability condition of, 0 feet per year after 30 years among the median of well cells. That was just an example of what one could do when optimizing pumpage in each of these sub areas to hit a target. I want to look now at a few more violin plots like the one that Darek showed earlier to understand the spatial variability within each of the sub areas after getting to that stability. So we're going to look at one violin plot per set of sub areas, starting here with the 15 proposed by WRD. And some of the features to notice are that the median rate in each of these sub areas is indicated in this case by a vertical dashed red line. It's kind of hard to see, but it's pretty dang close to 0 for all of the sub areas. The only one that doesn't make it there is North Harney, which is positive. That means the water levels are increasing in that small sub area, and that's because in order to get to stability in the surrounding Crane Buchanan sub area, you essentially you'll have recovery after 30 years in this North Harney sub area imposed by the surrounding water level recovery. So in general, especially with the larger sub areas, there's not a lot of flow across the sub area boundaries, but that's an example of an exception to that. In this case, the maximum rate of decline in Weaver Springs, once you stabilize the median, is about half a foot a year of declines. Other features. And the reason why the y-axes are set like this is for comparison with the following plots. So let's look at the next slide, a violin plot for the 6 sub-areas proposed by the RAC in October. And again, this is the optimized result, looking at the rate of change 30 years after the start of reductions. So this is the one that the optimization method tried to get it so that the median of each of these violin plots equals 0. And you can see that it did a pretty good job. All of those short vertical red lines do line up, to my eye, right, or pretty close to 0. There's a little bit of flexibility or tolerance so that your optimization method doesn't need to run forever. I think I gave it a tolerance of 1/100th of a foot of decline allowed to call it good enough. But if you use these slightly larger sub areas, you have a little bit more variability. For example, in the Dog Mountain sub area, the maximum rate of decline is still about half a foot per year, just like we saw with the 15 WRD sub areas. But the visible width of that violin plot is a little bit wider than in the previous example. But the overall message from this is that you can use this tool to optimize for a particular metric of stability in each subarea. And now let's look at the next plot, which is actually optimized over the entire give gap. But I am displaying it evaluated on the 6 RAC proposed subareas. So just take my word for it. Overall, the median over the give gap is 0 for this scenario. What that means though, if you look at it subarea by subarea, is that not all of those individual subareas themselves appear to have that same median level of stability. In order to get to give gap wide median stability, you in fact need to have enough curtailments around the Dog Mountain subarea that the rates are generally recovering there. The median in Dog Mountain, when you have give gap wide stability, is about 1/4 of a foot per year of recovery.
And remember that in the 6 RAC subareas, Dog Mountain also includes the Weaver Springs area, right? So that we combine Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs.
Ben, so help me through that, because it doesn't compute to me logically. Is that because the Dog Mountain Weaver Springs is the lowest, so it has to be recovering, so it's not pulling water in, or what would be, maybe Dark, what's the hydraulic reason for that? Because it's a sump.
I'm guessing it's because there are more wells in there declining at higher rates initially.
I mean, it might also have something to do with the priority date distribution of water rights and wells.
Yeah, I think in order to get to stability overall, and Weaver Springs is a relatively small portion of the basin by area and by well cells. In order to get to stability overall, you need to cut back to a priority date that means a substantial amount of curtailment in Weaver Springs.
So the optimized level is over less than half of what the original proposed level was.
That was when you optimized specifically in using the 15 WRD subareas. When you're able to do surgical or very, spatially focused curtailments, yes, you can make sure that you exactly hit your stability targets. When you use a broader brush, like curtailment over the entire give gap, you're able to achieve your give gap wide stability, but you're not gonna have exactly stability in all the different parts.
Last question, I don't want to go too far down, there's one here, I don't want to. Roger here. So reasonable models the best we have right now to make manage to do. But I mean, when I look at some of these charts, and I mean, some of these are, 2 inches or 1 inch, 2 inches or 1 inch. I mean, is there an assumed percent of variability that would be in the model? I mean, if you get, 5%, 5% means it might make a big difference in PTW. But can the model actually get down to, you said 1/100th of an inch? I understand that for scientific reasons, but no way is the model that accurate.
Thank you. That's a really great point about this model is our best tool and it's not perfect. No model is going to be perfect. And we need to be honest about the confidence or the uncertainty associated with any of our the output of the model that we use for decision making. The units here are feet per year, not inches per year, just for reference.
Right, the first one is 6 inches, and I see some of them just so they can.
You're measuring the length of the rain.
I am.
In inches.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. I'm doing some interpolation in my own mind.
Fair enough.
But I appreciate that point, and I think that we, the department, need to do more to communicate what we expect that uncertainty to be. I'm not ready to tell you what those numbers are now. I can tell you a little bit about, like, given the behavior of the model, how close are the PTW, how precise are the PTW optimal values? But those are assuming that the model is correct, which it's going to have some errors. So stay tuned for that.
Because even the USGS model, when it ran its 2, when you read that report, I mean, I'll put this on Crane, because there was some variability in some of those hydrographs, up to 30%. Potentially from what, so I mean, that's That's within the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, and remember that that's both to the positive and potentially to the
Exactly,
negative,
that's,
right?
yeah, that's not
Yeah.
trying to take a point, it just, that is in the realm of possibilities of what we're looking at potentially.
And my perspective, the more I've thought about it, that lends credence to having a timeline for evaluation of success and for implementation that allow us to capture the changes effectively and make decisions on them
Adaptive management.
appropriately. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that.
Great question. More on give back wide optimization. So we've looked at sort of individual optimization results. Now we're going to compare the results of multiple optimization runs in the next slide. So there's a lot going on here. I'm going to take a minute to walk us through this graph here and hopefully make some sense of it for everyone. The y-axis is PTW, total pumpage over the whole give gap. We're summing over all of the sub areas here. And on the left side shows the final PTW in 1,000 acre feet per year. The right side shows the percentage reduction from 2018 pumpage. And the 5 horizontal dashed black lines are the PTWs associated with the 5 prescribed scenarios. Those are A through E that we've looked at this morning and talked about now for a couple RAC meetings. Just to give you a flavor for the range of what the RAC has been discussing so far in terms of total curtailment and where the optimization results fit within that range. So now on the x-axis are the number of sub areas used to divide the give gap for the purpose of allocation. The first column there is just one sub area, the whole give gap together. 6 in the middle is the 6 proposed sub areas from the RAC from October. And 15 at the right is the 15 sub areas, smaller ones proposed by WRP. And that lets you plot on those axes of PTW versus number of sub areas, the optimized results of what the total give gap wide PTW is or total curtailment for each of those sub area sets. And those are the dots that we're looking at. Let's start looking at the green triangles. Well, actually, before we look at the individual dots, I want to highlight what I think this figure tells us. In one point is that the optimization allows us to retain higher total PTW values, that is less curtailment, compared with the only prescribed scenario that met the target of stability in all the sub areas. That's the one that had 59% curtailment at the very bottom. That's scenario E. So all of the dots, all of the colored dots from these optimization runs are pretty far above that bottom dashed line. And that shows you the value that you can achieve by optimizing. The next major point that you can take from this is to look from left to right, that for the for some of the colors, the total PTW is larger. That means less total curtailment when you use more sub areas. That is when you are focusing your curtailment on just the cones of depression, you can have less total curtailment, less reduction in pumpage and achieve that stability with a smaller overall impact on the use of water. And finally, if we, as you look at the different colors of the dots, those represent different percentages of the wells that need to be stable at 30 years in order for the run to be considered optimized. As you require a larger percent of wells to be stable, the ETW that is consistent with that becomes lower. So we're starting to look at some of the trade-offs that we've been alluding to this whole meeting right here on this figure. The fact that if you want to maximize the total pumpage, you might need to use more sub areas. Or if you want to, get to stability with a larger percentage of wells, that might mean less pumpage overall. If we focus just on the green upside down triangles, that's the median. So for the give gap, the median optimized run says you need it's about 32% reduction. That's what it is. Whereas if you use the 6 RAC sub areas, you only need about 27% reduction. Those numbers right. And that is about equivalent to the curtailment that you would use if you had 15 sub areas. So if the median is your goal, then 6 and 15 sub areas are roughly equivalent. Mark.
So it's fascinating because look at the one sub area, you're only looking at the difference, potentially a 5% difference to hit stable at a medium level compared to all the other scenarios. I mean, if you do farmer math real quickly in all these 3 scenarios, we are potentially only debating about 6,000 acre feet of water, which divided by 2.42 acre feet, which is probably going to be somewhere near the 2018 average. We're only looking at about a difference to all the ranges there that would be regulated off, more off. I mean, it just.
You lost it.
Yeah.
Look.
No, he's saying, I mean, my terminology is not, otherwise but he's
Measuring things in center pivots.
Exactly. But I mean, the whole conversation can come down to, might only be the difference of 18 additional pivots being regulated off from one scenario to the farm.
Yeah, that's a perfectly valid way to think about it. And that's
On the
the kind
medium,
of,
I mean, just.
Right, in that one particular comparison, yeah.
I never thought it would be that close.
I think I was surprised by it as well.
one thing that I was especially surprised by in these results is that the 80th percentile, so requiring 80% of wells to be stable, has a slightly larger penalty or requires additional curtailment compared with the median over the, when you do it over the give gap compared with 6 subareas, it's much less using the 15 WRD subareas. So if you are interested in achieving stability among the large majority of wells, you can achieve that with the least curtailment if you were able to be spatially specific about it. And I think that that result is expressing the qualitative thinking that was driving WRD originally to propose a large number of subareas, to be specific and surgical about the curtailments to minimize what our best proxy for the economic impacts to the community while still achieving stability. So this figure, I think, shows the degree to which that idea is borne out in our best representation of expectations of the future. I'm not going to call it reality, but like we we can see that where that's true, which is, it does seem to be true in the 80th percentile. It doesn't seem to make such a big difference in either the 50th or the 90th percentiles. That's an interesting result to me. I'd like to learn more about that. I don't think that we need to like focus on the specific numbers shown here, but I think that the range of differences, like Mark was just saying, can help set our expectations for how much of an impact we're talking about when we discuss 1 versus 6 versus 15 sub areas, as we try to prioritize those criteria going forward, planning more runs for the next RAC. More questions? This is great. I think we're almost done with looking at results from this. Next slide. Oh, yeah. So it's tempting looking at the results we've seen so far to say, well, maybe it doesn't matter that much. 50th versus 80th percentile. You have less PTW and maybe you should just go for the median. What are the long-term impacts of that is what I'm showing here. If you look at using the 80th percentile, that's going to get you to stability in a larger portion of wells at 30 years. And it's going to also have an impact on the long-term water level elevations. So here we're comparing the elevations of water levels in layer 2 with the 80th percentile rate of decline compared with the 50th. Blue means that water levels are higher by up to about 25 feet, 30 feet in Weaver Springs, especially after 60 years. Elsewhere, it's pretty limited, the recovery, probably in the range of 1 to 5 feet, to have that higher standard of stability. The next slide is one that I think is not on your printout, but it's qualitatively the same. Same type of figure and same color scale, looking at the optimized 50th versus 80th percentiles for the 6 RAC sub areas. And you see essentially the same signal, maybe slightly larger overall increases in water levels by using the 80th percentile. And I think that reflects that that's consistent with the observation from the scatter plot we looked at a couple slides ago, where the 80th percentile among the 6 RAC sub areas had a lower total PTW basin-wide, and that's borne out in water levels being higher at 30 and 60 years. But still qualitatively the same, order of 5 feet recovery over most of the basin, but except in Weaver Springs. All right, so to summarize, the next slide. Coming back to the points that I hoped to persuade you of, optimization can help us maximize the PTW while still achieving a particular target in terms of stability, or for the next RAC there, we can also add in other targets that we want to achieve. There are trade-offs though. When you require a larger percent of wells to be stable, that decreases the PTW while raising the water levels in the long run. Using more sub areas that are focused on those declines increases the PTW in some cases, not all, but as we mentioned, it might increase conflicts on priority date. So, questions on those major points? Well, I think that's a good opportunity then to hand it over to Bryant for now closing the circle, coming back to the idea of that modeling elements and how we prioritize these different considerations.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, so circling back to the criteria conversation we had earlier today, we updated this, and Chris and I, you weren't here for this, so we'll, Angelo. Can you hear?
Lisa, Brandon, I'm gonna send it to you. One sec.
You know what to do, you can go ahead and get started, but I'll run through it again, what.
Okay, Lisa, I just sent it to you in the Zoom chat. And then Brandon, I'll send it to you right now.
So we are asking for your name, but ultimately in December, we won't attach your name to the feedback that you provided us. We'll show them, well, what we'll likely do is list the feedback individually. We're not gonna,
And then Lisa and Brandon, you can just.
we're not gonna add it up. But, and just call it rack number 1, rack number 2, rack number 3, something to that effect. So, but we'd like your name at least now on this so that we know who submitted it and how many rack members provided their input. Okay, so. I think you're. What's that?
Run through the scenario again, Brian.
Okay. All right, can you zoom it up? Is I guess the best you can. Zoom it out. No, zoom it in. I don't know. Get as much as you can so people can see it, but it might be a little hard. Okay. So these are all the different criteria that we talked about today. We added adaptive management. It's right here as G. The exercise that you're gonna go through is beginning in this corner. You ask yourself, of the criteria impact to domestic wells and impact to natural groundwater discharge, which one is a higher priority to me? That's your first question you ask yourself, A or B? And you indicate A or B. And then you ask yourself, to what degree? If it's to a large degree, much more important, you put a 3. If it's not that big, that it's more important, but not by much, put a 1, or if it's somewhere in the middle, put a 2. Bobby.
So for like the first combo of A and B, like let's say I prefer A a lot, what would I put in that? So
A3. And then you just work your way through, and this is designed so that you'll compare every criteria against every other criteria one time.
And then Brian, if someone needs just.
Yeah, just raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Yeah.
Come over again.
And the second page is pretty straightforward. It's just multiple choice.
So you put the C here, and that's the one you like. Okay, I'll just find. I think. B, that's it, well, you
Put it in the same box. Oh, and your income would be the same, right? So the C as a 3. Okay, so your interest will be the same as go down. I'm not worried about it.
They should each be a different combo.
But not on the same job you do. I'm always down. You see, like on this one.
So Brian, is timeliness meaning, so it should, you want it faster, or we want it slower? What does timeliness mean?
Timeliness means faster.
Faster, yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you do something timely, you are doing it.
Not necessarily.
In this context.
This context,
That's what
rapidly.
we mean in this context.
Anybody else have a question? Need a hand? Yeah. So. I think that's as important as this. Okay, so you would buy how much? A lot. So B three. Yeah, just do that same thing.
What's the boss's name? Lumberg.
So I need to. Tying together all what it is. Small business.
What's that, Mark?
Yeah, that's what this.
Oh, I see, like, okay. Well, the we need to, it's not usually. What you're gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry.
We tie that into.
You're not moving. Yeah, you should refer to that area. So we've already answered. No, so sorry, we, the economy, and then
each one individually.
time minutes.
Okay, so I don't be.
This is really. This in particular, yeah.
You want
Impact of small business. Why are they so?
We're not asking that pair.
Yeah, that's why it's.
Right, that's why. We're just asking you the economy.
Yeah, and the back page is just, so this, we changed the back page to be just multiple choice. So it should be pretty straightforward. It's supposed to scale.
Yeah, okay. And how did you rate them? More, yeah,
So.
You want like a 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Just check the box of your preference,
Oh, the one that we want.
the one that you like the best. Yeah, you only check one box on the back of each question. Just multiple choice.
And Ryan, on those multiple choices, we prefer if you pick one of the options that was there, but there's an other, just in case there's something you feel strongly about, and you can check that box and write it in.
Yes, yeah, that's why it's there, so, yeah.
What's a multiple choice, 1, 2, 3, or ABC? I only get to choose one.
Yeah, I guess if you choose two, we would have to do an average.
You can make things on the record.
Yes.
Water down.
We don't have. Turn that off. Turn those bells on.
Yeah.
When did you issue your first water right? Groundwater right here?
Oh, probably sometime back in the 20s or 30s.
The 1930? I think 2024. I think the hot spring is 1932. 32.
Let's stop when they're
What?
You're done. Raise your
Now it says 1926 is the oldest groundwater right.
1926, so it took that long from 26 to 20.
We already had to put our names on this.
Right.
So what would you like to?
We'd like to put your name just so we know that you did it, but we're not gonna show anybody your results. You don't trust us.
Well,
We know you're here by attendance, so.
yeah, if there's 10 with no names, you know, oh. What I feel
It's
about.
just yours, they know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to be recognized now.
I was foolish enough to do that. That's how naive and trusting I am.
What if you overvote? What do you mean overvote?
I want to fill in 2 boxes in one square. So does that?
You can do that, but then we won't be able to interpret what you really care about.
So you can't overvote.
I mean, you can do whatever you want on that sheet of paper, but whether or not we're able to interpret it and use your input.
What I struggle with is when you use one sub area, why you have to take other curtailments. I cannot understand that.
Optimize, you don't, optimize it with 55% if you're looking at the meter.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you use 6 sub areas, 15, you know, you guys keep telling us you get more water if the more sub areas used. And I just don't understand that.
It's because of how water rights are distributed across the basin based on prior appropriation. Right? So different areas of the basin were developed at different times. And transfers have been allowed to happen over the entirety of the period of record. So water rights, senior water rights have been able to be consolidated into areas. And junior water rights may be consolidated in areas. And so when you curtail juniors off, you might impact one area really strongly and not impact another area at all. You can fix something else. Oh, there's a.
Well, if you're done and you want to take a break, go right ahead. We'll probably do about 5 more minutes and then we'll start back.
If the timeline's passed, age expectation is actually a true,
Whose age expectation?
Probably, that's true.
Talk about what.
Did you see this video? This is pretty
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've seen it?
You don't answer questions. If you have any questions like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, kind of like. That.
My whole life.
Any personal in-depth detail. Hold on to that, that's valuable.
After through the.
Go through the questionnaire.
Oh, wait, Joe.
Thinking about the TL.
Yeah, that's probably not the right framing, but
No.
close.
Oh.
That's supposed to change. I thought we were gonna maybe schedule it later after.
I still don't. I don't understand what you just said.
Subject.
Roger, yeah. Only well going up in Orange County, you have to bring it like the photos. Neighbors water on, I think. The one day I found my own. And you're right. Yeah, I said, show back up. Shut up.
Matthew, that.
So we need you to ask questions. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm on the outskirts. I mean, we've got some, now you know.
All right.
On that.
I mean, I just have a couple specific questions, so I mean, I've been in this specific area.
Yes, let's ask the questions and talk about.
All right, anybody else still have their worksheet?
I don't know, I never.
Results in the criteria.
So you guys, yeah, for me, I'll get that for you. Who threw theirs in there?
Andy.
Someone wanted.
Finished it.
That's who. Not for me. Everybody? I thought all their math was gone. Gotcha,
That, right on my computer there.
Okay, thank you all for taking the time to do that, and we'll revisit this in December.
And for Lisa and Brandon online, you guys can just if you can email me the Excel table, that'd be great. We'll get those in the salt calculations.
You take those.
Okay, I think there might be some more, maybe potentially another question or two from Ben's presentation, so, Larissa, do you have a question? Okay.
I did, I'm just kind of more like specific, like just trying to like take each sub area or whatever, how we're trying to think about it and just trying to like understand it so I can know how to like think about it from like an irrigator's point of view, from a management point of view, or how to address it. So I just had a couple things that I just, maybe someone can give me some more information or clarify. So when I looked at like all the models, like we did, like there's the one where they shut everybody off, the one where they kept it running, and then all these scenarios, but the 15. And so I guess what I look is I look at some of them and I see that like, okay, they curtailed Weaver. And Weaver like started healing itself, I guess for better lack of term, started coming back. And in that same process over the years, just them being curtailed, the other parts of that drainage basin, which would have been the Silver Creek and then the other
Party Lake.
Party Lake, yes, thank you. it showed that they actually will come back eventually over time, like was it 40, 60 years? But then in other management scenarios, it's like, well, we cut you a whole bunch. And talking about the Silver Creek area, then it'll come back obviously faster. But I guess I'm just trying to like clarify that even if you reduce Silver Creek, Weaver's not gonna come back any faster because it takes so much, it's gonna only fill up so much. So I guess I'm just like looking at it from a minimized reduction standpoint, that we could cut all of our water off and Weaver's still gonna take an X amount of time to fill in. And it's not, and our water will still go down because we are, they're down gradient from us. Our water runs to them until they fill themselves back up. Am I like not thinking about it right? What am I missing? Because I feel like even if we cut off, we're still gonna go down until Weaver can get itself up, so our water isn't running down gradient to them, no matter what we do. So I guess from your guys' perspective, what would be the point of cutting us 30%? And we're only dropping 0.5 inches a year. And you're gonna cut us 30% because Weaver's, all of our water is going to Weaver. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah, like whatever we do, it's still gonna go this way, even if you shut every single pivot off. This is how my brain works anyways. You shut every single pivot off in the Riley Valley, and Weaver is still not gonna, the water's still gonna go down because it's running to Weaver. So I'm just like, reductions other than Weaver isn't gonna help.
So there's a few concepts there that I think we should try to tease apart and talk through. So under natural conditions, Darek, groundwater flow historically was from the uplands to the lake, right? Yep. And so groundwater has always been moving that way. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you would see declines in groundwater levels in Silver Creek while that water is still flowing, correct?
In the absence of pumping?
In the absence of pumping.
That's right.
So you would have essentially, what do we call it, a potentiometric surface? You'd have a groundwater level, like groundwater table that does slope down following the land surface, right?
That's right.
Essentially.
Like the natural pre-development conditions.
Right.
Right.
So it's possible for water to move from the uplands to the lowlands and not have declines occurring, right? So declines are then introduced by pumping out faster than recharge is coming in, right?
Yeah.
I'm capturing that correctly. So one of the key things that has happened that we've talked about many times is that Weaver Springs has developed a massive cone of depression. It's very deep, but it's localized to those, what do we call them?
To the cinders.
To the cinders, right? And you have, what's it surrounded by?
Surrounded by basin fill, so sedimentary deposits.
Which doesn't transmit water very quickly.
That's right.
So.
But still does transmit water.
Yeah. And so if we shut off all the pumping in Weaver Springs, the maximum, like that's the maximum speed at which we can recover Weaver Springs to that groundwater level. But that groundwater level will then match up with the groundwater levels around it, right?
There's a scenario in which you could flatten out that cone of depression completely and gets back to something that's more similar to what it was before the cone developed.
And that, doing that still won't prevent declines from occurring in Silver Creek, right?
Correct. The declines occurring in Upper Silver Creek aren't the result of pumping in Weaver Springs. They're the result of pumping in Silver Creek.
Then why on one of the models that you did nothing except in Weaver, it still came back to zero decline in the model? Because it went from light pink, if you look at these charts.
So Kelly, if you jump back to slide 24 or 25.
This is the one that we got last rack.
Yeah, so slide 25, I think, where we want to go. Which is a ways back, we've been through a lot. So here we have layer 2 after 30 years, layer 2 after 40 years, and layer 2 after 60 years.
Yeah, the 15 from the initial model. Yeah, the one that you ran the 15.
Right, and that's what scenario A is here. The only difference is that we changed the start date from 2026 to 2030.
Right, but it does get lighter and you didn't do anything in, you didn't do anything in anywhere about the Weaver.
Correct, it gets lighter. It also gets lighter in the USGS scenario,
Well, I'm
right?
just saying Weaver does affect. Because you didn't change the pumping in Riley.
So we don't have the results in map form like this, but even in the USGS do nothing scenario where 2018 pumpage continues. The rate of change, the rate of decline in Upper Silver Creek eventually begins to flatten, and that's the result of basically the capture of discharge. So we're reaching a new equilibrium. So the rates of change aren't terribly rapid right now. And even if we continue on the path we're on now, that will eventually begin to slow down. As we reach this new equilibrium, the elevation at the end of that will of course be lower than if curtailment were to occur.
And so as the water level declines, you're gonna lose natural discharge, right?
Yeah.
And so you're gonna reach a point where the springs are no longer flowing. And that's gonna be a point where we've now reduced essentially extraction from the groundwater system. And we'll reach an equilibrium where the groundwater level is now essentially nearing stable.
And instead of balancing that extraction from the storage in the aquifer system, we're balancing it by the reductions in natural discharge over time.
And so your groundwater dependent, so your groundwater dependent plants and your springs are what give up water in order for the groundwater levels to stabilize at that lower level. So it's the pumping has to, like, the water that is pumped has to come from somewhere. And it can either come from groundwater storage or natural discharge. And so as you decrease groundwater levels, you eventually stop natural discharge.
Well, in this scenario, it said that it reduced it, but it didn't completely stop it, or from the USGS one. So even if we kept pumping, it didn't stop it, it still went, it was lower to the first model. But in this scenario, I guess I'm just trying to figure out why supposedly these all show it's getting better. And there was still, the reduction according to USGS first, the original model. It reduced, some of their groundwater discharge, but it didn't completely stop the discharge according to that model. So in this, what you're saying is, in this scenario, it didn't have nothing to do with pumping. The water levels stabilized because the springs were discharging less. This has nothing to do with pumping in this model. So Weaver didn't affect any of that water.
So go to slide 31 now. No, this is great. This is exactly what we need to talk
I
about.
feel like there's probably other areas in the basin too that this could apply to.
So here we're comparing scenario A, which is targeted curtailments in the 6 high priority subareas that we talked about. So Weaver Springs, Dog Mountain, and then the 4 in the Northeast, with the USGS do nothing scenario, right? Continue pumping. And this is water level difference. So what's the difference in groundwater level at these time steps? And after 30 years, we see that if we do nothing, and if we don't, like, if we curtail only in those targeted areas, the water level change
or the difference in water levels in Upper Silver Creek is essentially zero at 30 years. And it's essentially zero at 60 years, which says that filling in these cones of depression, the specific cones of depression, do nothing for preventing ongoing declines in Upper Silver Creek. Because the final water level is the same as if we did nothing anywhere.
Scenario A is basically do nothing in Upper Silver Creek.
Yeah.
So basically, in these scenarios, Silver Lake is dry, Double L is now a desert, and it's zero.
I don't think we can say that, like definitively. We can definitely say natural discharge will have been decreased in those places, absolutely. I can't tell you it's like Double L is gonna be dry. Like, I don't think we can get there.
Yeah, there's no way we know
Right.
when that tipping point is. Yeah.
Right. And that, so this shows that like targeted curtailment in the high priority areas in the Northeast has some impact in the surrounding sub areas, right? We see the Crane Buchanan area sees benefit, and even a little bit down in like the Windy Point area. The Weaver Springs curtailment really only targets like changes in water level in, or improved water levels in the Weaver Springs and a little bit of the Dog Mountain sub area. And we don't see that actually cascade out. And that, Darek, right, is a function of
Likely the hydraulic properties of those deposits there.
right, is the impermeability of the material surrounding the Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain area.
Okay, I probably read that one a little different, just because we were using white as, before.
Mhm.
And so that one I probably confused on the comparison a little bit on that.
Yeah.
Thinking that meant everything else was, like the last chart's the zero or whatever.
Right, so whereas in the rate of change maps, white is a good thing, that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
In a groundwater level difference, when we're comparing it to doing nothing, white is a bad thing, because it means that we're essentially getting no benefit in that area as compared to doing
Didn't
nothing.
go red.
It's not worse.
It's not worse.
It's not worse than doing nothing because we didn't increase pumping,
Okay.
right? And we'll know soon, hopefully. I say this at every RAC meeting, and I have to eat my words at every RAC meeting, but we're working on identifying what the changes in estimated pumping is by sub area through 2022. And so if we're able to get that, we'll have an understanding of, are we pumping more in sub areas? And if so, how much? Right, since 2018. So how much change has happened over those 4 years?
Is that gonna be figured on satellite imagery?
We're trying to use the same methodology that was used in the Beamer and Hoskinson report. Yeah.
Good enough for that.
So Larissa, did that help answer that question for you?
Yes. I think so. Just because as these charts are looking lighter, you're thinking, well, it's doing benefits to everything.
Yeah.
We never explored that other option that we just threw out there. I mean, we've talked about it, but not according to this, I guess. Maybe I didn't listen. I don't know.
We don't have it here in front of us today, but if you go back to the model report, the USGS model report, and you look at this, the do nothing continuing 2018 pumpage scenario, they present some hydrographs for wells in Upper Silver Creek.
Yeah.
And you can see those hydrographs start and the rates are kind of steep, and over time it flattens out and it shows that same thing, and that's reaching that new equilibrium, even with the same pumping.
Right, but that's kind of what we're looking for, is that stabilization, new equilibrium, right?
It is, and and one consideration is when do we reach that, and what are the impacts that occur over that time? John?
I guess I remember somewhat the same information. I guess what I'm thinking is we used to have the, before we had the model, we had the, aquifer elevations that show the cone of depressions and the direction of flow. And I also remember having a direction of flow from that, lower Silver Creek, if you want to call it that, into Weaver Springs, and it was because of that Weaver Springs cone of depression.
So you're talking about the groundwater level contour map?
Yeah.
Right, from 2018. So yeah, absolutely. The contours do show that that cone of depression is pulling water in. What we're saying though, and what we're able to tease out with the model is how much water and how effective is that flow at filling in Weaver Springs. And what we see is that it is not like the effects of recovery in Weaver Springs are not cascading out broadly. They're really localized in that area. And so while it is true that the water can be flowing that way, it's not doing that rapidly. So it's not like we're not seeing water get sucked out of Upper Silver Creek into Weaver Springs. What we're seeing here is a flattening of the cone of depression because we've stopped pumping as much in the middle of it. And so water levels are able to recover and equilibrate. And so as we saw in hydrographs last time, on the edge of the cone of depression, we still have like either flattening or ongoing moderate declines, but in the center, we have like large rise in recovery.
And the Silver Creek portion of that recharge or whatever is pretty small, what you're saying, because of the geology.
Yeah, the speed at which those effects are able to cascade out are really slow. Like not really visible in 30 and 60 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you squint, maybe there's a width of blue kind of in that Harney Lake sub area there at 60 years.
Which one's better? Okay, use that one. Did you have another question?
No, I'm good. Let's try to
Yeah,
think about it.
there's a lot there.
So-
I got the same confusion.
Can I say something then, or, I mean, some areas, you reduce substantial amount of water will affect some of the surrounding areas, maybe even farther away. But in some areas, where you reduce substantial amount of water, is not gonna affect the other. To any degree, I mean. Is that fair enough, statement?
I think that's what this is showing.
That's what I'm trying. I'm not trying to trap you, Tim. I'm not gonna go, well, it's all hydraulically connected, so therefore I'm not trying to have a discussion.
No, I was thinking it through, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a function again of the hydraulic properties of the subsurface material.
That's why potentially up in the northeast, we see more interconnectivity. So therefore, if you target more restrictive in some areas, it's gonna affect the other. Less the 15 sub-area approach compared to the 6 sub-area approach. Potentially gives the same results, close to the same results in that area.
So why are we seeing zero way up high in the Sylvies where we're getting a lot of water coming into the system? That's a little confusing to me.
It's zero difference between the results of this scenario and the results of doing nothing. So basically it's showing that there's no change occurring up there.
Oh, so it could have water and be doing well, it's just because there's no change, it's white.
It's specifically the difference between the scenario A results and the do nothing results. Yeah.
Okay.
But this isn't ground level elevations, period. It's the difference in the elevations between those two model scenarios.
Yeah, so Kelly, to answer that question, if you flip back to slide 26. One more. You can see in Sylvie's up there, you've got blue in the recharge areas. For the most part, it's white. And this is the water level rate of change, right? So this is what our groundwater level is doing, and they're not declining in Sylvie's, right? So after 60 years, they're not declining. There's a little bit of decline in the 40-year, like really light pink. 30 years, it's really light pink. So over the course of time, we're seeing things in that area equilibrate. And the reason it's white then in the USGS and in ours is because the rate of equilibration is the same in our scenario A as it was in the USGS's do nothing scenario, right? So we're seeing the trends go like flatten out the same rate over the same time period in both scenarios.
This is a morning concept to digest.
Yeah. Yep. Mark,
So when we look at optimized scenarios in this center, how much work is it to put down the different sub areas, you know, when we hit that 30 years? How much water has increased? Do we go from 10 feet to 25 foot? And when we stabilize, are we looking at the new, is there a way to identify potentially what the new groundwater level will be in the 30 and 60 years?
Yeah, there are similar issues about aggregating over the variability within each sub area, but yes, we can present some of that, and I think that's a good idea.
I think it's important because then, I mean, if I am a domestic well owner and if I need to drill a well, I can have some assurance in the geographic area. If I go to X feet, I should be okay.
How do, just my curiosity. Is that groundwater level contour maps? How do we display that effectively over that kind of spatial distance?
Well, I think I heard, maybe this is my bias, were you asking about a summary for each of the sub areas to do sort of
I
comparison?
mean, it's not, whatever Ben can come up with will be good enough for me.
Right?
I guess I was imagining violin plots and checkerboard plots using the total change.
So how much it's declining?
Yeah, maybe since the onset of,
Right.
since the start of reductions.
So start of reductions water level minus ending water level gives you change. Okay, yeah.
When we hit stabilization, what's our average groundwater level? What's our median groundwater level?
I think that's a good idea.
I do like the Boston whisker more than the violin though.
Fair enough.
Okay, are we ready to move on to a whole new conversation?
Are there any other questions? Now's the time to talk about this stuff, right? Like, what's that? If you got it,
I think we're still digesting, to be honest, it's a lot.
still chewing your cud? Yeah, so am I.
My mind's still kind of working through the.
Looks like Julie's got a question.
Yes, Julie.
Let's wait to the end, but because we're gonna go to a whole new concept, I'll bring it up now. Is there any chance that you guys could do put the loss of domestic wells into a graph with the A through E scenarios? Now, I realize there's huge gaps in the information about the exempt wells in Army County, some of which have no recording whatsoever. But I'm wondering if that's possible to do.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, insofar as we know about those wells, insofar as those wells have been represented in the model, that is an easy thing to do. So it probably won't be an accurate count of the total number of wells affected, but we can talk about percentage of domestic wells affected in each sub area. That
Do
would
you
be,
think that's information we should have, given that
Absolutely.
list of criteria?
yeah. And I think that's what we were getting at by putting that in the list of criteria for you to compare was how important is that consideration among all the others? But yes, we can also bring those results to show you next time.
And not having that today was not a function of us leaving it out on purpose. That was a function of we didn't get there. Like,
Well, it also plays into the socioeconomic thing that we hope to get to evaluate eventually, because we've got different kinds of irrigations going on here, and if Harney County lost half of its population, even if they aren't the ones who are growing hay, it might matter.
absolutely.
Okay, any other questions? While we're here. I think we're probably okay, unless anybody thinks we need a break right now. We kind of had one for a while we were wrapping up the worksheet. Okay, so we're gonna move on to serious water management problem areas, SWAMPA. Okay, so the goal of the conversation we're gonna have now is for the department to receive your input to inform the SWAMPA decision. So this is a consult. We need your feedback. The way this is gonna look is I'm gonna hand it over to Kelly, and he's gonna take you through different questions. with options or potential answers. And we're not looking for consensus or the group to agree on something, but if you see that and you have a preference for one of those options, tell us. And we'll kind of be recording that and capturing that input from you. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And what you want to get out of it?
And what we're gonna do with so how I set up the conversation today, is there were a series of questions that came out of the discussion group around the sewage water management problem area. Yes, I always say planning area, problem area, that came out of the discussion group. And so I have captured all the input in our options that came out of that discussion group. And I'm going to ask the RAC, is there anything else we need to consider around those questions? And then what we're gonna do with that input is we're going to take it, we're going to start drafting up swamp or rule language, and in December, bring it back to you, tell you what input was taken and why, and what input was not taken and why, and then present the language to you and have another conversation around swamp or rule language and taking your input. Does that seem reasonable to you guys?
So I guess, there's no wrong answer.
So I'm gonna take that as a
I'm
good.
still stuck on the consult. I thought maybe it should be inform or collaborate, but I'll go with it.
I mean, to a degree, yeah.
Don't take the bait. Move along.
I'll take it. I think you're probably right. It is probably closer.
Lisa, and can you see the screen? Okay, great. Okay, so. I don't think we need to, most of the public is left. We had a whole spiel about what a swamp was, but you guys, do we need to go through that, or are you guys okay with that?
You can do it in 10 seconds, probably. I think it might be helpful.
Okay, so a swamp, a series of water management problem area, is a measurement and reporting requirement within a designated swamp area. It is required, reporting is required annually by statute. And Jason, do you want to just briefly why it's important to the department to implement the swamp?
Sure. So it's important to the department largely because, we need to keep track of where groundwater levels are in a specific area, and we can't really manage groundwater without knowing what it is we're managing. There, so measurement and reporting allows us to get an idea of what it is we're dealing with, just like surface water. If we don't know how much water is flowing in the stream, we can't really manage that water. And so same thing with groundwater, we can't really manage what we don't measure. And it just makes a much more fair and equal system if we can manage it, and we're not guessing, and we do a much better job at managing it. We know what we're dealing with.
And just a point of clarification, it's water use, not groundwater. We're not tracking groundwater levels with swamp, but we're tracking water use.
Right, water use. So, yeah, I mean, they're correlated, but, same thing.
Today, so why can't we measure one freaking?
Okay,
Everybody with us?
I am.
okay. So back in the first question we discussed in RAC number 8 and 9 was what should be our swamp boundary? And so we kind of focused on 3 different options. The first was set the boundary as the greater Harney Valley area of concern, or the give gap. Set the boundary as the RAC recommended classification boundary. So that boundary included the give gap and in parts of Grant County, all the way up to Seneca, and then set the boundary as the Harney Basin groundwater study area. So at RAC number 9, we got the recommendation from you guys to set it as the classification boundary. So that's what we're going to do. But I do have a question around the discussion group. So first off, does that capture what you guys recommended for a swamp boundary? So make sure that we did get that correctly. Okay, I'm seeing, okay. So out of the discussion group, though, there were these questions around where geographically should flow meters be required to be installed, and should only a portion of the basin geography be required to install and report it. So in our mind, when we agreed on the swamp boundary, that is the area where it's going to be required reporting and measurement. So based off of these questions in the discussion group, do we need to reopen the boundary conversation? Or are we okay with just going with the SWAMPA classification boundary?
I have a question. When you're gonna have all these sub areas and you're gonna separate them. And you guys claim that water is that water in the sub area. Then when you wanna reclassify how you're doing that? Why do we measure 7 wells and spend thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, put measuring ports in, pipes to the bottom, when it's all connected and we can just use our monitoring well? You know what I mean? It's a huge expense that we're spending. And like Tom Davis asked and I think it was the 8th or the 7th meeting, what's happening to all this information? We produce it all, we pay someone to produce it all, and then what happens to it?
Like, all that measurement data goes into is it GWIS that it goes into?
Well, the first thing we need to be focused on with the SWAMPA is that we're talking only about water use and reporting. The metering, not the measurement of static water levels. The SWAMPA has nothing to do with the measurement of static water levels.
Okay,
It's just the metering of water use. But to that point, Andy, all those measurements are available from our database.
And it's been used in this process to characterize water level and analyze water level trends, right? Dark spent all that time on that big memo analyzing all those water level trends.
Okay, Lisa, you wanna go ahead?
Yeah, I wouldn't support eliminating any sub areas from the requirement to measure and report water use. I think it's just basic data that we need to have. You can look at the USGS groundwater study, other endeavors around the state, where just a lot of time and money, public time and public resources are spent trying to sort of calculate and estimate how much groundwater was pumped, because we don't have basic measurement of that use. So I think given the project here that we're involved in, that we should not eliminate any sub areas from the requirement.
So then, Lisa, would you support going back to this, just having the SWAMPA boundary as the classification boundary going to grant, and then everywhere in that boundary needs to require, it's required to report and
Yeah.
measure?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah,
Good, so I really disagree with that to the point of who's gonna pay for all the time and the measuring of those meters that are in place now. Who's gonna pay for that?
I think we have a couple options there. A lot of water rights, groundwater rights in the basin are required to measure anyway. So that's, a cost of doing business of getting that water right. Additionally, the department does have some cost share available for measurement, and we're happy to use that down here.
Yeah.
Right now, in fact, we have around $750,000 available for measurement. So if anybody wants to jump on that doesn't already have measurement, they can do that. But we also have a certain amount of money every biennium that we can use for cost share management. And generally what we do is we offer to pay for the device if the landowner pays for the installation. And so typically ends up being about a 50-50 cost share. We can go a little over 50-50 on the state side, if we need to, depending on the situation.
Cause I just put one in the other day and you're looking at right around $4,500.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You start putting that on everyone that doesn't have a meter on it, for sure.
It's a lot of money, yeah.
So, I mean, if we follow the current rules of SWAMPA 690-085-0015, it allows 3 ways to measure and record. So I mean, does every sub area in the SWAMPA have to do a flow meter, or can we use the power consumption method that's listed in the SWAMPA? Can we use the time of operation method that's also listed in the SWAPA? We seem to be limiting ourselves to one of the three factors that's actually listed in the SWAPA.
So that's a question that I have for the group, and we'll get there, Mark. Let's focus on the boundary part, right? Are we okay, because the discussion group talked about geography where the flow meter should be required. Are we okay with what we discussed in RAC number 8 to set the SWAPA boundary as classification boundary?
Because I have a hard time understanding how, based upon our water rights, we haven't met the criteria to be a swamp, but we're still a swamp. And I'm in the process of selling mine and I'm in the swamp. None of my wells are going down. I just am frustrated with the idea that it's a swamp, when in fact my wells have never responded the way that you're describing.
Roger, I'm not sure I'm completely clear on your question, so let me know if I'm off here, but what you're saying is because there's measurement already on the wells that they meet the requirements of the SWAPA and.
Well, they meet the requirements that my certificate says I need to meet in order to not do outside of some boundary.
You meet all the conditions on
Yeah,
it.
and then my land it's still described as a swamp, but my water's not meeting those minimum requirements, and so I feel like I shouldn't be declared a swamp, but I do think it's reasonable for me to participate in all of this and try to get things right, but there's a huge economic impact to my area that's not losing water to be classified as a swamp. So if you had a swamp for the 6 areas that are clearly having those issues, then, you know, that makes sense to me, but I don't know, it's just an issue that the swamp and the whole thing was declared a swamp, and I don't think it met the criteria legally that the certificate that I have said it should meet.
Right, yeah, you're just saying your water levels aren't declining, so, you know, why are you being asked to measure?
I don't even mind measuring it, but I don't want to be called a freaking swamp, because as soon as a potential buyer is interested in my land, and they go, oh, you're a swamp, yeah, I gotta go. And it's just something you guys classified it as, it doesn't even represent what's happening.
Just for giggles, we are actually thinking of changing that terminology in the 25 legislative session. Yeah, it's in one of the groups to change it from statement water management area to data management needs or something like that.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. I mean,
we are.
I don't have any trouble doing what you guys want to do. I just don't want to call it that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we just want to move past this, I think, because we have had this conversation before. We did land on this boundary. Just maybe more than anything, we're reaffirming and confirming.
Okay, so moving on. The next question is around the timing. So when should the measurement device be acquired? Should there be a rollout for requiring installation of flow meters? And so the 4 options that we had got from the discussion group is 1, required use to have 1 year to implement. Option 2, timeline to implement varies by sub-area. Option 3 is a bit of an essay, but it's measure and reporting of groundwater pumping varies by sub-area and may be required depending on the value and necessity of data compared to other currently available data. Date not set in rule and determination made at set intervals after making the best use of available data. And option 4 is some variation of 2 and 3. So meaning that some sub areas you have to implement in 1 year, in other sub areas you have a timeline to implement longer than the year, for example, is what that I understand option 4 to be. So those are the 4 options we got out of the discussion group. And so my question to all of you, questions I should say, is are there other options that we should be considering in terms of timeline implementation of the flow meter, required timeline implementation? Or is there an option that you, going back, prefer, like, let's go with option 1? So I'm gonna just go back, those are the questions, I'll go back to just giving them out the four options. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sooner the better. I would go with option one. And, if we need to think about what types of, technical support or some of the funding that Jason Spritt was describing, getting that word out to people, let's get going on it. That would be my preference.
Option four, and as soon as I get the check for the meters, then we can install them.
Okay.
Mark? I would say option four also. I mean, it's gonna take, unless we enter a volunteer agreement, and a volunteer agreement, one of the stipulations need to be your revenue report.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? So I mean, if we don't hear from you, I would assume you're kind of indifferent, like, whatever.
Option four. Option four. Okay, we're tallying up.
We're not tallying up, we're just capturing. We're tallying, but not.
Well, I still think, what Mark brought up though about the flow meters, we do have some major concerns around flow meters in general. And so as we look at this and it's specific to flow meters, there's kind of like, those that have used it, those that have had to deal with it, have a lot of input on some of the challenges with it and some of their concerns with it. So just some silence here still has to do with the fact of lack of confidence in the flow meters and how they actually work on the ground.
Gotcha.
Right, but if you just go around the room real quick. I mean,
Yeah, we can do that. I just don't want to indicate that it's a vote, right? And so, or that we're trying to reach a consensus, and you don't have to answer, you say, yeah, it's not, doesn't affect me, or I don't have a strong preference, but we can do that. Let's start here yet.
Option four.
I guess I'd go with option four, but I share Kristen's comment on the flow meters. I've never done it for groundwater, but I know for surface, it can be a complete and utter nightmare.
I'm okay with option four. I think that for me, and I think from what I remember from the discussion is that if it would be easier for folks to perhaps make the requirements sooner in those whatever sub areas are being curtailed the most, to start there and work your way out to those that aren't being curtailed or being curtailed less. And yes, the concern about having options, if the flow meter is not gonna work in a specific area, to have options to report differently.
option four.
Option four. Option four, but I would want to add, can't make decisions well without good data. And good data requires measurement tools. And if the tools have defects, we don't go till we try using them and we identify the faults and we fix them. So I don't think we should want to just push this down the road because we need data.
Thank you.
Option four.
Or
I guess I'd say my experience doing inspections and such. It sure is common to see non-functioning meters from cows bumping into them, or the batteries went dead, or whatever it might be. And the expenses, when I think of, $5,000 to $10,000 to install everyone, what do you put the time of use run meter on there for $10? Yeah, just as that true.
We heard from Eddie, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's, you do know that there is some trouble with what's being discussed as far as that way of capturing the data. Data is very important, which is why in statute there is a variety of different ways to capture data. So whatever we're trying to implement, we need to make sure that it actually functions as intended.
So Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, the way I read 4, which incorporates 3, is that we're basically excusing some areas from measurement reporting. And again, I would not support that. You know, I think people make it sound a little more complicated than it is. I mean, look at other states like Kansas. They've been requiring annual water use reports on all water rights since the 80s. And I think it works. So I think we can do this. I mean, every house in my neighborhood is metered for water. Every house in the municipality is metered. Municipalities have been reporting their annual water use to the state for years, as have irrigation districts. So I think this is doable. I think we can do it, and I think we need to.
Great, thank you. Brandon. If you have a preference.
So, I would support option 1, but I would push that out to maybe 2 years to give people a little more time.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Okay, great. Thank you all for the input. So the next question is getting to, Kristen, I think what you're getting at is the concerns around some areas flow meters won't work. So what are other?
Just the flow meter itself needs some advancement.
Sure.
Technology to make it work as intended more consistently, because from what producers share, there's a lot of challenges with them that shouldn't be there. Like, if we're going to be using them, let's make sure we're using one that functions as intended and consistently works as intended and isn't an ongoing cost.
Gotcha.
To deal with.
Okay. So I think I think there's 2 questions wrapped in there. One is just how should we track it, right? If a flow meter won't work for an area, what other way should we track
And if
it?
one goes down, what's our go-to?
Right, yeah.
In between time, so that, they aren't penalized for not having a flow meter functioning when something does occur to it.
Okay. Jason, you want to try to talk to that of what happens if a user in earnest is trying to do a flow meter and it just keeps breaking? What would we do on the regulatory side for that situation?
I mean, we don't want to get into a situation where we're slapping people because their flow meter goes down. And, Dallas immediately out there shutting somebody off. If they're trying to make an effort to repair it or get it replaced or whatever they need to do, get back up and running, we're not interested in doing that. So, and typically what we would do, I think, would be, we would try to help get them back up and going, whether that's
When you
through.
say help, would that be an ongoing cost share?
Could be a cost share, yeah, could be, and we've certainly used cost share funds to replace measuring devices that no longer function in the past, so I could see that happening. We may want to use, power meter data for that time in between, from when the meter broke to when they can get it replaced. I think that there's a lot of validity in having another option there that people can use in the meantime. No issues with doing that at all. I mean, obviously, if we decide that we want everybody to have a flow meter, we would want to pursue that and not, back up and say, okay, well, now this person can use only power meter data. But, I think it's reasonable to think that we would just be trying to work with folks and trying to, come to some sort of solution that will work in the meantime. In a situation like that.
So Jason, when you do have that flow meter or you do have the power in that equation, you do have the ongoing expense that you're gonna have within reporting that. And you're talking about like how we do it now with the ones that are required within our certificates. We do that once a month.
Right.
So are you saying that we're gonna do it the same way? Is that how you would envision that? So because that's one day a month that it takes for, in my operation, it take one day a month just to go around and read all the.
Just to read the meters on your own place.
Yeah, I mean, you go from X to X to X to X. So,
Yeah,
so I mean, there's an ongoing expense.
yeah.
And then the time to put it on a piece of paper and then send it to you.
Mhm.
At the end of the year, you're gonna have it reported once a year,
Yeah,
okay, just like it is in the certificate.
Yeah.
That we
yeah,
have.
for those certificates that require, it, I believe it's gonna be, correct me if I'm wrong, Kelly, but I think it's going to be exactly the same as those that would
So
require.
I already have some that are, and I have some that are not required.
Right,
That's why I'm
sure.
wanting to know, and the bad part about it is, I put a brand new meter on. And it doesn't work. For $4,500, and I said, well, you'd like to see it work constantly,
Mhm.
so that you could do something with it, but I don't feel like it's even accurate with what it was reporting to me.
No.
And so the accuracy of the information, until they have a meter out there that's 100% bulletproof, we're all listening next year.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can do it off your power meters, but what if you got a set of bowls that's 20 years old?
Mhm.
You go off the power meter with the efficiency level of that pump when it started versus 25 years down the road, you're not pumping near as much water as you were.
You're exactly right, yeah.
So you're looking for accuracy, and it's very difficult to get that.
Yeah, and it's constant maintenance and pursuing that accuracy.
And time.
Yeah.
So let me ask the question. So we have these options listed here, but are we really asking for an option? I mean, flow meter is the preferred of the department, correct? And that's,
For the department right now, yeah, the flow meters preferred, you know.
I guess,
It's more accurate than any of these other options, but as I said before, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't look to these options, in the meantime, if we have folks that need to, additional time to replace a meter or something's not working right.
and when we say like, option one, groundwater use is measured by flow meter only, assuming it's working, then, then these other things might come into play if it's not.
Right.
So I guess it's not really pick your favorite, it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
So Jason, does the department have the ability to be more restricted in the swamp, rule?
No, I don't think so.
So the swamp rule lists 3 different ways to be able to measure and report.
And active fourth, you have a registered professional engineer come in and certify the water accuracy of how you report within 15%. So why are we trying to do something different than what this swamp law is?
Well, I don't know that we're necessarily trying to do something completely different. Ideally, flow meters are the most accurate way to report. And, we haven't made like that decision to say that we're only going to allow flow meters. That's our preference because it is the most accurate. So there are still multiple ways to report, I think. Right, Kelly?
Yeah, within the time, as Marcus pointed out, yes.
Right.
So the way to phrase this question to get input would be, do you have a preference for something else over flow meter or what's your preferred backup? I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
Would that be the way to ask the question?
So you're asking me that question?
I don't know. I'm asking, kind of, yeah, I guess I'm trying to find out what we really want to ask I think we have all have an understanding of the challenges and the pros and the cons of all these different methods. Are we just good with that and move forward?
Didn't Mark just answer that with star?
Yeah.
Line within rule?
It's all in there,
Okay,
so.
go with that.
Okay. Lisa, you want to
Because
go
it's
ahead?
already defined, correct, Mark?
Yes, I mean, my understanding the department can be more restrictive to rule when they go through a different rule. So they do have the ability to do that. But I mean, I would be fine with the more flexibility we're given, more accountability we give. So if we're gonna enter a volunteer agreement, I completely support a full sphere. In those other areas where maybe not enter volunteer agreements or maybe not having much reduction, I'd love to see the ability to ground truth open ET. And see if it comes in within the 50%. or use the power stuff. I don't think it's a one size fits all.
Sure, yeah, I can agree with that, Mark, I think, like I said, I think obviously the flow meters most likely be the most accurate. But I think there is room for other options. But I am concerned about the others, for some of the reasons stated, open ET can be 20% off. We don't know if it's always gonna be, it's more accurate in the desert than it is in wetter areas. There's just a lot more questions, I think, on the other options outside of flow meters than there are with flow meters. But,
The problem with the flow meter is just how clean the well is.
yeah,
I
sure.
mean, they're beginning to make the flow meters so they work. But the well's gotta be clean. If you're pumping sand, it don't work. It's no different than Louis and his 25-year-old bulls. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Louis, it does say in the rule that you can't use somebody's for RTV once.
So,
Lisa, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I guess three things. One is, yeah, my understanding of the power consumption method is that it's not accurate, especially under these conditions, right, where you have groundwater levels that may be changing and different resistances in the well. It also requires a specific power meter per well. So I don't know if that's realistic. I did have a question. I think Mark just sort of raised it too. I mean, can we be more specific or require better data than what the SWAMPA says, which is annual reporting? I mean, what about monthly reporting? Could we get a little more specific? That would be a question. And then another one, which I'm not intending that you'd be able to answer right now, but at one point in past years, I looked at all the permits in the Harney Basin that had measurement and reporting conditions and looked at which ones were filing those reports. And a lot of those permits did not have reports filed. And you see that also when transfers come up, there's a measurement and reporting condition, there's no data reported. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, given that history and sort of the lack of oversight, I would say, in making sure that those reports get filed, how are we going to make sure that these measurement and reporting requirements are sort of actually met? What's the mechanism? Because it can't be how it was in the past. Well, we need to actually make sure it happens. So I don't know if that's a rulemaking piece or how we do that, but I do think it's really important. Kansas has a $1,000 fine if you don't timely file your report. So there's that option, but there's probably others as well.
So Lisa, to your first question about can we get more specific data like monthly reporting? Because the way I am reading the statutes that it only gives us authority for annual reporting. So not sure if we can get specific and say you need to report monthly. That's the next question, but she asked it, so it was a good tee up, and then Kim, you have something to add?
No, I was just gonna be clear that we could require the data recorded monthly, but only reported to the department annually. We're not allowed to go more frequent than annual.
Yeah. And then,
well, even in a rulemaking, I mean, can't we do what we want in a rulemaking, whether or not it's specified?
So ORS 540-435 says the commission by rule may require a water right owner using any surface or groundwater source within the state to install a totalizing measuring device and to submit annually a water use report. So it's unfortunately really.
I understand that's what the SWAMPA says, but couldn't we go further in the rulemaking?
So if we wanted to use our critical area flexibility, we probably could, yes.
Okay.
What would monthly get us to that annual doesn't?
I think the
Just
challenge is
like the-
around that using the critical area, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out, Jeff, just Lisa, though, is that if we flex the critical area rules, then there's only gonna be a specific area of the swamp that's gonna be required monthly. The areas outside of the critical ground area would be an annual, that might be pretty confusing. So just something to consider if we do go down the route, and then, sorry, Jeff, and then I also, second, let's go John first. Sorry.
His hand was up.
Okay.
I spoke out.
I'm, looking at this, I use your number of, if open ET is 20%, I'm gonna bet that number is, only gets more accurate the more more frequently those satellites fly over. And so I would expect it to be, even better next year. I'm thinking we gotta have, what, hundreds of people accurately taking measurements off these meters and getting them installed and stuff. Where if we went to open ET, gosh, Ben can start working with the data right now. I mean, it's not worried about trying to get, oh yeah, 3 farmers haven't turned in their stock, or 17 ranchers haven't turned in their numbers. You got 100% of the whole area. If it's a little, if it happened to fly over when it was just cut, just failed and gone. As we get a couple more measurements per month or whatever, that's gonna be right in where it needs to be as far as the open ET. Well, why are we spending $1 million on a couple $1 million trying to get meters on these things when we got the answer right there? Because you run by one person.
I have a guy in my office that is familiar with OpenET and has done a lot of looking in, not just this basin, but across the east side of Oregon. And in a lot of areas, it is pretty accurate, but there are still plenty of instances where it's still difficult to tell, how much water is being used on certain ground, depending on the type of weather that's going on, what the soil types are like, what the vegetation is. There's a lot of variability there still. And I think you're right, as we move forward, it'll get more and more accurate, but today I don't think it's there.
And it may not be, but I'm going, gosh. Have one, couldn't take probably more than one person to ground truth it. You could have one guy on the computer, one guy to ground truth it, on base, and surely the X isn't that big, I can drive around it pretty
Surely
quick.
we can create a model that can overcome some of the deficiencies if we're gonna use the model we're using here for this groundwater thing. We surely can create a model for something that we're observing.
So I'll say what Jason, I was involved with Open ET project, because I had met weather station, or Eddie Coherence weather station. So what Jason is saying is correct. I think it is more accurate in the dry climate. But what I'm gonna say, when we go back to adaptive management, we go back to the other model. I mean, CBOT method is one of the 6 methods that was used in Open ET ensemble in order to figure out consumptive use. We only used one of those models to figure out what we're gonna start with for PTW regulation and what we're gonna use for 2018 usage. So we have to identify here that if that model is not good enough in order to manage it from, we are using it as the starting point for regulation to develop PTW. So I mean, we just need to have that open conversation. There's another reason why in 10 years we have to look back. Because the number that Ben is modeling, or the number that's going to be used as our starting point from 2018, can have more, less accuracy than open ET.
That's what I'm
going to give you. Because only one of the models that's used in Open ET uses 6, and then averages and kicks out the high and low.
So I guess what I've heard so far is that we don't think flow meters are accurate, and we don't think ET is
We
accurate.
want to continue to see improvements in technology.
What, Tim, what I'm trying to get at is, okay, when we go and write the rules, are these the options that we should consider in writing rules? For example, in Walla Walla, for example, if a flow meter goes down, there's a requirement in their rules that you can report a power meter. Just when your flow meter goes down. So when I'm writing the rules, are there anything else, and Mark, I hear what you're saying in our swamp rules, there's three objects, but is there anything else that we need to be considering in the rules? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
I'm fine, you could put a hierarchy and try to say this.
Okay. So we're good? Okay. Great. Tim, did you want to add? Nope.
Keep
Okay.
going.
So,
All right.
one question.
Sure.
You're saying you go to the electric meter, but unless you took a picture of that electric meter a month earlier, there's nothing compared to, you know, especially if your bills come out in the middle of the month.
Yeah, that's a really good point, John. So in the Umatilla where we have power meters as backup, you have to report your power meter data every year as well. So you have to be tracking your power meter, reading your power meter, and then reading your flow meter and reporting both to the department.
Good thing County Electric does that, because if your power meter goes out, they figure out how to prorate it pretty accurately. So
And I'm glad if Umatilla's doing it. I mean, do they have instances of 50 ranchers just not turning in their, you know, annual reports, or, I mean,
That is absolutely a conversation that we are having up there about enforcement, because we do have problems with water use reporting not being done. And the department opted to send out staff to measure all of those meters manually, rather than enforce and shut people out. And that was a choice that was made by people historically, other than those of us here in this room, right? And that's what was chosen. The Umatilla is a much smaller geographic area, right? The 15, I can't remember how many sub areas are in the 4 Umatilla critical areas. But those 4 Umatilla critical areas can fit inside one sub area in our 15 sub area scenario up here, right? Like you're talking about a very small condensed area, and you're talking about, if I remember right, it's something like, it's less than 200 total groundwater rights, and we're dealing with 650 plus.
Right.
So your scales are very different.
so the problem would be even worse of getting everybody to report, or at least how much error that induces. But
Correct, and it's not able to be overcome by sending out department staff to do work, right? Like it would take many department staff to go out and overcome a failure to report by users.
Where if we use open ET and ground truthing, I've heard you say that this is, it's best in dry climates. I thought this was a dry climate.
It is.
It's pretty darn flat. I don't know if open ET likes, but I would think flat would be really helpful in the accuracy.
The accuracy I actually add is some of so we planted some corners to an annual crop. And they reported a water consumption that was quite a bit higher than the actual rainfall I got in the irrigation. So the accuracy on an irrigated plot is more accurate than actually the cumulative one. But I mean, why don't we ask the department to allow us to do some studies or some piloting? Let's look at open ET, let's put in some pulse meters and let's compare them. So that maybe when pulse meters go out, we have the confidence that open ET would work.
I'm just, you know.
Okay, Louis, go
So,
ahead.
Jason, within your certificate, you're required to report. And Lisa's saying there's a lot of people that don't report.
Correct.
And then Tim just said they elected to go send people out to get them to report. What does it say in the certificate if you don't report?
It basically says that you're not,
You're in violation of
violation,
your certificate.
Yep.
Which would be grounds to have it revoked.
well, not revoked, but shut off.
Shut off, okay, that's kind of like revoking it. So why, so they elected not to enforce that,
They did.
why not?
I don't have the answer. I wasn't involved in any of those
If
conversations.
you can't get the information, which is what Lisa's after,
Yeah.
why can't you gotta get a little more serious about it.
Yeah.
Because I figured if I didn't report, you're gonna come take me with handcuffs, okay, so
Well,
now that I know I get it. It's always as long as.
yeah. Only you, Louis.
Okay.
You're the only one that will take away.
You knew I was special, right? But my point being is, if the department cannot enforce the certificate rules, then we're gonna make more rules, and then how are you gonna enforce them?
No, the department
That's my point.
can and will enforce on permit conditions.
Okay, so let's just take a quick time out. This is good discussion. We'll do one more here, but, I think we know what we need to know, right? And the department's knows there's a lot of options, knows none of them are perfect, and they're gonna be adaptable as we move forward to zeroing in on reliable data.
I think a recommendation from the department would be to make the reporting method easier on the computer. When you do log on, you gotta have a password, login number, and then you gotta do taker fee or gallons per month. It gets complicated, and I think that needs to be changed where it's easier access to report.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Charlie. Okay, let's move on to the next question.
All right, so Lisa kind of already touched on this. We had a conversation about it, but how often should reporting be required was the next question, discussed by discussion group. And as I said, the statutes only give us authority to require annual reporting and monthly measurements. Lisa, to your question, can we get specific in role? I don't know if we have the answer to that yet. But right now, where we're standing, that's what we can do is annual reporting. Any input or comments on that? Okay. Okay, so then the next one comes into play, what groundwater users should be included in the SWAMPA requirement? I'm gonna read through the options and I'll talk about just some considerations that we need when we talk about this. So option one, all groundwater users must measure and report groundwater use, including exempt groundwater users. Option two, all permanent groundwater users must measure and report groundwater use, excluding exempt groundwater users. Option three, who is required to measure and report groundwater use varies by sub-area depending on the severity of declines. And then option four is just other options. So in terms of option one, the statutes currently do not give authority for the department to require measurement reporting on domestic wells and exempt use. It's only for water rights users. So option one, we can't necessarily do, but is there anything else that we should be considering around the users required in for the swamp? Man, I just had a brain fart. Must have been talking about a lot of science earlier.
Why is it that the domestic users don't have to report? And why don't they have, why don't you guys have them measure? They're using the same water I'm using. Is there a reason why?
I think it really just comes down to the fact that it's an exempt use. It doesn't require a water, right?
Like Lisa and all these, all you guys want all this data, just think of all the data you would get.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, so hypothetical, just in the hypothetical, Andy, if we start requiring exempt use, measurements, then we kind of get into that gray area of regulating off exempt users if they don't report. And that kind of goes against the just exempt water right users. It's not a water right, so we don't have regulation on it.
Well, I think it's what you learn is that they use a lot more than 20,000 gallons a day.
Facebook goes over in French.
Okay, well, not one of it. Anyway, I was wondering why they,
Yeah, it's just the exemption, doesn't require a water right, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is probably accurate.
So I think anything that has a groundwater right
should have to measure report.
Okay.
Because that would be what the PTW regulations occur on, whether that's industrial, agricultural, or whatever it is.
Number two.
Thanks, Mark.
Anybody have any thoughts or opinions different than what Mark shared? For considerations that we're not factoring.
Considerations. These considerations, huh?
The words are too long.
Yeah. Okay, I think I got what I needed. Seems like, okay, just maybe a little nod of heads. Require all groundwater rights users, whether it be, okay, 2, thank you. Yeah, we'll just go around the room, maybe just 1, 2, 2, yeah, 2, okay. Okay, great.
They used open ET, they wouldn't have to.
Thanks, John. Lisa and Brandon, any leading in any direction too, for Lisa? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with 2.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on to the next question. So this question, OWRD doesn't really have a preference, so this is kind of getting into is Kristen. Oh, she's way back there. But this is getting around like what should OWRD consider for measurement devices? We don't really have a preference as long as it meets specifications and it's a total flow meter. But some input that we've gotten that is it possible to incentivize use of uniform meters? So all users use the same meters. Other inputs around pulse meters generally perform better. I think that was you, Mark, right? He's not even listening anymore. Am I that boring, Mark?
I'm done with the report.
Okay.
It's a consult phase anyhow.
Yeah. So any general recommendations or?
What's it, maybe a question for the department, are you able to actually put in the rule a preference? For a particular device?
I think we can, yeah.
So I guess then that's the question, should there be, that's what we're asking, should it be open for any device that's approved by the department, or should there be a preference indicated for a specific kind?
I don't like going around a specific device. One, because we don't know necessarily, there could be upcoming technology and I don't want to get boxed into, you have to get this specific device in order to meet our standard. I think if we have something that's accurate, as most, quality meters are, then I don't think the department wants to, like I said, box themselves into a specific device.
Okay, so that gets answered the question, do we even want to ask the question? It may be interesting for you all to know what the good devices are, but is that going to change?
I need to go on team and order a couple pounds.
Lisa, you might go ahead.
Ones that, about 50% accurate. Sorry.
I believe the rules require 15%.
Who does? Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, Mark or somebody might remember this better, but in the Harney place-based planning process, we had a presentation from the Diamond Valley, Nevada folks. And I believe they did require a certain type of meter, but they also were able to sort of buy them in bulk and got a really big discount on what was sort of the Cadillac meter that made it easier for everybody. So we might want to revisit, I want to look at what they did because it seemed pretty smart and it worked to their benefit.
I agree with this. Lynn Tom and Aggie came down and reported, they listed like 5 different types of meters that were approved by the department. Or that they came install. The caveat I would have there is if you have a working meter on it, you should not have to replace it. Do one of those until that working meter goes out.
Yeah.
Okay, good feedback. Yep, moving on.
We've already briefly had this conversation, but, does measurement happen at the well level, at the field level? We're preferencing measuring by well rather than the field level.
What do you mean by field level?
ET.
Yeah.
Is it, or is it?
Well, no, no.
I think it's well. Only point of appropriation.
It's pretty simple, it'd be the point of appropriation or out of the well.
Okay.
Why? It reads the either, I think.
So the department's preference is the well. Anybody have any feedback why that, maybe they might argue differently? Okay, moving on.
Okay. You can tell we're getting tired too. Is there anything else that we're missing out of the swamp up, inside those questions?
Can we start back over?
Okay. Do you wanna do a temperature check here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On time or
On, I think maybe we ask, do we need to do a February rack? And then do we ask, do we wanna go another hour? Or do we wanna stop? Cause I
Let's
don't
look
know,
at the
what
agenda.
I'm starting to feel a little tired. I'm seeing faces around the table, like, Mark was looking at his phone.
So this is what we have left on,
I'm checking the weather, figuring out what to do.
if everybody can lock it in for a minute, we can probably make this decision. We have update on classification, update on fiscal impacts, voluntary agreements, and public comment. We do want to do the public comment. I do feel like the fiscal, for some of us that didn't participate in the online RAC, it might be helpful just to get that 10-minute update on where that's at. I guess I'd ask the department, do the other items, update on classification and voluntary agreements, tell me if we want to have
I
those
think we
today.
were gonna
We're not doing
not
classification
do the
today.
classification.
No classification, so that's 10 minutes back.
And, you know, I don't expect the voluntary agreements, you know, we just gonna be a reiteration of, you know, what we did on the online meeting.
Okay.
Get through those. Again.
And then. Okay, so let's,
Yeah, Echo Northwest is online, so we can get a brief update on fiscal impact.
okay, great. So let's do this. We'll do the update on the fiscal. We'll do public comment. Jason, I might look to you there at the end just to kind of close us out and share any thoughts about that February rack that we posed and we, you know, I guess where we're at on that. And then we can wrap it up. Sound good, everybody? Okay, so an update on the fiscal, if we want, so are we gonna go directly to Eco? Bobby, did you want to say anything or they got it?
Hey, everybody, Bob Cochran, Oregon Consensus. Yeah, I think that they've got the update.
Okay.
So Mark and Nate, you can call me up to the table if you need me.
Does everybody, does everybody understand what we're talking about that maybe didn't participate in any of the previous conversation and know who Eco Northwest is and what they're doing?
So just that flyover update, so last couple of meetings, we heard from the community and from RAC members that they wanted the department to hire an economist to do a fiscal impact analysis. We made ahead in between last RAC and this RAC to hire an economist, so Eco Northwest, to do the fiscal impact analysis, or at least portions of the fiscal impact analysis. That's kind of the update, just to bring everyone along. That's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, and real quick, before we jump to that, does anybody want to provide public comment for the last public comment session? In the room or online, raise your hand.
No. Okay, Chris wants to provide.
Okay. All right, we'll do one online, so, okay, go ahead and.
We'll do public comment first?
No, I just wanted to get a head count so I didn't know what to deal with.
Oh, okay, all right.
You can introduce
And
Mark.
Kelly, Echo has some slides.
Yes, are they sharing? Yes.
Yeah, if you let them share, they should be able to share, but if your email.
Okay, Mark, I'll make you a co-host, 1 second.
Okay, let me see. Oh, let me see if it lets me share. Did that work? Can you see the slides?
Let me cover you on the screen here. We can see it. Everyone want to gather around the TV?
Sounds good.
And I don't think the slides are terribly critical. But Nate Troll, my colleague who has been in the specifics of this modeling, he's at a place where he doesn't have great video, but he's on the phone. So Nate, are you able to hear?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, I
off?
can talk to the slides if y'all can hear me.
Yep, and I've got the slides showing, Nate, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to waste anybody's time since you all have been going for pretty long today, but I just want to give you a quick update on the fiscal piece from our side. With the help of Bobby, we've been doing interviews of local farmers, ag businesses, and other stakeholders such as the county assessor. Those have either been completed or in the process of being completed. This information is what we'll use to help do our analyses or partially inform our analyses. We have also begun looking into impacts around domestic wells, ecosystem services, local tax revenues for Harney County, ag supplies businesses, as well as on-farm revenues. Today, just quickly, I wanted to give kind of an estimated agricultural economy baseline that we talked about in our last meeting using the M-Plan model to kind of show how that would look. So we estimated a preliminary baseline using Dr. Bill Jager's hydroeconomic model and inputs that he had already developed for his publication. We also wanted to provide kind of a broad range of estimates on the potential impacts of different water management scenarios based on the scenarios that Bill had modeled. But this baseline, as well as these potential impacts of the groundwater management scenarios, will be updated using some of the insights we've gathered from the stakeholder interviews, as well as OWRD's groundwater management scenarios. Mark, if you want to switch to the second slide. So that top table is how M-Plan reports out its numbers based on what we input into it. So we have our different impact types, which are direct, indirect, and induced. And for those that weren't at the last meeting, direct impacts are the spending that's related directly to the farmer, so the money that they're spending in the economy. Indirect is upstream suppliers of those agricultural producers, and the induced impact type is household level spending that's either directly or indirectly related to money spent on ag.
Hey, Mark, can you zoom in on the screen?
And maybe go into presentation mode. So Nate, sorry, we cut you off because none of us can see those, even what those rows.
And some people getting curious enough, they're walking up closer to their TVs.
Oh, sorry.
That's all good.
So are you seeing the big screen, or are you seeing the presenter view screen?
We're
seeing the big screen.
You're seeing the big screen. Okay, so this is good. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, so that top table is how M-Plan reports out results. So we have the direct, indirect, and induced. So direct expenditures by agricultural producers, indirect expenditures that are related to the agricultural or to the suppliers of those agricultural enterprises, and then the induced expenditures, which are those that are at the household level, whether they're directly or indirectly related to the farming operation. So these numbers are draft, and they will change based on the insights that we have gathered in the last several days. But if you see in that far right column that says output under the direct row, Bill's baseline modeled about $47 million worth of on-farm revenue. So this is the number that we fed into M-Plan, and you can see in the totals row at the bottom of that table that ends up to being a total of about $62 million worth of economic impact in the Harney County region. So this is kind of just like how that model spits out results. We can customize aspects of this model based on the information we've gotten from the stakeholder interviews to get a more accurate and current picture on the ground. The second table there at the bottom, so Bill Jager's paper modeled a bunch of different groundwater management. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I actually covered up your presentation with mine. So Oh, geez,
You're good. Keep going.
Okay.
While we've interrupted you, even with this, we're not seeing anything, so you verbally describing things and us listening is really helpful.
Okay.
Oh, you can't see the slides right now?
We can see them. It's just small. It's
Yeah.
okay. There's nothing about it, so.
Okay.
So that second table, I didn't present dollar figures because they were using Bill's modeled scenarios and not the ones that we'll be getting from OWRD. So I just wanted to kind of caveat that. But Bill modeled several different groundwater management scenarios, and I kind of wanted to do, just to show you all today, a kind of an upper bound and lower bound of impacts. So that top row is the upper bound of impacts. So that was a scenario that Bill had modeled that had very little impact on agricultural acreage and production, as well as total on-farm revenue. And the second row is a lower bound, which was a scenario that Bill modeled that had a significant impact on acres and production, as well as a significant impact on total on-farm revenue. So I wanted to kind of set that as the two bounds. So looking at the far right, again, at the output tab, far right, the upper bound where there was very little changes in on-farm production, it only decreased output by 6% from the baseline. But Bill's really aggressive model scenario that he had decreased output by 72%. So when we actually get the scenarios from OWRD and kind of get this model set up, given the findings we've had over the last several days, we'll be able to give dollar figures for these scenarios and calculate the change from baseline to see the economic impacts across the different groundwater management scenarios.
And maybe I'll just add for context if it's not obvious, Nate, isn't it correct that these are all annual numbers, correct?
Yes, these are a single point in time. And I guess that's all the updates I have for now.
All right, thank you. Any questions while they're here with us? More to come on this. Future RAC meetings. Okay, yeah, Bobby.
And then just for Mark, will you be able to send these slides to Kelly so we can distribute them out to the RAC?
Yes, I'll say, Bobby, one of the things we were hesitant about was in terms of interpretation and sort of dissemination of these implications of using Bill's scenarios, because we don't have WRD scenarios yet. If everyone's comfortable with that and we can have the appropriate caveats, I don't want anyone to look at these and interpret them as a first pass of WRD's scenarios. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll add some notes on there.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Chris Hall, you can begin here in a second. We'll get you pulled up.
Go ahead, Chris.
You ready now?
Yep, you're ready. Yes, go ahead.
Great, thanks. With regard to the Swampa, there's going to be some issues with the number of wells that are unlawful that were drilled illegally. There's quite a few. At the recent voluntary agreement meeting, there was a discussion about how a number of wells won't be able to enter into voluntary agreements simply because they don't exist according to the department. I mean, the bottom line is it's essentially water theft because the wells are not associated with water rights. And in some cases, they may not be logged with the state at all. And so when we're talking about measuring wells, it's I wouldn't call it an existential threat, but it is a serious concern to those who have wells that are non-conforming and that have never been corrected by the Water Resources Department. They've just been allowed to exist. And so the metering and measuring and monitoring is going to be very difficult for those parties. And the discussion at the voluntary agreement meeting was that there needs to be a hustle on finding out precisely which wells those are, where they are located, what their geolocation is, and what their status is and what they're doing, and then doing proper water right transfers if possible, as opposed to say, shutting down the wells. So that's going to be something that's going to be a real tough nut to crack, and it's essentially the elephant in the room with regard to this entire process is going through and finding out all those wells and finding out where they are and what status they're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's get back to our slides.
They probably have power here. Oh, John.
Oh.
They probably addressed my opening. Exactly.
Oh, you guys got to see my cute dog. That's great. All right.
All right, okay. So we're gonna hop through a few slides here, just to
Share the screen still.
kind of close. Oh, sorry, hold on. Sharing the screen. There it is.
No, that's not it. I lost it.
You should bring him next time.
The state won't let me.
They won't?
No, I'm not allowed.
Is that a policy or a law?
That is, HR told me that I cannot bring my dog.
But that's a dad's travel policy related. to
All right.
vehicles. If you'd like to fix it.
Okay, can you guys see it online?
Okay, all right, let's move on. Okay, so we're gonna hop through a few slides just to kind of look forward in our next steps.
Are we not doing voluntary agreement?
Or is that all right? What do you, it's your call, it's
I mean, I
everybody's
guess
call.
if nobody wants to go further, then that's fine.
What does that do to our schedule as far as?
It just makes December and January harder. That's all.
How much time we got on there for voluntary? agreement?
20 minutes.
Let's, let me take a temperature check. Louis?
So you have a meeting scheduled for December, January, and you're talking about doing one in February? I'm all in favor of doing it February, because I'm not gonna be here for December, or I might be able to Zoom, but we'll see.
It was a question I was gonna ask, but I thought we'd go around the room and ask that question. If we're interested in doing a February meeting. But we can.
And would February be a synopsis of everything, and then we're moving on to rules? Jason, would that be correct?
We would be, yeah, well, February would be us looking at rule language.
Finalized. So
Finalized.
hypothetically, you finalized rule language, then we go into the public comment phase a month and a half later or so.
So February would be the last RAC meeting.
Pardon me?
February would be our last meeting like this.
I'd like to have a meeting in February.
Okay, good to know, and we're gonna ask that question of everyone, I guess what we really need, and that plays into this a little bit, but do we wanna spend 20 minutes on the agenda? It could be half an hour in reality on voluntary agreements now, or
Yes.
push it? Yes, all right, see some head nods, let's go.
On the voluntary agreements, flip the sides.
Do we need a break? Everybody wanna take 5 minutes? Okay, let's do 5 minutes. Yeah.
You have handouts or?
It should be in your packet. Go on here, you know what?
Okay, you don't make the voluntary.
Here.
I didn't see what you have.
Thank you. Sure.
Another agenda.
Yeah. Probably find it smart. Trying to save Steve money, you know? Yeah. I spent so much money, Jason, that skews my perspective. And you buy 2 wells for $700,000, you're like, that's true. What's another? It's another 100, yeah, 140.
Hey guys, you guys might want to go on mute in the room. We can hear you online, unless you don't mind.
Thanks, Alexandria.
Not that I don't like hearing about the cost of your wells, but
Yeah, you have to go back to the recording.
Can I get a timestamp when that is? I haven't known to go back and listen to it.
But wanted to go over it quickly again, answer any questions folks had, since we sent out some draft guidance, for RAC input. Let's see, when was that, beginning of, or in October?
October at some point, yeah.
Yeah, and so, wanted to answer any initial questions from folks, so. That's why we're doing this now. Go ahead, next slide. So, under voluntary agreement statute, the commission approves or rejects proposed voluntary agreements, under the statute RS 537-745. And so we developed some general guidance to ensure that, voluntary, or at least the way the department sees voluntary agreements applying with the intent, purposes, and requirements of the Groundwater Act of 1955. So there's a link to, the info session we had, the initial info session we had on August 17th, 2023. We talked about that on an online informational session.
That recording is available on our Division 5 Health webpage under the information session tab.
Okay. All right, next. So what we did was we put together a quick focus group. I was the one that chose the folks in that focus group, based on, kind of interests and need. So at that point, we had an initial meeting, I believe it was in July 8th. And talked about what we thought was important to have in the draft guidance. So after that meeting, we went ahead and developed the first draft of the guidance. To, just kind of help advise folks in the Harney Basin that were interested in a potential voluntary agreement. We then sent that draft guidance out to the focus group. They sent feedback to us. We went over the feedback, made a few changes to the draft guidance, and then actually met in person to talk about those changes and the department's position on October 1st, and went over that feedback from the first draft. And then after the October meeting, that draft was revised again based on feedback we got from that meeting, and that is the copy of the guidance that went out to the RAC shortly after October 1st. Next slide. But yeah, so that was shared via email to the entire RAC on the 25th and November 4th.
Yeah, it was part of the RAC packet.
Okay.
It was November 4th.
Okay.
I don't know when we did that. It was part of the RAC packet.
So it's part of the RAC packet. Okay, yeah, this is here in the RAC packet. So, and then we have asked folks to provide feedback on that guidance document. The rest of the RAC to provide feedback on that document by December 4th. And we'll discuss that input and answer further questions on the December 18th RAC meeting. So now I'm happy to answer any initial questions about that or about the guidance if I can. I don't know if Laura's still on. She did a lot of work on the guidance. She may be able to also help answer some questions. Any folks that have questions, happy to hear those.
Jason?
Yeah.
Does the department view the voluntary agreements as a positive step towards solving the issue at hand?
I certainly think they can be. I think that they're a way for local landowners to get together and come up with a plan on how to reduce overall groundwater use among the participants. So I would say yes. The short answer is the department does see this as an opportunity.
As a positive.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark.
Thank you. The biggest changes I saw from draft 2 to draft 3 was on page 2, minimum participation. We worked for me on the first paragraph. Why is 30%? Why not 20, 25, 40?
To me, it seems like an arbitrary number, where during our discussions in draft 1 and draft 2, we talked about the users could come in, whether they're 2 or 30, and it would be based on a prorated share of the total permissible withdrawal that they had,
Right.
and not an arbitrary number. It looks like we've drifted to an arbitrary number for a minimum. Let me phrase this in an equity issue. You have one user that say has 31% of total permissible withdrawal, so they can go to the department and they can get a volunteer agreement.
Right.
I have 5 farmers, I don't have 25% because they're smaller, they can't. Those an equity issue.
Yeah.
And it doesn't clearly state that there'll be more than one volunteer agreement be allowed in the sub area. So if you keep that, it doesn't work for me. Thirdly, you should allow volunteer agreements to start, even if it's at a very minimal level, as long as they're hitting that prorated share of PTW, then allow others to join in through the volunteer agreement process. Getting the snowball rolling might be a bit more important than having a critical mass when the snowball starts.
Right. Okay, great.
And I do have questions on the second paragraph of that one too, unless you.
Let me write down a couple of things here.
Can I ask a follow-up question
Yeah,
to that, Mark? So in evaluating a voluntary agreement, there's gonna be a workload to doing that. And then it has to go before the commission, right? Like there's a lot of process there. And so what we were thinking about is like, what's the minimum amount of benefit that the voluntary agreement needs to provide to be worth, for lack of a better way of saying it, to be worth that like level of process, right? I definitely hear your equity concern there. And I think that's valid, so I'm still processing that.
I mean, but it goes to me is we shouldn't be weighing in on that, the resources that it takes for the department to process one. And that's what it boils down to.
But I guess also the amount of benefit that it can
For
provide.
those users involved, it could be a lot better. We could talk about this. I know what you're getting. I mean.
Yeah, like,
That's all an arbitrary number we pulled out and we're sticking with it. I mean, I'm not sure we're sticking with it, but it's an arbitrary number we pulled out. And then it also changes by sub area. Because if you want to talk about actually acre feet or if you want to talk about percent.
Yeah. And I think Lisa's got her hand up on.
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I have a lot of questions about this, so I don't want to take up everybody's time. But on that point, I had a little different view, which is, you know, when you read the statute, it says there can be a voluntary agreement among groundwater users from the same groundwater reservoir. And I actually think that the term among means among all of the users. So I'm interested in learning how the department thinks there's authority to instead have it just be a subset of the users when the term is among. But aside from the legal authority to do that, I mean, I think now that we've looked at those scenarios, I mean, I would be very concerned about how it would operate in fact on the ground if you just had, you know, some wells participating and some wells not. I mean, it seems like that throws the scenario results off, because as we've seen, the spatial distribution, you know, of, you know, kind of where the curtailment happens matters. So yeah, I have a lot of questions about that use of the 30%. Similarly, when it talks about doing the cutbacks in it uses the term reasonable time, you know, that sounds like it's different than what we're talking about in the scenarios. So there again, you know, it would mean that the scenario results are not necessarily what we're going to get with a voluntary agreement. And that's a big concern. I think the timelines should be equivalent. Also notice that it talks about the commission's termination of an approved voluntary agreement is an order and other than a contested case, but it doesn't actually talk about what form of the final order the approval would be in. So I think that needs to be added. And I guess, anyway, I have a number of other questions, but one kind of overarching one is, has the department given thought to whether this needs to be a rule or not? I remember Martha Pagel with Schwabe when she was still with us. She raised the issue with the department a lot about like what was, the department was doing with guidance that actually should have been in a rule. And so I'm just kind of curious whether you guys have given that any thought with regards to this particular guidance.
Yeah, on your last point, Lisa, the department is planning to pursue rulemaking on voluntary agreements in the future.
Okay, and then what about the 30%? I mean, what about the statutory language gets you to 30% or to any subset of the users? Or what?
20%. Yeah, I'd have to do a little more research to look into your comment about the statement among users of the groundwater reservoir. So far, we haven't interpreted that to mean everyone. But I'll have to do some more digging on that point.
Yeah, I guess I would say just on the among, because it doesn't say among all. And so in my mind, among, that does imply more than one, probably more than two. I can't speak to the 30%, but I don't think the language, I mean, you could interpret it as all, or you could just interpret it as more than one, perhaps more than two. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we're taking up enough time, but I will try and track down these answers elsewhere.
Hey, Lisa, you mentioned a number of other things you had. You want to email those? Is that your preference?
No, I'll probably call somebody, honestly.
Either way, but
I mean, there've been like 2 big meetings on this, right? So I mean, we're not really going to cover all the ground in 20 minutes here amongst all of us. So I don't know what the proper forum is to try and get these answered at this point, but
Yeah, you're welcome to call me, Lisa, or email me at any time, and we can talk about it.
My second point on the minimum participation level was we spent some time today talking about adaptive management. We spent some time today talking about how we could be flexible in getting goals. One of the opportunities for volunteer agreements to me is to get that. But when you phrase that the volunteer agreement has to meet permissible total withdrawal, you take that flexibility out. The volunteer agreement should be allowed to meet the goal that the commission agrees on with the parties involved. And of course, that'll probably come with some guidance, so you need to start at a certain level with a volunteer agreement to meet that goal. But tying it directly to PTW with total voluntary reduction takes all adaptive management out of it.
Gotcha. You're saying rather than that language, meeting the permissible total withdrawal, it should be more language about the commission's goal for the
Commission goal with that group of users. I'm gonna submit a volunteer agreement. I'll write to the commission, say, my goal is to reduce the rate of decline by 50% in 5 years. If they think that's a reasonable goal, I would show them what water levels I would be doing to do that. And if I didn't get to there, I'd also show them what I would be doing to increase that. Or vice versa.
All that would be within the volunteer.
When I look at this, it's more of a parallel regulatory process that has very determined PTWs that are phrased different, reasonable timeframes that would be probably the same as our rules. There's not much flexibility here for water users. Even when you talk about limiting to the land that has a water right along. I mean, if we were able to get economic benefit by putting 6 inches of water on twice the acreage, or reduce our water to meet PTW, my simple mind says that's a good thing. Especially if it's coming from the same point of appropriation, because then it's not causing injury, because we're actually reducing that water from that point of appropriation over achieving greatest economic benefits from it. The way this is written, we can do that. But I think you've taken a lot of creativity of trying to figure out how to get the best economic benefit without causing injury. Because you're looking at way too regulatory.
Yeah, Lisa, do you wanna go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, the flip side of that is you're opening it up to potentially something, you know, people advocating for something more than PTW, right? If that was the path that you chose to go down here. But I did have one question about the language that suggests that the commission could determine that a rate that was, I guess, beyond, you know, a higher rate than what was specified in a water rights certificate could be of more efficient use. And so I was kind of curious because that seems to suggest that the department thinks that a voluntary agreement can override the requirements of a water rights certificate. And I don't see that. So I'm just curious what where that is coming from.
That originally was put in there because I believe it's the NRCS with the bill was helping landowners put in pivots in basins like Arnie and Lake, and the water rights for those basins typically have a 1/80th rate, which is generally not enough to run a pivot, at least not on alfalfa fields. It takes about 1/60th in order to do that. And so, this was thought of as a potential way to possibly increase the rate without, well, actually probably lowering the overall duty on the water right, or that the water right allows in order to be able to get some cost share from NRCS and to actually put in a pivot and be within that limit.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but you still do have a water right that was issued.
And, you know, I think we would have to prove, if we were to be able to approve a voluntary agreement that included an increase in rate, I think that it would have to show that it was somehow more efficient to do that.
But what language are you, where is that coming from? I mean, is there language, is there a statute or something that says you can change the terms of a water right if it's more, because I'm just not familiar with it if there is one.
It's in 537, 535. 735, sorry. 3D, at a higher rate would, sorry, can I read that? That a higher rate would result in more efficient water use. The director can determine pursuant to ORS 537, 535, 3D, that a higher rate would result in more efficient water use.
537.
735, 3.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, any other comments? So I guess kind of to recap a little bit, the department's receiving input on this for a little bit of time now, so it doesn't all have to be aired here. Anybody else have anything else to share before we move on there? Come back to it. December, yeah.
I have a question, I guess. Under the water rates, it says that water rates, that can be a part of this, they can prove beneficial use within 5 years. what is that beneficial use? Is that just having a certificate or? What do you, is that, or just say, yeah, I'm using it? Because there is some circumstances that COB used it and turned in for 20-some years, and you still don't have a certificate. So is it just a certificate or is it?
Well, the claim or the beneficial use within 5 years prior to the time of the agreement, you have to show that you actually used water within those 5 years prior to the agreement.
Okay, so you don't really have to have the certificate in here.
Not necessarily.
I just wanted to.
If you filed a CVU, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you filed, okay. Because I know some people have not their certificates.
Sure.
Okay, ready to move on? Brent, can we talk about the next steps? Because it says we need input on third draft by December 4th. So are you expecting now, because that's before our next draft, to write this up and email it to you? Is that what the expectation is?
Yeah.
The stuff that we talked about here, will that show up in comments or do we need to write all that up?
We'll have them in the meeting comments for this meeting. So I don't think we need to write them out. Yeah. Okay.
All the comments that you get, be shared with the RAC.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Yes, it will be shared with the RAC.
When we come to this December 18th meeting and discuss the input, like, we'll be probably sharing, this is everything we heard, there's the response.
And last thing, sorry, man, but this is still a working document.
Yep.
No matter what comes out December 18th, still subject to change and we'll work through the process.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Before we move into our wrap-up slides, we held a public comment. You know, we want to make sure though, and always have public comment time reserved at the end. Didn't into, kind of got things out of order a little bit there, but it wasn't clear on if we were doing this voluntary agreement conversation or not. So since we did, I just want to put the opportunity back out there for anybody who wants to provide public comment before we go to the wrap-up.
Chris has one.
Okay, we have one online. Go right ahead.
Yeah, hi, Chris Hall again from Water League. You can hear me fine?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, regarding the voluntary agreements, I have spent quite a bit of time this past year digging into them and researching them. I'm very interested in this process. And what I want to state out for starters is that a water right transfer is going to have to accompany voluntary agreements. In the chapter 537.745, it discusses how voluntary agreements have primacy and are applied in the context of the chapter 537. It does not say anything about chapter 540. Chapter 540, subsection 520 is the section on water right transfers, and the voluntary agreements, you know, they wrote the two statutes at the same time in 1955, and as typical, they screwed up, and the voluntary agreements run directly counter to the chapter 540 water right transfers, and it's going to cause legal challenges, and it's going to be a problem, and you can't do a voluntary agreement without pairing it up with water right transfers. And then if you do that, then you can do all the voluntary agreements you want, really. You might even be able to pull off, you know, a temporary transfer too, but I don't really know if that's possible. So that's going to have to be dealt with. Voluntary agreements, what I will point out is they create privileged benefits that others that are not parties to voluntary agreements, they don't have. And these benefits have been clearly articulated as quote unquote flexibility. And flexibility, there's many different ways that flexibility benefits irrigators in voluntary agreements that others don't have. As such, the irrigators who are not in voluntary agreements are going to be left out in the cold to regulatory action, and they will not enjoy the same benefits. And this is probably the most serious legal equity issue for those who are not party to VAs. I've heard a lot of talk about voluntary agreement folks and those who want to enter into voluntary agreements experiencing equity issues. That is directly backwards. In fact, actually, it's those who are not party to voluntary agreements who are going to be exposed to the worst equity issues. And frankly, it could trigger questions about equal protection under the laws by disgruntled irrigators. Lastly, creating incentives such as carrots for a program of voluntary agreements, and the volunteer agreements, which only exist because they would inherently be incentivized, doesn't really seem to make sense. If a voluntary agreement just on its face doesn't make sense to join, the state shouldn't be creating carrots for people to do this. I mean, the whole purpose of it is that for some reason it's a benefit. And you know, the state's under no obligation to incentivize voluntary agreements, unless, of course, there's a concern that the voluntary agreements are a way to stave off legal challenges, which seems a lot like arm twisting. And if it were perceived that there were threats like, you know, give us carrots for voluntary agreements, or we're going to make this contested case hearing and appeals court challenges hell for the state, that would look really bad. And I agree with Lisa. After watching the 2-hour-long voluntary agreement meeting on October 1st, that was a small discussion among some folks at the High Desert Partnership. There is no question that voluntary agreements are so problematic as the way the statute is written that they must have a rulemaking process that could parallel this one and could happen at the same time. Because the discussion on October 1st was ad hoc, it was all over the place, it was informal, and it really, really brought the issue to bear. So strongly recommend that if voluntary agreements are ever to see the light of day, that they have a strong set of rules to go along with them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to our wrap-up slides, and then when we kind of work through these, we'll do an around the horn and just give everybody on the RAC an opportunity to share any final thoughts. Okay, so here's our agenda items currently on the docket for our next meeting, RAC number 12, December 18th. Framework for the critical groundwater area draft rules for classification and SWAMPA, and what came out of that conversation today, the results of the criteria worksheets that you submitted, results of additional management scenario optimization. So those will sort of play into each other. How we'll optimize based on the feedback that we heard from the criteria feedback. Adaptive management, something that came up quite a bit today. We'll dig into that and spend more time on fiscal impacts. And I assume voluntary agreements too, right? Like we'll come back to that in the summer. Yeah. So that's another full day coming up next month. So again, appreciate everyone sticking with us. All right, next slide. Okay. Hold on to this question. I mean, put it in your head. And I want to, when we do our round robin, that's one answer I want to get from everybody, is some feedback from you all about what should be done at the next discussion group. And a reminder, this commission meeting on December 12th. Anything, I don't know, is there anything that the department wants to share there?
It's just, we'll have our standing Harney Basin item. If you want to make a public comment during that commission meeting, we will have space for you to make public comment. We'll be presenting on what we talked about today with the results. But there will be approximately 15 minutes or so for public comment on that item.
Okay. All right, that's the last slide, right?
That's the last slide.
Okay, so let's go around the horn. Couple key questions. First, share any thoughts or feedback you have about today's meeting and where we're headed, and what you'd like to see next month. But we also want to know thoughts on discussion group. What would be the best use of that time between now and December 18th? And we introduced the idea of a February meeting. Is that something that you are supportive of, you think would be beneficial? So Brianna, if you want to begin, and we'll work our way around.
Yeah, so I'm just more curious about what's going on with the credit program. I mean, that would be nice to know. Probably a February meeting, in my opinion, would be good.
Yeah, February meeting sounds like a great idea. And just from the conversations that we've had today, I'm realizing that, the implications of how sub areas are defined is pretty complex.
I think today has been a really good meeting. There's a lot presented, a lot to still think about. I think a February meeting would be appropriate. And I'm not sure for discussion groups.
A February meeting would be good. We just still talk more about the crap and then the water agreements for next week.
February would be good. I mean, not make December's, but I can listen. We probably need February. Yeah, I would agree with probably a February meeting. And as far as what to discuss, I think we just keep on going.
I would give February meeting. Me also.
Support February meeting, discussion groups. So the conversation we were having about different sub areas. When we go back a year ago, when we first brought out the sub areas, you know, we won't have time to look at every individual sub area. But we've learned that we need to have time to look at every individual sub area. Discussion group to follow up, and somewhat like Larissa was saying, but I'm gonna pick Donner and Blitzen. And Donner and Blitzen has dropped, what, 5-6 feet on average? I mean, whatever it is, I mean, less than 0.2 inches per year. And the optimized PTW is a 31% cut. I might be the only one that has water down the Donner Blitzen area. That's gonna come to a great shock to those that are in that sub area. These the first proposals have been nothing. Even if we don't go to contested case, you know, 32% below 2018 is a big change of course. I think we should have those discussion areas to talk about those individual impacts to those sub areas and whether we take the RAC on what they are.
Yeah, definitely a February meeting. Be helpful discussion groups where we do drill down into, you know, I think today's presentation was great. But I think all of us need time to kind of soak it in and then have time to work back through a bit. A lot of information today, trying to wrap our head around visualizing it and then the consequences of every action. And so definitely having more time to contemplate that before we just go, yeah, that sounds good. Would be super helpful because there's always, you know, those trade-offs and being able to understand when you say yes to something, what that will actually look like on the ground.
Yeah, thank you. Bobby, any clarification you need as far as setting up that next discussion group and what you heard?
I mean, the only two things that I heard is soaking in the model results, understanding it, and really looking at kind of deeper dive into the sub areas. So to me, that would imply a November 18th virtual conversation. But I didn't hear anything beyond that leading up to December 18th. So that's kind of where I'm left thinking.
Okay, and let's go online. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with Kristen, Larissa. There is a lot of information here. I do get worried about more delays, you know, and adding meetings. We've already delayed this process quite a bit. So, you know, I think we have to balance, you know, that factor in here. I think as far as one thing that I would like to see at the next meeting, next RAC meeting would be, you know, how can we produce some modeling results looking at domestic wells, which I think Julie pointed out we do know where most of those are at least, and GDEs, you know, how do some of these other criteria kind of shake out in the model run? So trying to build that in, I think, is important. And I'll just leave it at that.
Brandon.
Yeah, I'm all right with a February meeting. Really enjoyed the all the work that went into the PowerPoint displays at the meeting today. I think that was really cool to see some of the ways that we can look at some of the scenarios and just kind of building an understanding of how those might look for the basin. So I think super valuable and yeah, just really good to get some get a grasp on what different tweaks that we could do in the system might look like for the groundwater levels. So thanks for everyone for pulling that together. And I think I agree with the folks in the room. A lot of stuff to think about.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, well, appreciate everyone sticking with us. Yeah, long day, a lot of big information, and keep on trucking. So thanks, everybody. I will say, if you travel.
Thanks all.
Thank you.